Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the meeting number 2076, the August 7th, 2025 meeting of the City of Baltimore Planning Commission. I'm John Laria, the Commission Chair. Seated next to me is our Planning Director and Executive Secretary, Chris Ryer. Mr. Executive Secretary, do you please call the roll?
Robin Allen.
Present.
The Honorable John Bullock.
Present.
Christine Griffin.
Present.
Talib Horn.
Present.
Claudia Jolin.
Present.
Doug McCoach.
Present.
Justin Williams.
Present.
Eric Stevenson.
Present.
And John Laria.
Present. So we have a quorum. Thank you very much, everybody. Commissioners, we have the minutes posted for our July the 17th, 2025 meeting. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Move to accept the minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by the councilman, seconded by Commissioner Jolin. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Minutes are approved. Thank you. We'll now turn to the items on the consent agenda. Mr. Executive Secretary, the first item, CIP transfers.
Do all of them at once?
Yeah, let me. The CIP transfers are posted on our site for both commissioner and public viewing. For those of you who want to stick around, the last item on the agenda today is a presentation from Sarah Paranilum about ongoing and much welcome improvements in the city's CIP capital budget process. But the CIP transfers remain a part of our agenda. So they are posted, and we typically do them as a bulk consent item vote. We've just developed a little bit of a pattern or a habit of asking for insight on those which are flagged as, quote, not consistent with the CIP, which sounds, I think, a lot more ominous than it actually is, but nonetheless requires maybe just a little bit of insight. Ms. Paranilum, or I'm sorry.
Nelson, yes. Thank
Nelson,
you.
please. So you can, I'll identify them for you just for the record. So the ones that are not consistent with the CIP, transfer number 1, maybe you can just tell us what it is for the record and then just give us a quick explanation of the.
Nelson Vasconcelos, Capital Budget Analyst, DOP.
Yes, thanks.
So that first transfer is for DGS for lift replacements for 4 vehicle lifts on Calverton Road. Essentially, the transfers are not consistent with the CIP if the from and to accounts are related to different projects. So like if you notice the second transfer, for example, from the parking authority, that's both accounts are related to the garage repairs on Fleet and Eden, therefore it's consistent. So for the ones that aren't consistent, basically in this case, because the from account is related to DGS's fleet, we determined that, it should be, we do recommend it for approval.
Okay. And then I'll take you to item, I'm sure you know which one I'm going to next. I think it's item number 5, transfer number 5. Is also noted as not consistent with the CIP?
Correct. So similarly, because in this case, the from accounts for a project for Deer Creek Pumping Station, which was completed, there are excess appropriations in that. So for that reason, we recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions from the commission on these or other items? Thank you very much. And as I said, we're really looking forward, and we appreciate the hard work here at Planning and Finance and the Mayor's Office and throughout the administration on improvements to this process to create greater transparency. It's something we've been talking about for a time, and I think everybody's looking forward to the evolution of that process. But thank you very much for that and for your work. With that, is there a motion to approve the CIP transfers as published?
Motion to approve. Second.
Been moved by the Vice Chair and seconded by Mr. McCoach. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item on the consent agenda, Mr. Executive Secretary.
The next item on the consent agenda is a minor subdivision final plan approval for 3570 Pole Street in the 7th Councilmanic District.
That item is on the consent agenda. The commissioners have been advised, and again, the material is posted on the site. We handle these for the purposes of anybody in the audience by a simple voice vote. without discussion unless someone wants to have discussion. So is there a motion to approve item number 4, minor subdivision plans 3570 Pool Street? Motion to approve.
Move approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner McCoach. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Horn, is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move now to our regular agenda. Mr. Executive Secretary, item number 5, please.
The first item on the regular agenda is City Council Bill number 25-0077, the zoning conditional use conversion of a single-family dwelling unit in the R8 zoning district with variances at 541 Lafayette Avenue in the 11th Councilmatic District. Justin Walker will present.
Good afternoon, everyone. Justin Walker for DOP here on City Council Bill 25-0077 regarding the conditional use conversion with variances of the property at 541 West Lafayette Avenue. The petitioner is Brandon Brown, who is here, doesn't seem to be present. He is the petitioner and owner. This is in the West Planning District, and Treek Bolden is the community planner there. So just to get oriented, this is in the Upton neighborhood statistical area, just off of Pennsylvania Avenue, over on the west side of the city. And we can take a look at the plot here showing the property in the middle of the block there. Now, as we look at the aerial view, the satellite image, we can see a couple of peculiar things about this property. It is a mid-block row house, but it does have that 20-foot section of right-of-way immediately adjacent to it, which is uncommon on the rest of the blocks around. And also this right-of-way does not have a curb cut to actually connect to the alley. It is just a right-of-way, not a parcel that is immediately adjacent to the property there. Taking a look at the condition of the block has 16 vacant building notices active on it. As you can see, if you look at your posting photos, the property owner of this end unit has done some work in restoring the doors and windows of the property, but he is waiting on the internal rehab until this conversion is decided upon. And again, you can see our right-of-way there on the side of the structure. Also lacking the curb cut, as would be seen on similar right-of-ways nearby, which is only on, I think, one of the 10 blocks surrounding this property. So to get into our first finding, this is a conditional use conversion. The zoning administrator has decided that according to section 9701 of the zoning code, this is a conversion in an R8 zoning district that must be performed by the mayor and city council, which is why we are here today. So getting into our approval standards there, obviously, a conditional use can be approved if it would not be more impactful at this specific site than it would be at a similarly zoned site. And staff does not find any reason to conclude that it would be. Nothing about the nature of the site, its surroundings, the access to light and air, accessibility for emergency vehicles, or impacts on the immediately adjacent properties. If this is 2 units as opposed to 1 unit, of course, the adjacent properties are currently vacant, so the impact on them will be positive. If anything, returning this property to a vacant use. There is no applicable urban renewal plan that would prohibit this action from taking place, and it is consistent with the area master plan as well as the city's comprehensive plan, as well as the intent and purpose of this code. And staff found no reason to believe that this would be against the general health, safety, or welfare of the community if this single unit, vacant single family dwelling is converted to 2 dwelling units. So moving on to the variances that are required for this project, the zoning administrator in their opinion letter found that there were 2 variances required at the time. The first being the lot area. In an R8 district, 750 square feet per unit is required. making a total for 2 dwelling units 1,500 square feet. And that is according to Table 9401, which lays out the balcony yard regulations for the R8 zoning district. The lot currently contains 1,240 feet, of course, falling short of that necessary standard. Another variance that was included in the opinion of the zoning administrator is for the off-street parking. With 1 additional unit, 1 additional space had needed to be provided, and that is according to Table 16406, which lays out the parking minimums per use for a city, which we will hear more about later this evening. So addressing the second variance first, regarding the off-street parking, Ordinance 250115, which took effect June 1st of this year, amended subsection 16601B to state that all residential units in any zoning district with up to and including 3 dwelling units are exempt from street parking or from off-street parking requirements. The opinion of the zoning administrator was drafted before this ordinance took effect, so that is why the variance was included in the bill. And this is in the staff report proposes an amendment to strike that variance, so therefore no required findings need to be made there. So moving on to the lot area variance, again, 1,500 square feet is required, 1,240 is contained within the lot, so this will be a 260 square foot variance, or 17% of the total requirement, which is a modest variance. So of course, the variance standards, the zoning administrator, BMZA, or city council must find that because of conditions that are peculiar to the property, including the particular physical surrounding shape or topology, create a hardship. As we could see on those satellite photos earlier, there is a unique and peculiar condition regarding the access to the lot with that right-of-way in the mid-block. Again, that is not seen on the surrounding blocks. So this creates a situation where that mid-block row house is surrounded on 3 sides by a right-of-way, which is unique for being in the middle of the block in this neighborhood, especially considering that the right-of-way does not have a curb cut to actually access the street. And our other findings, of course, this difficulty was not caused by the code or by anyone with an interest in the property. The rights of way were existing when the property was purchased. There's no reason to believe that the variance would be insidious to the enjoyment or use of properties in the immediate vicinity. Again, it does not conflict with an urban renewal plan or the city comprehensive plan, and this is not located in a CHAP district. Moving on to the conformities with the neighborhood plan, the historic Upton neighborhood master plan adopted in 2017 has 2 goals that do align with this project. One is that new development should be directed at vacant parcels to help preserve the neighborhood's character and reuse these vacant buildings, as this project would not change the exterior. It would be an interior gut rehab to make the conversion. So it does align with that goal. And secondly, that a diverse range of houses for different incomes and different typologies should be developed within the neighborhood. And again, having this 2 units does align with that goal of the neighborhood master plan.
Is that actually a 2026 master plan?
So it was adopted in 2017.
Oh, through 26, I see. Upton is thinking ahead, which is good. But
Yes,
yeah, okay, gotcha. Thank you.
What they wanted to see.
Yeah.
So regarding the equity of this, this will return a vacant structure to productive use. It's been vacant for multiple decades. Again, it will increase the housing options in the neighborhood, aligning with the master plan that we just spoke about. And the Upton Planning Committee was notified of this project, and they were able to provide a letter of support. And that is in addition to the required 10-day posting on the property prior to the hearing. So with that, staff's recommendations is to adopt findings and approve with the following amendment: to strike the parking variance, as the update to the code no longer requires the off-street parking. And I will take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Walker from the commission? The applicant is not here, is that correct?
Mr. Brown, he does not appear to be. He was aware.
It's okay, that's all right. Commissioner Allen?
I have a question. It's probably not. Thank you. It's maybe inconsequential, but initially I thought maybe the adjacent property had been demolished, but then when you showed the side view, there are windows, so it was always an end of block, even though it's a mid-block
Yes.
property.
There was always the right of way there.
But it looks as though that was an alleyway that was paved and intended, even though there's no curb cut.
Let's go back to the image. If you
Yeah,
would.
so it is an alleyway, and it's an accessible alleyway, but the curb cut is not obviously located there.
Yeah.
So it's just an access, and there is a park adjacent to the rear yard of the property, so it can provide access through there.
Okay,
But there
okay.
is a curb cut on the actual corner to access the alley.
And I have the plat map from 1973 up that shows it called Brunt Street. So,
It was intended, but never.
I mean, well, I bet before the park was there, I bet the street ran through.
Okay.
That is what the
I was
plat
just-
map shows.
Yeah. I was just curious. Thank you both.
It is where, I mean, the park's an exceptionally strong amenity for redevelopment on the block, so it's good to. We have with us Councilman Blanchard, who may be here for the balance of the agenda, but this is in your district and it's your bill. Councilman, is there anything you would like to say with respect to this bill? Yes, please. For the record, if you would.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm really excited in it. It's the block, the rest of the block is abandoned vacants, long-term. This is a long-term abandoned vacant. I think actually the immediately adjacent property has an emergency demolition coming up on it, if I'm not mistaken, which just sort of emphasizes the need for the redevelopment of it. It's got community support. It's a small rehabber who's done a couple of these in PG County, but it's the first one in the city. So, no, I think it's great. So.
Thank you. Questions for the councilman? Okay, Councilman, thank you very much. I just wanted to, could you go back to I think you had two images of the facade, right? One that was maybe older and one that was like partially renovated. Is that, did I have that
So
right?
your posting, which isn't on here, but should be in your file, shows.
The posting shows the current condition. and that-
The current condition, but the.
That's like a street view, a Google Street View or
Yeah, and I think it's 23 or 24. But since this street view was taken, the doors and windows have been
Right, and you had
replaced.
the posting image, I think, had that, didn't it? I thought I saw an image as what you were putting up that had there you go. But it doesn't have the, I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
not sure which is
this is just a side street view. This is not the posting image.
Yeah,
Of
gotcha.
course.
I just wanted to, yes.
posting.
Oh, there's the posting image is in the file, right. And that, I see, that's much
Yeah,
improved.
yeah,
Because you
the-
said they've done the
the
windows, but
facade,
they can't do the
facade.
interior work, can't do the, yeah. So-
Right, and until they
Yeah.
determine
So
which way.
for those
to
who
go.
are following along, there's an image in the site that, for the posting confirmation, that actually shows the house in substantially improved condition, including windows, doors, et cetera. It's much improved. I guess the point I wanted to make is, I don't know, and Councilman Bullock and I have had this conversation a number of times. I don't know how, I think it's possible that the city council sees more conditional use conversion of single-family dwelling to multiple units than any other bill of any type. Is that, Councilman, would you say that's possible? I know in your district, you've had many of them. So I think, when you look at this, we should be thrilled that someone, Mr. Brown, even though he's not here, wants to do this and that he's been doing it successfully in the community. And if the market is such that it needs to be more than one unit, which is what it appears to be, we have to facilitate that. And we have to facilitate that in a way that doesn't necessarily require an ordinance, a visit to the planning commission, and all of these other things. Because this is exactly the kind of redevelopment that we need throughout the communities. So I know that we'll be talking today about, not today perhaps, but soon enough, based upon a bill that's been introduced in the council, about ways to facilitate this. But I call everybody's attention to this in part because we are supposed to be making responsible development easier. Responsible development, right? But easier, not harder. And I would submit that this makes it harder. This current condition makes it harder, and that we need to find a way to make it easier. And hopefully, when this bill comes before the commission and the council, obviously, there's going to be a lot of public discussion about it, a lot of input, as there should be. But I think that the stakes are evident from this simple submission about one row house on the west side of Baltimore that is where we've imposed this totally unreasonable barrier to redevelopment, and we have within our power the ability to do something to make it go forward. So we'll do it this way in this case, but I just would submit that this is a very clunky way to achieve community redevelopment, and hopefully we'll find simpler ways to do it. That said, I truly appreciate the work that's been done. I truly appreciate the support of the Upton Planning Committee, which gave a nice letter of support, although for those of you who have seen it, the letter of support is, it does specifically reference this property, but it really is Upton's small white paper on the subject of this kind of redevelopment. The idea that in Upton and communities like Upton, we need to, it says, writing to express support for the new housing development initiative aimed at transforming single-family homes. Obviously, that goes to the larger question of legislation, but it's just interesting that the committee recognizes the importance of this and has contextualized it for us with this very, very simple and example that is subject to repetition over and over and over again, as we've seen and talked about in view of the number of ordinances that come up. So in due course, we will take that up and we can debate it, but the stakes are evident from this one small item. Okay. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to speak in favor of or against this particular specific proposal? Seeing none? Okay. Is there a motion?
We'll add before we go to
Yes,
that,
please.
just my other thought about the variance standard while we're living in this current state of affairs where we're required to get approval for these sorts of things through the formal city council process. I would also add that the structure itself is larger than other R8 properties, which also is one of the standards you can consider is the uniqueness of the structure. And this is larger than most R8 properties with 3 stories, and so it's a larger floor plate that would be more expensive for a one-family dwelling unit. So one more reason to make it easier to do.
Yeah, these density issues are a real issue for us because, I'm aware of other circumstances where, according to the code, you would be forced essentially to make units that are too big for the current market. We have a lot of they're row houses, but as you say, 3-story versus 2-story makes a big difference. So you end up potentially with these units that are too large for the density requirements, and we need to find a way to solve those kinds of problems. So, like I said, I think it just strikes me coincidentally as a very good illustration of the problem that we face, and we'll have to debate and discuss in the context of larger changes to the zoning code. So, I'll ask if there's a motion to adopt the findings in the staff report and approve them with the amendment to strike the off-street parking variance simply because that variance is no longer necessary in view of recently enacted legislation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by the deputy mayor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by the councilman. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Are we doing a roll call? Or just both? We are. Forgive me. Please, go ahead.
Robin Allen,
Approve.
John Bullock, Christine Griffin,
Approve.
Talib Horn. Approve. Claudia Julin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach. Approve. Justin Williams. Approve. Eric Stevenson. Approve. John Laria.
Approve. Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you for your comments. Okay, the next item, let's see, it is.
1 minute.
We need 1 minute until the 1:30 posting time, so everybody just take a breath, and we won't start it until the clock says 1:30.
I'll use the computer. Yeah, use the phone.
Okay, The Apple says that it is now 1:30, so let's proceed with the item. Mr. Executive Secretary, would you please read the item into the record?
The next item is City Council Bill number 25-0082, a Planned Unit Development Amendment for the Under Armour Headquarters, known as PUD number 146A in the 11th Councilmatic District. Caitlin Aldette will present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I have to present to you City Council Bill 25-0082 to amend the Under Armour Headquarters Planned Unit Development. The petitioner here was Councilman Blanchard on behalf of the Cheers Building LLC, and there are multiple owners. The planned unit development is located in Locust Point, spanning the rail line that hugs Key Highway and Nicholson. The properties within the PUD are generally former industrial properties, some of which continue to maintain their industrial form, the building. The property has a long history of contributing to the working port at this location, but it should be known that historically the area included both industrial properties directly adjacent to residential townhomes. So some Sanborn maps show townhomes right next to these residential or industrial buildings. The underlying zoning, just to have it here so you all understand it, is IMU1, and that's in the light blue towards the center of the screen. C2 or W1, which is the hatched area to the top of the screen, and then portions of R8. So if I go back, kind of toggle between the two, you can see where the PUD outline is and how that overlays here. So it does not include the industrial purple zoning. So in 2009, the Mayor and City Council passed Ordinance 09-103, which approved the application of the Whole Point LLC to have certain property located in Locust Point designated as a planned unit development. And it approved the development plan that was submitted by the applicant at that time. In 2012, the Mayor and City Council passed Ordinance 12-04, which approved the application of Under Armour Locust Point Holdings LLC, which is the successor to the Whole Point LLC, to amend the development plan, rename it, and modify certain provisions. So this map dates from that time. It's the 2012 Major Amendment Replacement Sheet, and it includes this development program, which is the table for development allowed at that time. Yeah, this is what I just talked about. So the request is to amend the PUD to include the following changes, which is to remove elementary and secondary schools from the list of prohibited principal uses, modify a provision regarding which areas of the planned unit development only permit residential use, and to remove a provision restricting vehicle access along the south side of areas E and 7, therefore allowing vehicular access in the area. So I'm kind of going to go through these point by point. These are all of the prohibited uses within the PUD. There's a lot of them. So the one that they want to strike is highlighted, and it's that elementary, secondary schools. It is allowed by right within IMU, which is the underlying zoning.
It just makes me think we should amend the zoning code to get rid of all those specific uses, but.
Well, most
we've
of these
done
have,
that
yes.
in Transform Baltimore.
We no longer have poultry and rabbit killing establishments.
We do not.
Furrier shops.
The second item was to change the residential allocation. So currently the PUD states only residential use shall be permitted in areas A, B, C, and D, and shall be limited to a maximum of 140 dwelling units total. So the proposal is to change this to remove A and B, so it would only be C and D. And you can see in the map here where those are located. So it's kind of removing it from the larger chunk closer to Key Highway, and maintaining it within kind of the residential community in those smaller, almost gerrymander-looking areas. And then it's reducing the amount of dwelling units from 140 to 91 total. And that makes sense because you can see in the previous development plan, the difference in those units was on sites A and B. The next amendment would be to remove vehicular access south of areas E and 7. And to be honest, I wasn't quite sure what south meant in this instance. It could be southeast, it could be southwest. Either way, I'm just going to say anything south of E and 7 would now be able to have vehicular access. And I don't see any issues with this from this perspective. Yeah.
2 questions. Can you clarify exactly what vehicular access means? And do we know why residential was prohibited in those areas in the first place?
So residential was based off of the development plan. And so it wasn't necessarily prohibited, but it was not part of the development plan. So the plan was to have residential closer to where there is existing residential and to shift all other uses to the identified areas. And so I think that they did not want vehicular access there because they were assuming that the vehicular access would be to serve the more industrial type buildings, and they didn't want that in the residential zones. That is a complete guess on my part. So I don't want you to hold me to it, but I do want to kind of, based off of my reading of the PUD, that's the guess.
We'll hear from the applicant and the applicant's representative, but I think we all know this site fairly well. Obviously, everything to the bottom left of that side of Key Highway is fundamentally a largely residential Locust Point neighborhood. And I think there was concern at the time about not having commercial uses, which is, of course, what was largely what's gone on the other side. But we can pin that down if you like.
Sure, but are we talking about truck traffic? It just says vehicular access.
Yeah, so they just said vehicular access. If I go here, let's see. So E was planned on being a car parking garage, and 7 was going to be office and showroom. So I don't know off the top of my head what vehicular, like if there was a definition for vehicular access within the PUD itself that would expand beyond what we know it as.
It's fine. It's not changing, so I guess it's not relevant.
If I understood the language though on the screen, I'm sorry, it looks as though they want to permit vehicular access.
So now the change would be to remove the limitation to allow for vehicular access.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in a scenario where that becomes townhomes, that would be a reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go through a bunch of rather lengthy requirements now. So pursuant to Article 32, Section 13-203, City Council must consider the conditional standards. I will say there are 3 listed here. I find that this proposal meets all 3. I can go into additional detail if you would like. There is a finding of fact on your Wix site as well. City Council is required to consider the following where appropriate. Again, there are 14 items here. I wasn't going to read through them all, but again, I find that they are all met. And they must additionally consider 5 additional standards regarding the PUD, the comprehensive master plan, topographic and natural features, physical characteristics, innovative design, and nearby industrial districts. And again, I find that this meets those requirements. Lastly, or no, this is one more after this. Upon consideration of these factors, they must find the following: the use is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, furthers the purpose of the proposed classification, and that the master plan ensures that there will be no discord with existing uses. And I find that this is all met. And lastly, whether the exception will meet these 9 additional requirements. And again, I find that these are all met, but there are a lot of them, so I didn't want to go through them individually. Please let me know if you have any questions. For the equity statement, the proposed amendment will modify how the area within the PUD can be used while maintaining the PUD and the majority of its requirements and limitations, which I know is something that the community has been concerned about. Engagement, the community has met with the owner multiple times over the past year as various programming proposals have been considered, and the community group has been fully engaged. For internal operations, the amendment maintains the PUD and the robust reviews that are required of PUDs. It will not change or reduce the working load for staff. The Locust Point Community Association, as well as the over 17,000 subscribers to the Planning Department agenda, have been notified of this action. And the staff recommendation is to adopt the findings of fact and approve. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Audette. So we will hear from the applicant. We'll also invite the councilman if he wishes. Councilman seems to be your day here at the Planning Commission, so we'll see if the councilman has anything he'd like to add. Then I'll ask for any testimony that from the audience. I'll ask you to identify whether you wish to speak in opposition or in support. So if you haven't decided yet, please think about that now. But let's begin first with any questions from Ms. Audette, first of all, just based on the presentation. Commissioner Horn?
Just have a question. I didn't see any letters from the community in opposition or support, and I didn't know since you posted, were there any letters that came in?
Not that I'm aware of. I just know of the continued outreach and I attended a meeting with the work group that they set up specifically for this item, and I believe Councilman Blanchard might be able to speak to that more. I don't know if anybody from the community is here either.
Can you cover it when you get up, Councilman? Would that be okay? Thank you very much. Okay, anything from Ms. Audette before we hear from the applicant? Okay, who's here on behalf of the applicant? Ms. Hecker, please come on up. If you'll identify yourself for the record. We'd obviously like to hear whatever you'd like to present, but I would ask you to specifically call our attention to, and to the extent necessary, walk us through the findings of fact that you have in the record. I think it's important for the commission. I mean, Ms. Audette has referred to them, and for those of you who have not looked at the Wix site, et cetera, they are very clearly set forth in the record in a memorandum from the applicant, but I think it's important that we know that they're in the record. So if you would just take us through those. Again, you don't have to do it word by word, but I would like people to understand that the findings have been addressed.
Okay, certainly. Good afternoon, everyone. Caroline Hecker, Rosenberg, Martin, Greenberg on behalf of the applicant. Ms. Audette did an excellent job explaining what's covered in this PUD amendment. It's really just these three items that are in the text of the PUD right now that we need to amend in order to position the site for redevelopment as a school. We have been working closely with the Community Association. I thought I had sent a copy of an email from the Locust Point Civic Association, but it's very brief, and I would just like to read it, and I can give you a hard copy of it. But we have been meeting with them. This is dated July 9th. Confirming receipt of these plans, thank you for keeping us in the loop. We really appreciate your transparency, both with the Cheer development and the Tide Point development. We look forward to both additions to our community. The LPCA thinks the high school is a great fit for Locust Point. We will discuss the concept at our August meeting with the community. We understand legislation is needed to modify the PUD to allow the school. We are okay with legislation being introduced this month, July, and we will discuss the matter in August at our community meeting before the final reader and vote occur. We do not meet in July and would not ask you to postpone the legislation due to our summer break. We hope you and Krista Ray are able to join us on the August 13th meeting at 7:30 p.m. Location TBD. And this is signed by Molly Miller, the Locust Point Civic Association president.
Thank you. And you'll further contextualize. I saw some media coverage, frankly, but if you could talk about the real motivation behind this. And while I have the floor for a second, I'll just say there is a letter of support in the file from American Sugar Refining, the Domino Sugar folks next door. Mm-hmm. So that's in the file. And I think it is important because anytime we do something that is not industrial, we always want to hear from industrial users about the potential impact upon their industrial use. Not that it's necessarily preclusive, but it's always an issue about, in an area that is that is a combination of industrial and residential, which certainly Locust Point is. So that I'll note that that's in the record. It's a very strong letter of support from the Domino folks, and you've just addressed, Ms. Hecker, the community. I'll just say that, hearing what they've said is obviously it makes sense. There's a timing issue they're trying to manage. I'm satisfied that satisfies the need for community engagement and sort of tentative community support. My guess is, the councilman is here, my guess is that by the time this gets to a hearing, you'll have either a firm letter of support or something else, and that will affect what happens with the bill in the council. But I think for our purposes today, to me, that is sufficient to show that you've been engaging with the community and that it's more a question of sequence than anything else.
Thank you. Yes.
So if you go back, and I'm sorry, Mr. Tiso, you had something?
Yes. In the online portion of the meeting, we have two members of LPCA that are present, and the vice president, Caitlin Regan, is here and says, I'm the VP of Locust Point Civic Association. There's no formal letter, and this has not been heard at our general meeting yet. Thank you. So, and then Mike Talbot is also commenting that he's a Locust Point member of LPCA, just so that it's clear. There is no formal letter of support from the Civic Association. The general body of the Civic Association has not yet discussed the matter. So in case
So
it's
I guess
helpful.
we can come back to this at the end in terms of a motion, but I don't want to suggest, and I thank you for calling attention to them online. I do not mean to suggest that we have in the record support from LPCA. I understand what they're saying. We're not assuming that there's formal support from LPCA, and I think when we get to our recommendation, we'll take that into account. But thank you for providing all this context. Ms. Hecker.
Thank you. By way of further context, it has been widely reported in the press at this point that the potential buyer of what is known as the Cheer Building is Cristo Rey High School, and they intend to redevelop the former industrial building for use as a high school. We'll be coming back to the Planning Commission with an amendment to the development plan to show the proposed changes. This bill today is really just to position the property for that use because there is this prohibition in the text of the PUD on the school use. They want to know that the school use is going to be permitted before they spend a lot of time and energy designing plans for a school. So we will be back to, I think that process is going to kick off pretty quickly, and we will be back to the Planning Commission with an amendment to the development plan so you can see exactly what's proposed. And clearly we will continue the outreach with the community association. We have been meeting with them for a very long time, and we think this is going to be a great use for the neighborhood. And at least preliminarily, they've given us the green light to proceed. I also just want to note Domino Sugar's counsel is here as well, and I think they can speak to their letter of support. We have reached out to them. They are obviously our most adjacent industrial neighbor, and obviously when you're building next to anything next to an industrial site, we want to make sure that they're as comfortable as they can be with something that's not industrial going in next door. Again, I think the school use is all things considered, a pretty good use to be next to the Domino factory. And I think they can speak for themselves, but they're reasonably supportive of the proposal. We did submit a set of findings of fact that should be in your file. They are fairly lengthy, as Ms. Audette mentioned, but I will try to go through them quickly. I know I have a tendency to talk fast. I won't read the whole memo. But I will hit on the major findings that need to be found by both this commission and ultimately by the city council. Preliminarily, the commission and the city council are required to consider the conditional use standards when they are considering an amendment to the PUD, which are that the establishment, location, construction, maintenance, or operation of the conditional use would not be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare. We think that the amendment to permit a school use at this location is great for the public welfare, great for the neighborhood, great for the city as a whole. The number of school-aged children in the subject census tract has increased, and Cristo Rey draws from all over the city, but there are a growing number of children and families in Locust Point, and having a school in the neighborhood, I think it furthers that benefit. The use would not be precluded by any other law, including an applicable urban renewal plan. This is not in an urban renewal area. The authorization would not be contrary to the public interest. Again, we believe that this will ultimately have the full support of the Locust Point Civic Association, but in the meantime, we believe that it is fully in the public interest. The authorization would be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the zoning code. We believe that this supports the stated purpose of the code of preserving and enhancing the value of structures, communities, and neighborhoods. They're planning to reuse the existing building there, which is a great adaptive reuse. It's sustainable. That's something that the city supports in its the purpose of the zoning code. The additional factors that we're required to consider here include the nature of the proposed site, including its size, shape, and the proposed size, shape, and arrangement of structures. This is about a 7-acre site. It's got a big existing building on it that is largely used for parking and warehouse, former industrial type uses. We think it's really fortunate that the industrial building is going to be able to be adaptively reused for the school. It's a great reuse opportunity, so we think that that's really an advantage to this site. The resulting traffic patterns and adequacy of proposed off-street parking and loading. Part of this site includes a huge parking garage that clearly what was proposed here originally would have resulted in considerably more traffic than the school will. The number of cars that this site would have accommodated as in terms of supporting the Tide Point or the Under Armour PUD as a whole would have generated quite a bit more traffic than the proposed school will. The nature of the surrounding area and the extent to which the proposed use might impair its present and future development. Locust Point is largely a residential community, and the school we think fits nicely within the character of that neighborhood. The school, as Ms. Audette mentioned, is permitted based on both the underlying zoning of IMU1 and also would have been permitted in the adjacent R8 zoning district. It's perfectly consistent with everything that's around it. The proximity of dwellings, churches, schools, public structures, and other places of public gathering. There are obviously many homes in close proximity to the school, the proposed school location, and obviously having a school in the neighborhood is consistent. When you talk about proximity of the school to schools, I guess the only other school in the immediate vicinity is FSK, Francis Scott Key, which is close by. But this is clearly a neighborhood where a school would be appropriate. Accessibility of the premises for emergency vehicles. The proposed redevelopment won't have any impact on accessibility, except to say that, to the extent that vehicular access would now be permitted on the south side of the property, there might be better access than there otherwise would have been. Accessibility of light and air to the premises. Since we're proposing to reuse the existing structure, we don't expect there to be any impact on accessibility of light and air. The type and location of adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, and other necessary facilities. Again, there's an existing structure here that's proposed to be reused. There are adequate public facilities to serve the proposed school. Preservation of cultural and historic landmarks and structures. There are no historic or cultural landmarks on the property, so that's not applicable here. Character of the neighborhood. Again, we believe the proposed school is consistent and compatible with the residential character of Locust Point. The provisions of the city's master plan, which one of the goals is to facilitate the industrial residential transition, and we think allowing a school which is compatible with the adjacent residential areas on a former industrial site meets that goal. Provisions of any applicable urban renewal plan. Again, there's no urban renewal plan in this area. All applicable standards and requirements of the code. Again, the proposed school and the PUD amendment comply with the code. The intent and purpose of the code are furthered by this proposed amendment, which again preserves and enhances the value of structures, communities, and neighborhoods. And any other matters considered to be in the interest of general welfare. Again, we believe that this proposed use is in the general welfare. It is consistent with the surrounding residential character of the neighborhood, and not, again, inconsistent with the adjacent industrial uses, particularly at Domino. There are even more standards under Section 13-203 that need to be considered, specifically related to PUD amendments. The first of which is whether the PUD is in general conformance with all elements of the comprehensive master plan, the character and nature of existing and contemplated development in the vicinity of the proposed PUD. Here, we believe the PUD and the proposed amendment are consistent with the master plan's goal of facilitating this industrial residential transition on a former industrial site. It is consistent, again, with the character of the surrounding row house community. Whether the PUD will preserve unusual topographic or natural features of the land and the design of the PUD will best utilize and be compatible with the topography of the land. This isn't really an unusual topographic site. There are no natural features that would affect the proposed use or the development of the PUD, but we do believe that the proposed amendment will facilitate the use of the existing improvements, the existing structure, in a manner that's consistent both with the character of the structure and the neighborhood. Whether the physical characteristics of the PUD will not adversely affect future development or the value of undeveloped neighboring areas or the use, maintenance, or value of neighboring areas already developed. We don't believe that the proposed amendment will have any impact on the physical characteristics of the PUD or the surrounding area. Again, we're planning to retain the existing building. Whether the PUD will encourage innovative design features or adaptive reuse of structures that would not be possible by the application of the basic district regulations. Again, we're proposing to reuse this existing structure. We think this is a great adaptive reuse. Most of the PUD has already been developed. It isn't vacant land, but we are fortunate that we think we can reuse the existing industrial structure in this fashion. And whether the PUD is compatible with any nearby industrial district. As was shown on the map, we are adjacent to the Maritime Industrial District outside the rail lines where the Domino Sugar Factory is. We have been in close contact with them, and we think that this use is actually very compatible with those adjacent industrial uses. There's still more to go, sorry. Upon consideration of these factors, we have some additional findings that the council and the commission need to make, which is that the use is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Again, I've said this over and over, but we believe that the use is surrounding with the residential community that most of Locust Point is residential, many growing families in the neighborhood. We think this is a great use to have there. The use furthers the purpose of the proposed classification. We are consistent with the underlying zoning in the proposed school, which the IMU 1 zoning district permits primary and secondary educational facilities by right. The PUD master plan ensures that there will be no discordance with existing uses. Again, the proposed school is consistent with the uses that are permitted in the PUD and in the underlying zoning. So we think that we meet that criteria as well. More findings that need to be made.
Like some water, Ms. Hecker?
I'm almost done. I'm getting there. I know I'm talking a lot. Will this enhance the overall merit of the PUD? We think it will by facilitating the establishment of a use that's compatible with the surrounding residential row house community and existing former office buildings. We proposed, will it promote the objectives of both the city and the development? We believe that they will. The school is an important use. And, again, it will allow the redevelopment and repurposing of an existing industrial building in a manner that is compatible with the Locust Point neighborhood. Enhance the quality of the design and the structures and of the structures and the site plan. Again, we are proposing to retain the existing structure, and so and the commission will see the revised development plan when we've finalized it and we come back for its review. We don't expect that there's going to be any negative impact on the quality of design and the structures within the PUD. Enable the development to offer environmental and pedestrian amenities. We're not really changing anything related to environmental or pedestrian amenities within the PUD. Locust Point's a very walkable community. Having a school there, I think, is consistent with that. Not cause such an adverse impact on neighboring property so as to outweigh the benefits of the development. We don't think that there is going to be any significant negative adverse impact on the neighboring community. We think this is, certainly going to be a benefit and an amenity to the neighborhood. Not adversely affect the value and enjoyment of surrounding property, the provision of municipal services, or the flow of traffic. We don't think there's going to be any negative impacts on surrounding property. Having a school here certainly is preferable to having an industrial use, when you think about the surrounding neighborhood. And there is, as I said, there are existing public facilities sufficient to support the development here. We don't think there's going to be any significant impact on the flow of traffic or the provision of municipal services. Be compatible with the land use policies of the comprehensive master plan. Again, this is consistent with the goal of facilitating the transition between former industrial properties and adjacent residential communities. Provide a substantial public benefit to the city. Again, we are creating a new location for a school. We are adaptively reusing an existing and vacant industrial building, which we think are both substantial public benefits to the city. And finally, last one, allowing uses that predominantly match or are compatible with uses allowed in the underlying zoning district and the zoning districts of adjacent properties. The school use is permitted by right in the underlying IMU zoning designation.
Thank you, Ms. Hecker.
Sorry that was so long.
No, well, you did not write the code.
I did not.
I remember that when Transform Baltimore was enacted, the planning department was in the habit of saying that they thought that there would be fewer PUDs under Transform Baltimore, and I think you can see why.
Exhibit A.
There are likely to be fewer PUDs, but these are the rules for amending as well as for new PUDs, and thank you for a very thorough explication of the findings. We're going to invite some other folks up and then give people an opportunity who want to be heard, but are there for the moment any questions for Ms. Hecker on behalf of the applicant from the commission? Mr. Horn.
Just a quick question. So I know Cristo Rey now, 9th through 12th grade, 350 students. I didn't know if this larger building, or will the population expand with this new facility?
When they'll be back for the approval of their development plan, and I'm certain we'll have lots of details about what's proposed if they're planning to increase their enrollment or what. I just don't know what their plans are.
I was just wondering in terms of the flow of traffic. And then I'm just trying to learn more. So will they be an athletic field connected to that? Or
they are proposing to potentially demolish a portion of the building to create athletic fields. Again, the design has not been done yet. So I hesitate to get too far into the weeds on that, but they would like to create athletic fields there for use by the students.
Thank you. Other commissioners for Ms. Hecker? Okay. So I know, Ms. Hecker, you said there's a representative from Domino Sugar here. Mm-hmm. Who is that person? Do you wish to be heard?
Yes.
Please come on up. Okay, we'll get to those. Thank you.
Thank you very
Please
much,
introduce
Mr.
yourself
Chairman,
for the
members of the
record.
commission. My name is Colin Wojciechowski from Gallagher, Vilas & Jones. I'm here today on behalf of American Sugar Refining Incorporated, more commonly known around Baltimore as Domino Sugar. In relation to City Council Bill 25802, we submitted a letter for the file on behalf of Domino, but wanted to appear today as well to underscore the point of the letter, which is that Domino is supportive of the continued growth in Locust Point as it has been for the last 100 years. Domino is specifically encouraged by the idea of such a worthy use of the land adjacent to its refinery as the Cristo Rey School, whose mission and values embody the best of Baltimore. Domino is here today to go on record asking all parties involved in this endeavor to be mindful that they are coming in next to an active factory that operates 24 hours a day, and that at times that can cause complications, and specifically to keep Domino part of the discussion so that we can help everyone achieve the best paths forward. As Ms. Hecker put it very well, we're very happy to be a part of this first green light approval to make sure that a school can be a part of the land that is adjacent to us. We just want to make sure we're an active part of any discussions about development and development standards, whether or not they may be legislative as this moves forward, to make sure we can all live in harmony.
Thank you. Questions for the gentleman? Okay.
Thank you very
sir.
much.
Thank you. Now, are there others in the audience who want to be heard? Councilman, yes, why don't you come up next, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Horn kind of stole my thunder, but I was actually really excited to point out the field situation. And I'll get to that in a sec. I will say briefly towards the timing of all this, right? The first hearing for the council would be sometime, and Land Use Transportation Committee would be sometime in September, October. Plenty of time for both next week's meeting as well, if there's follow-ons as well, to dive through that. I will say one, and I think the representative from Domino hit a point really well of, this is it's a Catholic school for low to moderate income families that is very high performing, does actually really great stuff on the college preparation. They're like after school work, it's not workforce development, but like getting kids used to working in like real, office type jobs and stuff is incredible. It was totally out of the blue when I learned that this might be coming to the district. I was very excited about it. But honestly, the thing I'm most excited about, considering that we have several very fast-growing youth leagues in the area, one of which was one run and another win away from representing Maryland in the Little League World Series as of a couple weeks ago. So we have fast-growing youth leagues. We have one of the fastest-growing schools in the city, Digital High School, who has to use the Banner Field down at Latrobe Park for their sporting events as well. Bolo, all these types of things. So to have the opportunity to have an additional sports field in the community was like and I asked specifically, can you sign some sort of MOU with the youth leagues that are not affiliated with the school outside of the school sports hours to use? The principal said he would be more than happy to figure out something there. So I'm really excited about that. All in all, I think this is a great use of the land, and looking forward to hear community engagement on it as well. So,
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from the commission for the councilman, if any? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Councilman, very much. So are there folks in the audience who want to be heard on this one way or the other? Just raise your hand for me. I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, going once. All right. Mr. Tiso, you said there were folks online who wish to be heard?
Yes, and there are 3 additional comments from Caitlin Regan, who's the vice president of Locust Point Association. They kind of one self-corrects, but she says LPCA is concerned about this being a general school use. We generally think this is a good idea, but the school would not draw from the general Locust Point population via the way they are currently structured. We're also concerned that we could have any school at some time rather than just the proposed. The presenter keeps saying that the school is a great idea for the community. The general Locust Point population would support a school, but this school proposed is an all-boys private school. She corrects that later. I don't know if I agree with her argument. This will be really another school option for the residents. And finally, sorry, it's co-ed, but it's income need-based, so I'm not sure that it's an option for the general Locust Point population as another school option. And then we also have Celine Lewis, who identified herself as an alumni of Cristo Rey. And I will unmute you, and you may need to unmute yourself from your end. All right, go ahead, Celine. Oh, I see microphone moving, but we are not hearing you from our end. If you're calling from a mobile device, sometimes it is possible to be, okay, the folks at home are hearing, but not via WebEx. All right, we're not hearing it in the room, so we may need to get some technical assistance for that. I'm sorry, Celine, if you could give us your comments in the chat until we can fix that, I would appreciate it.
Shall we wait a moment, Mr. Tiso? What would you like to do?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
In the interim, can you go back to the site of the master plan?
The drawing.
Yeah, 'cause is A in the field? I guess that's not, try to visualize it, if that's a built condition or not. I don't think it is.
It's all parking right now.
I think, well, there's a existing warehouse, well, yeah, under where below E, I guess it's currently A, where there's some new homes shown. I guess they weren't ever constructed.
Yeah, so this was the development plan from 2012,
Right.
most of which was never completed.
Right.
All of area D was never completed.
D? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize.
Any progress, Mr. Tiso?
No. So it's off mute here. Is it a sound settings issue? Restaurant?
Excuse me. While we were waiting, I know I didn't raise my hand to make a comment.
Okay, so I think it'll be heard.
Can I make a comment?
We're gonna, sure, yeah, I think that would be fine. You want on this item? Yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Please, yes, please come up. If you'll introduce yourself and any affiliation, speak on the microphone for us, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sonia Edie, and I would just like to make a brief comment on when you talked about the school. And I didn't know either that it was a Catholic school, so I didn't make any comments. Being is that in my community of Poppleton, there was used to be an elementary public school, and it was replaced by a Catholic school, and with the understanding that it was going to be for low to moderate income families. And none of our students, none of our kids in our community actually were able to attend this school. There was no scholarships or anything available. So I just want to make sure that the community is aware that there is possibility, that is a good opportunity having a school, but is it going to be a real benefit to the community? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, let me do a little test here. I know one of our staffers, Imani Jasper, is online. Imani, I'm going to unmute you if you can just give me a little bit of audio just to see if it's working in the room. You'll have to unmute from your end. All right, I'm not seeing anything there. All right, the mic went green, still not hearing it on our end. Well, in the meantime, we were able to get a comment by text from Celine Lewis, who says, "Hi, I think this is wonderful that CRJ has the opportunity to move to a larger location. I want to echo how important CRJ is to the community. Studies have the ability to get job experience all 4 years of high school. Myself, I'm a senior at UMBC majoring in public health. I would like to echo the comments of Domino. We must keep in mind the health impacts this may have on the student population, given the fact that they are close to an active factor." And she would love to have alumni join the conversations moving forward and is happy to aid in that. So, okay, we'll have to continue to try and figure
Is
out
there,
the
so
sound
we
problem.
have one individual who wants to speak, is that what you're saying?
Well, that was who wanted to speak and just gave it to us in text, but we're going to obviously want to get this fixed. for
Is
future.
there anybody else online who has not communicated in text or orally what they want to communicate?
I think that is it at
Okay.
the moment.
Okay, then we'll close the public testimony. Oh, yeah, yes, sir? Did you?
Since that is, I'm sorry I didn't raise my hand earlier, but I did want to actually add something.
Please, yes, please come up and introduce yourself for the record, please.
My name is Carlos Gonzalez. I'm a resident of the neighborhood. I've been down there for about 20 years. The first thing I just wanted to do is I wanted to get some clarification on a couple of things. Previously, I had heard that they were planning to do like a residential development of townhomes in that area, at the cheer building specifically. Is this a alteration to that plan? In other words, there'll be no more residences, but they will in fact use the building for all school property?
That's correct.
That is correct.
Well, I mean,
Strictly, the amendment has nothing to do with any of that.
right, strictly speaking, I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but Ms. Audette or Ms. Hecker, someone can comment. This isn't really, as Ms. Hecker said, I think, a threshold issue, which is that schools are not permitted in this PUD currently, correct?
That was right.
Right. So what we're really doing here is telling folks who want to bring a school here that as a matter of law, you can have a school here that you couldn't have before. But there are a lot of details to follow. We're not approving a school on the site. We're not approving, because the other thing that has to happen, sir, is in addition to the ordinance, the text of the ordinance, then there's a development plan that accompanies it, and you need both. You need the text of the ordinance, and then you need a development plan. So we haven't really approved a school on this site, but we are essentially creating the conditions in which a school could be approved at a subsequent meeting of the commission. And that would be the authority of the commission ultimately under the code, not the city council. Ms. Audette, is that correct? Please correct me if I'm...
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So that's essentially the limits of this meeting here today, is essentially to get information about perhaps allowing a school to be on the property.
No.
Well, the ordinance has been introduced. If it, we're not the ultimate authority, the council is. If the council should hear this bill and pass it in this form, it would change the fundamental restrictions in the existing PUD to do those fundamental things. But it doesn't necessarily mean that a school would be built. It doesn't describe what it would look like or any of those things, but it's a necessary first step, because otherwise the school would just be prohibited entirely under the current PUD. Is that?
That answers that question.
Okay.
That was the main thing that I wanted to get clarification, first thing that I wanted to get clarification on. The second thing was, since you had mentioned it, that this is actually something, I guess, a recommendation from this body that'll proceed on to the city council to approve whatever changes that they have to allow this. That there will be confirmation that there will be substantially more planning done as far as how the building is laid out, how the site is laid out, how any parking will be considered, the school growth, any growth of the school, or conditions like the lady mentioned earlier, whether or not it would actually benefit the actual neighbors in this, since it specifically had said, a couple of people have noted that it was about the low and moderate income. Locust Point is not particularly considered a low or moderate income location. And the changes that I've seen happening over the neighborhood in the last 20 years, right now, most of there's not that many that I know of high school age kids in the neighborhood. There are people that are coming up, but will it be something that could benefit the younger, the elementary or the middle schoolers that are currently in the neighborhood? So, again, the point of me asking is will, much more intense planning, architecture, engineering, anything related to that, or documentation on the school's operations and growth things? Is that all going to be?
The simple answer to your question is yes. Today, even if this bill were to pass, the only thing that could be built on that site is what's shown on that development plan until it's amended. So there'll be a whole process of community engagement, engagement presumably from the councilman and his team, in order to come back with a proposed development plan amendment. So hopefully that answers your question.
That answered that question. Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't know what level this was.
Understood. Good questions. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm going to close the public testimony now. Is there any other discussion among the commission or questions before we have a motion? All right, hearing none, I'm going to move that we adopt the findings from the staff as augmented by what has been submitted in the record from the applicant. I guess I'm waiting for the slide. There we go. And approve the recommendation. I will add to my motion the Commission's expectation that the community engagement will continue in order to achieve community support for this. At the end of the day, as I've said, it's really up to the council. The councilman is here. Certainly, he will be squarely in the middle of that, as will the land use committee. So I want to note it in the record, but I don't think it should stop us today from adopting the findings of fact and approving. And that's the motion that I will make for the commission to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there a specific discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Executive Secretary.
Robin Ellen,
Approve.
John Bullock. Approved. Christine Griffin.
Approve.
Talib Horn. Approve. Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
And John Laria.
Approved. Thank you very much. What?
I was not called.
Oh, did you miss Ms. Jolene somehow?
Oh. Claudia Jolin.
Approve.
I was
Sorry
looking to
about
see
that.
what your,
Yeah.
nonverbal, there you go, got it. Thank you very much. Sorry for that. Okay. So we have now 3 bills, which I'm sure have brought most of the folks in the room here. And I want to say a couple things to tee this up front so that people have sort of common expectations. So we have 3 very important bills today that will have a significant impact on the zoning code, on development and redevelopment throughout the city. As the agenda notes, and I want to make sure everybody understands this, I think, depending on the extent to which you've reviewed this or have heard, we will not be voting on these today. The commission is going to be hearing from staff, accepting staff recommendations, hearing from everybody who wants to testify on the bills. We'll not be voting on them today. We'll be voting on them, expect to vote on them at our next meeting, which is in 3 weeks on the 28th of August. But we wanted to hear from everybody without the pressure of having to vote at the end of each discussion on the bill sort of in real time, because we want to make sure we're giving these bills their due. This will also give us an opportunity, if the commissioners have questions, to have answers brought back to us by the next meeting. So again, we're not asking people to give us answers in real time, which sometimes are easy to do and sometimes are not. So we're trying to be deliberate about it. We will hear each bill separately because we're required to do that. I know that some of the submissions, particularly the written submissions, cover all of them. If you were here on all 3 bills, and you want to testify on 2 or 3 of them, please plan to come up for each of them, but please plan to confine your testimony to the bill that is before the commission at that time. And for each bill, just so, again, to manage expectations, we'll have a staff report. If you've been here, you've sort of seen how that goes. We'll have a staff report. To the extent that the council person who has sponsored the legislation is here, we will give that council person the privilege of speaking on behalf of the bill. We'll hear testimony, both live and hopefully virtual. We're working on getting that, yeah. And we'll have both support and opposition, of course, in that order. And then I will say that because there are so many people, we will be limiting, and I think there's ample precedent for this both here and at the council, we'll be limiting testimony to 3 minutes, except for the bill sponsors themselves, and there'll be a timer kept. But even with that limit, we have written submissions in the file. Those written submissions are available to the commissioners. They're also equally available to the public. if you want to go online and look at them. There are a substantial number of them, not surprisingly. If you have a written submission, there is no need to repeat the written submission. You can simply say, I've submitted something in writing. You can simply decide not to get up. That's not to discourage you whatsoever from getting up and testifying, but please don't read your written submission, which is already in the record, so word for word. Refer to it or summarize it. It would be much appreciated. Also, if you're going to say the same thing as someone who's testified previously, especially if you're here on behalf of the same organization or affiliation, please try and refer to that. Again, it's just for efficiency purposes. But everybody will get the 3 minutes. We're not trying to in any way impair people testifying for that period of time. For the next hearing in 3 weeks, we will have these bills again on our agenda. It's not a continuation of the current hearing. It's a new hearing. That's the way we do it. And we will therefore take testimony at that hearing as well. I'll tell you now, and I'll say again at the beginning of the next one, if you've already testified on August the 7th, please try not to say the same thing again on August the 28th. Please say things that are supplemental or different, and just because, again, for the purposes of efficiency, and I'll make that comment again at the next hearing. So that is just hopefully people have an expectation. We do want to hear from absolutely everybody who's here, but we have to have some efficiency in the process. And I think with that, Mr. Executive Secretary, I'll ask you to call the first of the 3 bills.
Yes, City Council Bill number 25-0062, built for the building code, a single exit from residential occupancy citywide. Caitlin Audette will present.
Ms. Audette.
Good afternoon again. Caitlin Audette here to present City Council Bill 25-0062. The petitioner was introduced by Councilman Dorsey, but co-sponsored by President Cohen, Councilmans Conway, Gray, Bullock, Blanchard, and Ramos.
It's a little hard to hear. Maybe you speak up.
Sure. As for conformity to plans, the 2024 Comprehensive Master Plan for the City of Baltimore, enacted with Ordinance 24-426, had the goal of 4.06, which states that examine the building code to identify ways to expand opportunities for the creation of affordable housing. For example, raise the story limit for single-stair buildings. So this directly meets a goal within the comprehensive plan. And so now I'm going to go through the specific legislation and kind of talk about what it means, because it is a little, it gets into the weeds a bit of the IBC. So the proposed legislation was created with feedback from both housing and the fire department, making sure that any safety concerns were addressed prior to the introduction of this legislation. And by modifying the code to allow for single exits, new construction of multifamily housing will be less expensive, will be more suited to smaller infill sites, and will allow for a wider variety of building types, creating a wider range of building typologies, which will allow for a more unique urban context. The changes to the code continue to allow other uses in the building, which maintain mixed-use opportunities. So if we go into the first real bullet point here, it says that the building, if it is of type 1, type 2, type 3A, or type 4 construction, has no more than 6 stories of group R2 occupancy and no more than 6 stories above grade plane. So what does that mean? So types 1 and 2 construction, those are types of construction in which the building elements listed in a previous table are of non-combustible materials, except as permitted in section 603 and elsewhere in the code. So basically, non-combustible materials. Type 3, concrete, brick, masonry. Type 3 construction is that type of construction in which the exterior walls, so not the entire construction, but just the exterior walls, are of non-combustible materials, and the interior building elements are of any material permitted by this code. Fire retardant treated wood framing and sheathing complying with section 2303.2 shall be permitted within exterior wall assemblies of a 2-hour rating or less. So 2-hour rating is talking about the fire rating of materials. Type 4 construction is that type of construction in which the building elements are mass timber or non-combustible materials and have fire resistance ratings in accordance with table 601. And then residential group R2 are occupancies containing sleeping units of more than 2 dwelling units where the occupants are primarily permanent in nature. So it's not hotels, but it can be long-term hotels. It does include boarding houses, though the next, a further point is excludes boarding houses from this. But generally apartments.
Ms. Audette, before you go on, I noticed in the code it says type 3A and your explanation is type 3. Is there a distinction there that we need?
It's just a subcategory, but generally it's the same. So sorry, I did get into the weeds, but not too far. Okay, and then the next kind of portion of the legislation states that the building, if it is of type 5 construction, has no more than 4 stories of group R2 occupancy and no more than 4 stories above grade plane. So the only thing, the residential group R2 remains the same, that it's again apartment buildings, long-term residencies, but a type 5 construction is that type of construction in which the structural elements, exterior walls and interior walls, are of any materials permitted in this code. So basically, if you're allowed to construct it, now you can have a single exit up to 4 stories. And then to go over the other portions of this legislation, which are a little less cumbersome, so I don't have a lot of explanations here, but this goes on to state that the building does not contain a boarding house. So R2, group R2 does allow boarding houses. This specifically limits those. There are no more than 4 dwelling units per floor. The building is of not less than 1 hour fire resistive construction. The building is equipped with a sprinkler system throughout in accordance with the Baltimore City Fire Code. And there are no more than 2 single exit stairway conditions in the same building. So what that means is you can imagine if you have a stairwell, and I have some examples here, you could have multiple within the same building that only serve a certain portion of that building. So you go up that stair and you can get to 2 apartments on each floor. And then you go within the same building, you might go in a different entry, access a different stair, and then you can reach 2 different apartments on each level. So what that means is you're only allowed to have 2 single exit stairways within a building. So I'm going to go through some examples, and these are from some advocates in our own city who have pointed these out and been instrumental in helping with this legislation. So here's an example, Capitol View in Seattle. It's 6 stories tall. It's a condominium structure. There are 13 units of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, and it was completed by Habitat for Humanity. So you can see this is a very narrow site, and it was able to get many more units that have air circulation through them than maybe a typical building type would have if a single exit was not allowed. Another example is the Green Avenue condominium in Brooklyn, New York. So these are 10 5-story buildings. They're on 2 different streets. It's again a condominium structure for a total of 48 units, and these are market rate. But each of these kind of row house appearing buildings has a single exit and serves multiple units. So again, this is another typology for what this type of, what this would allow. And then recently, this past spring, the Congress for New Urbanism, the Mid-Atlantic chapter, held a single stair competition. And this is what the winner was. So there were an array of local architects and planners who chose this out of, I forget how many, like maybe 30 some odd, not that many, but 9. I looked at the Google map or the Google documents. And so you can see here that they are proposing 2 buildings. This was the winner. They proposed 2 adjacent buildings, one that was 5. You can see that that's a smaller one, and a 6-story adjacent buildings with 27 units. The design was intended to be an affordable 5-story building with adjacent 6-story market rate building. And it was designed so that each unit gets cross ventilation. So again, you have 2 entries or 2 stairs in the entire proposal, one for each of the adjacent buildings. And just kind of, this can show a different typology. The other two we saw were more narrow, and this is more of a courtyard configuration to allow, again, that kind of cross breeze through each unit. So for equity, the proposed legislation would make smaller scale multifamily developments easier and more cost efficient to complete, thus allowing developers to work in neighborhoods that might not otherwise be economically feasible. The building types are well suited to infill lots that are predominantly found in higher need communities. For engagement, various advocacy organizations have been sharing information on this bill, including Baltimore People-Oriented Places, of which I've seen some shirts, and the Congress for New Urbanism, which I referenced previously, which held the single-stair design competition in Baltimore this past May. For internal operations, the proposed legislation will have no impact to the planning department operations, but it will require that housing staff become familiar with the updated requirements so that they are correctly implemented. The agenda was sent to the over 17,000 unique emails on file with the planning department, and staff recommends approval, though there is no vote until the next planning commission. Any questions?
Well, let's start with questions that the commission may have for Ms. Audette. Obviously, we'll put more, we'll hear from others, I think, including, is the sponsor here, Councilman Dorsey? Yes. So we'll hear from the councilman as well.
I forgot to mention the letters. You saw that there are letters in there of support and I believe of opposition as well.
Yeah, there are I didn't count, and I've looked at all three bill files, so it's hard to recall which is which, but there are a substantial numbers of letters of support, both custom letters, also I think a bit of a form letter, which is perfectly fine, as well as letters in opposition, which the commissioners have access to, and I'm sure either have reviewed or will review, and certainly by the time of the vote, we'll have a chance to see those, and any others that may, because we'll have another opportunity for people to submit letters of support or opposition, and we'll look at those as well. So first, are there questions for Ms. Audette? If not, I'm going to ask the councilman to come up and talk about the bill, and we can ask questions of both of them if you like. But if you have questions for Ms. Audette, we can do that. Commissioner McCoach.
Just a question as to whether anyone from the fire department is here to make any.
I don't believe so. Okay. I know Sean Eames from the fire department has been involved. I don't believe he's here today.
Okay.
Any other questions at the moment? We obviously can, Ms. Audette is not going anywhere. So thank you, Ms. Audette. Councilman Dorsey, would you like to come up, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I brought these with me. This is from the single.
Can you grab the mic if you're going to just walk, or borrow Mr. McCoach's or whatever works for you?
Feel free to look through these. The top couple of documents on them are the overall kind of event brochures, and then the larger papers are individual submissions. These are from the single stair competition that Caitlin referenced from back in May. It was organized by Center for Congress for New Urbanism, largely by Julian Frost, who could not be here today, but did send me some slides that we used at a presentation that we did together not long ago to the Lambda Alpha International organization not too long ago. And I sent Eric some slides that I'd love to pull up. I'm going to just pass this. Here, have a look at that. Just as we get the slides pulled up, Caitlin covered this well. If you or anybody you know has ever seen a new apartment building go up, not just in Baltimore, but basically anywhere in the United States, outside of Seattle or New York, you've probably heard somebody say, "Oh God, another one of those buildings. It looks just like all the others." And if you want a really good 12-minute overview on what this bill and the policy is all about, you can Google why North America can't build nice apartments because of one rule. And that's what this is about, is why North America can't build the same kind of apartments that exist ubiquitously in virtually every country, everywhere else in the world. Why we have decided that and stuck to, and why we need to move away from the adoption of an idea that we can't do what works everywhere else. In brief, as I think Caitlin covered, the idea is the building code limits us to 3 stories with 1 staircase. And if you want to go up above 3 stories, you have to have 2 staircases and a hallway that connects both of those staircases on every floor of the building for what is often referred to as a double-loaded corridor design. And what this means is that you have to give up a whole lot more money to be able to afford that. You have to have a lot more money to build that second staircase. You have to give up the real estate, the footprint that staircase takes up. And the staircase is not cheap at all. And you also have to give up the additional real estate to build that hallway. And so you get what you see kind of on the left side of this slide as a typical kind of ho-hum kind of building with a hallway down the center. And that hallway, you'll see in another slide, could be up to 600 feet long under the International Building Code that we have today. And on the right, you see what basically everywhere else does is a much more compact design that is much more able to be designed for different size units within the building, within a given floor, and even string chains of them alongside of one another in a way that is, again, perfectly common and natural everywhere else, and actually is essentially aesthetically imitated in these cookie cutter kind of buildings that we know as contemporary apartment buildings throughout North America. That these buildings are so bland by their nature that they are broken up into little segments that sort of imitate the feeling of a bunch of buildings linked together. At least, a very common kind of aesthetic kind of finish to them. Let's go to the next slide. Or you want to, okay, you got it. Thank you, great. So again, here's what on the left is a pretty typical kind of double-loaded corridor building, and what we have on the right is a typical kind of single stair configuration. And this slide notes that earlier this year, Pew Research issued a report that said that there is essentially no discernible safety concern or difference, that single stair buildings are at least as safe as double loaded corridor buildings. And they looked at 12 years of data from Seattle and New York and compared fires in single stair buildings versus other types of buildings. And New York City has over 4,400 modern single stair buildings of the type we're talking about. And in 12 years between the two of these cities, there were only 4 fire-related deaths in single-stair type buildings, none of which were in any way related to the fact that there was only a single point of egress. These deaths had nothing to do with them being single-stair buildings or any element of what they comprise. Next slide. Again, we are in the extreme minority worldwide in places that limit ourselves in this way to just 3 stories. Parts of Canada even limit to just 2 stories. But the vast majority of the world allows easily 3 to 6 or even more stories, 7, 8. These are very, very common in European cities. And there are certainly plenty of places that we have no data on. Next slide. Again, your status quo kind of podium building could be up to 600 feet long on that corridor. Actually, it could go up to 636 feet in length along that corridor. Think about the number of units that you can put in a building that is the size of 2 football fields, larger than 2 football fields in length. And then think conceptually about the concept of, if the 2 staircases are there for the purpose of fire safety, under one circumstance, maybe so that in the event that one staircase is filled with smoke, everybody, all the people fleeing the building, evacuating the building, and all of the firefighters trying to put out a fire on the 3rd, 4th, or 5th floor are all going up and down one staircase. And I've got a 600-foot-long building, or a 500-foot-long building, or a 400-foot-long building. And everybody's trying to use that one staircase. I've essentially got a single egress building because the other staircase was filled with smoke. Or, in another circumstance, the fire department says, we're going up this one, let's try to get everybody down the other one. Then you've also got one point of egress out of that building through that single staircase that everybody's trying to come down. Except in this case, you've got 30 units on every floor of that building. If I've got a 6-floor building, I've got 180 units trying to evacuate from one staircase. Whereas the proposal with single stair reform, I don't really know these slides that well, let's go to the next one, is that these are some goofy kind of footprints that you get in order to try to fit units in weird ways and meet the code standard. We can go to the next slide. They look like this very commonly. They have big goofy footprints. They make inefficient use of the available land. Next slide. Versus point access blocks, what we're talking about is putting no more than 4 units per floor in a single stair building, where the entrance to each unit cannot be more than 20 feet away from that staircase, and that one staircase is pressurized so that it can never be filled with smoke. And we're talking about a building that is fully sprinklerized, so 95% of fires, if they ever occur, are going to be put out before they spread anywhere. And if there's any chance that they're going to spread anywhere, it's going to take an awful long time because it's going to be constructed with 2-hour fire-rated walls, floors, doors, ceilings. The question of the distinction between type 3A and type 3B construction came up. Type 3A says that any structural elements as floors and ceilings and roofs have to be 1 hour fire rated, and then that's not the case in 3B, which is part of why this is limited to types 1 to 3A, not 3B, 4, and the limited type 5. When you have to build that staircase, that second staircase and the hallway, you incur so much cost in the building of the second staircase and the taking up of all that real estate with the hallway on each floor, that you lose the margin of profitability such that it doesn't make economic sense to build upward above 3 floors unless you also build outward, which is why every modern 4, 5, or 6-story apartment building that you've ever seen is the size of a half or a whole city block. And that also means that you cannot engage in this form of development unless a half a city block exists in the first place and you can buy it and you can capitalize a development project of that scale to make it worthwhile. Otherwise, you're limited to 3 stories. Point access blocks like this are a common way of stringing together multiple single stair buildings into something that's much more like cities around the world that people pay a lot of money to go and visit in the summertime and all times of year and come home and say, man, that's a really nice city. Why can't we build things like that in my city? Next slide.
Maybe we can show in the last slide the cross ventilation that's possible.
Yeah, I've got another slide on that. Thank you, Justin. And so this is the kind of stuff that, these are the kind of places around the world that, people save up for years to be able to take a vacation and go to. And then they come home and say, gee, I guess it's nice to be back home. Next slide. So on the left, again, you see a typical double-loaded corridor building where no unit has, except for these limited end units, has light and air access from more than one side of the building. And your units are limited in really how they can be laid out versus this chain of 4 single-stair buildings that you see on the right, each of which has 4 units, and half of the units have light on 2, if not 3 sides of it. Cross ventilation is like a beautiful thing, right? We want this. We want light coming in from different places. When you have buildings like the one on the left, it means that if you want to have more than one bedroom, you're basically building a galley-style apartment, right? Bedroom next to bedroom, next to bedroom, next to living room, or kitchen, but not both, because you're going to have a window for each of these lined up down the side of one side of the building, but the other side of your apartment is not going to have any windows at all. And this is very like anti kind of family in its orientation. This is a really odd way of building apartments, and so nobody does it. And also, the requirement for these double-loaded corridors, again, makes it so financially challenging with such tight building cost recovery margins that it really only incentivizes the building of the maximum number of smaller units. And so there's a double incentive away from building family size, family type apartments, which is very different in single stair buildings. You see easily 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units mixed all together. Next slide. There's a bunch of single stair buildings right there. On Superblock, we've got them here. And in fact, you'll hear from Chris in a bit that we're already doing this. You'll probably hear from Jake too. We already do this in Baltimore City. We already allow this to happen if you got a 100-year-old building. We allow single stair construction for rehab and re-inhabitants of existing buildings under the International Existing Building Code. I didn't even know the IEBC existed until I walked into Chris's brand new, reopened, and now award-winning Crow Corner Lofts building on Howard Street, recently renovated and is a single stair building. I said, how did you do this? How did you make this happen? And I talked to his architect, and he said, under the IEBC, this is already allowed. The why is it we would allow this for a 100-year-old building that has to be retrofit to meet these fire-rated safety standards, but wouldn't allow the exact same thing with brand new construction? It's completely nonsensical.
Can I just ask you one question? I just want to be clear for everybody understands. The life safety issues, the life safety standards for these buildings are enhanced from what you would otherwise have to build in
That's
terms
right.
of pressurized. Because I think the question that often comes up in this context, the sort of intuitive question is, well, if you're making it, if you are diminishing in some respect, as people might perceive it, safety because of this configuration, what are you doing to compensate for that? And could you just clarify what are the offsetting life safety enhancements, if you will?
Sure. A double-loaded corridor 6-story building does not have to have pressurized staircases. This bill requires that our single staircase be pressurized so that it can never be filled with smoke. A double-loaded corridor building does not have to have 2-hour fire-rated walls between each unit and the hallway that's used to get to it. A double-loaded corridor building does not have to have 90-minute fire-rated doors at the unit and a hallway separating that unit then further from the stairway the way that this does. So there are a bunch of things.
It would be useful for us as we deliberate if we could just get a summary of those enhancements so that we understand sort of the trade-off's the wrong word, but the sort of the counterbalance that it comes along with the new configuration.
Sure, I think, yeah, we can make a kind of apples to apples comparison there. Thanks.
Yeah.
Next slide. Like I said, more light, more airflow. You can see on the left, a typical double-loaded corridor from the hallway to the left. You got windows on one side of the place, and on the right, you've got something from a conceptual single-stair building where you've got light and air moving all the way through the unit. Next slide. Again, as I said, you can, here's an example at the bottom left of a 3-bedroom unit where all of the bedrooms are lined up side by side along the windows of one side of the building. And then you've got your living room in this case, and opposite the living room on the right side is your kitchen. No window for the kitchen, no airflow possibility, breeze through the kitchen while you're in there cooking, anything like that. All your closet space, all your bathroom stuff is all on the other side. And, I don't know, some people like a window in the bathroom. I have one, I enjoy opening it. And you don't have these kind of constraints and are able to build 2 and 3 bedroom units under a single stair configuration like on the right, with a lot more flexibility of the unit shape and the unit layout. Next slide. So here's a good I think sense for me of like the difference between these two. I think there's a reason why The Shining is so dominated by this sense of a long and daunting corridor that you go to. There's something completely inhumane and kind of haunting about this. It's like just totally unnatural. And you can see the kind of beautiful staircases that you get in buildings that really prize the value of the staircase. I think there are some slides here I might want to skip. Better urbanism, I think this kind of goes without having to say. Next. In countries and places that allow more flexible building style, you have a more comparable cost of housing between rental and home and multifamily rental and single-family dwellings. Whereas it's vastly different. It's much more expensive in general to be a renter in the United States within the constraints that we have. It's very, very difficult to recover the costs of a contemporary market rate apartment building. And it's very, very different in other places in the world. Next. This is starting to look at some of the kind of lots that would be perfect opportunities to put up single stair buildings, but wouldn't work at all if you had to put up a double loaded corridor building. This vacant lot here, it would be impossible to build a double loaded corridor building on that site. Next slide. More single stair buildings right here in our city, already existing today. Next slide. I don't think I need to keep going on. There's like 50 slides here. A lot of them.
There are 56 apparently.
56 apparently. But a lot of them do also go into this single stair competition that was put on.
Is there anything, Councilman, that you think specific? I mean, and if, we'll give you, as a sponsor, we'll give you a chance to come back up in case there's anything you want to hit on or follow up. But is there anything that you want to tell us before we turn our attention to testimony from others?
No, I just think this is just such a perfectly reasonable change to the code. We're not the only ones that have this on the table. Other cities, other states. Seattle has had this exact same standard since the 1970s, and their building code and fire code officials are like sick and tired of the phone calls they've been getting over the last kind of 2 years. They are not the spokespeople for this, but the reason they don't want to be the spokespeople for this is because it's such a complete non-issue for them. We've had this way for 50 years. It's never been a concern for us. All of a sudden, everybody else thinks like, there's something special about us. No, we just never decided that we would constrain ourselves in this way. Right. The one other thing I'll say is about the type 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. New York limits to just types 1 and 2, but that's because New York, across the board, only allows concrete construction, concrete and steel construction, and the costs associated with that and the market for construction with that type of material is so different in New York than anywhere else because they have that long-standing constraint that they have a much different market for costs for concrete production and concrete labor, masonry labor associated with it, and it basically doesn't work as a viable construction form in any other market area in the country. But again, type 3 construction, type 4 or 5 construction, this is already stuff that we can do under the IEBC and with existing buildings, and so there's no reason it can't be made equally safe with brand new construction.
Thank you. Councilman, thank you. And thank you for your leadership and effort. Obviously, you are now a genuine subject matter expert on this.
Thank you.
So we really appreciate the time you've taken. So we're going to turn, if we may, to testimony from public. And
Sure.
as I said, Councilman, if at the end there's something that you think you need to clarify or want to point out, we'll have you back.
Great, and I'll collect these submissions from the competition at the end.
Great, thank you very
Great,
much.
thanks.
Okay, so I'm turning now to the audience. Raise your hand if you want to testify on this matter at all, just so I have some general sense. Okay. So now, I'd just like to hear first from the people who are supportive. If your hand is up and you want to be supportive of the bill, I see 3 individuals. Okay. So I'm just going to start over there in the back of the room. If you would come up, and I'm going to remind you, yes, that would be you, sir. And I would remind you that if you've submitted written testimony, please try not to be repetitive of it, but feel free to refer it. And if you would give us your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes. And I think Ms. Audette is keeping time.
Ready? Go. My name is Jacob Wittenberg. I'm the president of Edgemont Builders. I'm also the Baltimore City chapter of the Maryland Building Industry Association. The Maryland Building Industry Association submitted a letter of support already on this matter, so I won't reiterate that. Councilman Dorsey did an amazing job illustrating what a powerful idea this is. I wanted to emphasize a few points within Councilman Dorsey's testimony, one of which is the quantity of gypsy lots that exist in Baltimore City and offering the development community an additional tool to redevelop those gypsy lots is...
Say a gypsy lot, please.
I'm sorry, actually, I don't know if that term is... I'm sorry. That's how they're referred to. I'm sure there's a kinder term. These are lots that are alone. Typically, when you refer to a larger site, that is a site construction, a one-off lot. So, say for an example, the lot that exists that was highlighted by Councilman Dorsey next to the Abercrombie Inn on Biddle Street near the Meyerhoff, that is a one-off lot. That is a lot that exists that is left alone. The corner of Landvale and Guilford being another example. This is an additional tool that would be available to the development community to make those sites possibly viable. The quantity of homes that have been torn down over the years that are end-of-group homes, you can drive around the city and see those. It's very difficult to develop those. This might make that easier. I've also developed and built 2 existing buildings where this was allowed by the former Fire Marshal Carr. The reason this was such an important tool was for redevelopment of avenue brownstone houses that are landlocked. So for an example, every building in Mount Vernon on Charles Street that has alley construction behind it on Hargrove or Lovegrove. Because of that, it's very difficult to have a secondary egress. The stair pressurization system, relatively easy to engineer and install. I saw a question about that. There's a cost-benefit question. It's why stair pressurization typically gets put in, or this is something that's used in a higher rent district, because then the cost for the machine, installing the machine, the backup power, what have you, then makes sense within the context of the development. It's used on 2 East Preston and 21 South Calvert. That's the story.
Good, well, thank you very much. Okay, here in the front. Again, if you just identify yourself and any affiliation, please.
I am Chris Mfume. I'm managing partner of the Civic Group. We are a local real estate development firm. I also am pretty involved civically in town. I serve on the board of the Downtown Partnership as well as chair of the Inclusionary Housing Board. Our company is really known for working in challenging neighborhoods. There's no other way to put it. We are active on Howard Street. We've completed 3 projects there, and then we have 2 projects on Pennsylvania Avenue. The reason why I'm here today is really, I have 4 core points, and I'll be quick. I know I only have a couple minutes, as the chair said. 1, architectural significance. So on Howard Street, the councilman mentioned that we just completed a building called Crook Corner Lofts. Crook Corner Lofts, 15 units. It is a building that sat vacant for 20 years. The whole block of the whole 300 block of Howard Street is currently basically still vacant. We were the only people that would invest in the neighborhood. We chose to do that because we believed in it. We believed in the past and the future of it, but it is economically infeasible oftentimes to do projects there, which is why these things sit vacant. And so with Crook Corner Lofts, we were lucky to be successful. We were able to renovate it, create 15 large live-work lofts. We've attracted artists, young professionals, all types of people to be there, and it just won a national award from the Urban Land Institute as one of the top 10 projects across North and South and Central America, which is a really big deal in terms of real estate development. And one of the big reasons for that was the single stair, was because it was a single stair building. So that's number 1, maintaining architectural significance. It was also voted the top historical project by the Maryland Historic Trust because we were able to keep a lot of historic character by not having to build a second stairwell. Number 2, economic development. So again, Howard Street needs to move. I mean, that we've got to make changes. Howard Street should be more prominent. It should be a vibrant shopping and retail destination. We need to bring that back. This goes a long way towards doing that. When you look at having to add in a second stairwell, it makes a ton of buildings economically infeasible. And when you start to talk about safety, which I know a lot of people probably have a visceral reaction to, and I can understand, but really, I think we can all agree, or most of us can agree, that one of the biggest impediments to safety in Baltimore City is the high volume of vacant buildings. The high volume. Most of the deaths that come from the fire department are due to vacant buildings and the ills that come with them. And these buildings are vacant because they're economically infeasible to renovate. So that's one really important thing. And then lastly, but maybe most importantly, affordable housing. We need more housing, and the only way to make housing more affordable is to build more. That's the only reliable way to do it, and this will unlock extra value throughout Baltimore City. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, right on time.
Sorry. Four big things. The safeties, we pressurized the stairwell. We added sprinklers. We added a backup generator, and we had 2-hour walls. And so the fire department was on board with this. They walked it with us several times, and they were comfortable with it.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. There was a third person that was in the back. Gentlemen, please come on up.
Hey everyone, my name is Michael Sapanik. I'm with Baltimoreans for People-Oriented Places, BaltPop for short. Thank you for the shout out. So I did submit a lengthier piece of testimony. This is a summary of that, and also I want to add something. So under the current building code, all new multifamily buildings higher than 3 stories must be built with 2 exit stairways. Constructing these stairways and connecting hallways is obviously expensive, and both in the obvious way and also because they reduce the amount of rentable and livable floor area in the building. And in double-loaded corridor buildings, so we have the additional stairway and connecting hallway. They enlarge the minimum building footprint, as Councilman Dorsey went over, and this prevents their construction on smaller lots. So legalizing the taller single staircase buildings will instantly allow for bringing countless small infill lots into play for potential development after decades of infeasibility. So these lots are small or oddly shaped parcels that are impossible to build on economically. So as the councilman also mentioned, the double-loaded corridor buildings, they frequently have a massing and height that are just really jarring and objectionable to existing neighbors, and that breeds opposition, which I'm sure you're familiar with. In contrast, single staircase buildings can be designed to blend into the existing architectural and community fabric while keeping the community housing costs very low. As was asked by the chair, I think it's very important to keep in mind that a lot of the double-loaded corridor requirements came about at a time when we didn't have technology. It came about before the pressurized stairways. It came about before sprinkler systems and smoke detectors and 90-minute fire-rated doors and 2-hour fire-rated walls. So it's a vestige of the past. We're beyond that. We have the technology that makes that all very unnecessary, and yet we're suffering from all the negative externalities of those measures. This change will allow home builders to build the kind of homes that we and our neighbors want and need in a wide range of floor plans for various sized households with better lighting and natural airflow on lots that are currently sitting vacant. Many states have already adopted these rules, including Washington, New York, Hawaii, Tennessee, Minnesota, Virginia. The single staircase configuration is incredibly common around the world, which has been brought up, especially in cities noted for their walkability and healthy small business environments. Berlin and Tokyo come to mind. Much of Maryland's naturally occurring affordable housing stock, meaning unsubsidized, is in fact composed of single staircase buildings. And yet, under the current building code, they're illegal to build. I thank you very much for your time and very much for your efforts.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Just for my edification, what is your organization specifically, and what does it do? I'm going to give you an extra 30 seconds.
Great. Yes, we are an organization that are focused on the intersection of land use and transportation, recognizing that both have to be going forward at the same time. You can't just focus on land use. You can't focus just on transportation. They have to both come along the same way. And we're focused on better in both ways, and in ways that would encourage more people-oriented places that are really kind of in contrast to our current land use and transportation systems, which are much more automobile-oriented. So what you get is very walkable places, very human-scale places, very welcoming, convenient, affordable, all the good things.
Right.
We've been around for about 3 years, and we are composed of both residents of both Baltimore City and the surrounding counties.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Turning back to the audience, there were no others. I saw 3 hands in support. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak in support? Another hand in the back, please come on up.
Hi. Hello. I'm Luke Ziegler. I'm actually also affiliated with Balt Pop.
Then you get exactly 12 seconds. So.
I got to be fast. All right. So I guess I just wanted to speak to, I completely support what Councilman Dorsey said and other figures who testified, but to not be repetitive, I wanted to speak a bit about my own experience as a renter, because I know a lot of people probably in the audience, but also just aren't renters and so aren't as familiar with it. I currently live in an apartment building in Fed Hill. It is obviously a double stair building. And just to provide some context on kind of what that leads to, there are some definite downsides. For example, there's a courtyard in the building, but it's kind of like the experience of being there is kind of, imagine if you're like the bottom of a gully. It's kind of like there's just no light. And that's very common in apartment buildings because the buildings end up being so thick because of the internal stairway and units on both sides. It's just a very dark, it's not a nice communal space. And the hallways, like we were mentioning, are grim, they're gray. It's not a space that has a lot of pleasant communal areas, and that's really something that we lose out on here. I used to live abroad, and obviously single stair buildings are very common there. I also lived in a historic building here and in Chicago before that were grandfathered in. And it is impressive the difference in terms of light. I had a 1-bed in Mount Vernon that had light on both sides, and it's very bright. I don't have to turn the lights on. And I can't do that in my current apartment. It's too dark. And Yeah, that's essentially what I wanted to say, is that we are really losing out, and for really no good reason. These exist in other places, they are safe, and we're depriving ourselves of that, and we're depriving a lot of Baltimore neighborhoods and lots, like Mr. Mifune was mentioning, that could use this sort of development, but right now it's illegal. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, I think now that there's nobody who wanted to speak in support. Yes, correct. Oh, another one. No. You have that shirt on.
I still live in another.
No. I promised that everybody would have their 3 minutes if they wanted it. So please come on up, but please try and keep it tight.
Sure. No, I understand. So yeah, I want to speak in support of this, and I will try not to.
Your name and all for the record.
Chris Gwinnett. I'm a resident of Hamden in Baltimore right now. I'm a software developer. So I don't usually brag, but kind of like the income you want to probably see more of in Baltimore City. And I feel like our lack of buildings like this really, makes it a much more unpleasant city than cities that allow this. So, just kind of something to keep in mind. And I also, I really want to hit home on the equity part of it, because it seems like it's definitely much easier for, say, a Baltimore business to form an entity that could construct a smaller, single stair, 4-5 story multifamily unit than it is for, an impoverished or, you know what I'm saying about to afford to be able to own their own homes, to be able to afford to own their own multifamily and rent out to others. So it's one of these things that further concentrates the wealth in our city to Baltimore's detriment. We want to have more dollars invested in Baltimore as opposed to big multinational developers constructing our apartment buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Hopefully, the last call for people who want to speak in support. Okay. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak in opposition to this specific bill? Just a moment, ma'am. Anybody else other than the lady in front? Okay, please, ma'am, come on up. Again, if you just do your name and any affiliation for the
My name is Betty Bland Thomas. I'm the president of Historic Sharp Leadenhall. It's good to see you. It's been a long time. I am not in support of this project because I don't know much about it. I think what's most important for this committee to understand, there has been no community engagement. How can you expect us to agree to something we know nothing about? I think what has been shared is pretty much a middle-class white impression on what's best for the city. I've not had the fortune to be in Chicago or in Europe. I primarily have lived most of my life in the inner city. And what I would like to see, of course, vacant lots improve. I would like to see more green space. What I would encourage this committee to do not eliminate community engagement. Give us the time and the opportunity to review these plans, because we have an investment as people who pay their taxes to want to see the diversity continue in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, is there anybody else here who wishes to speak on this bill? Oh, yeah, I was going to get to that. Thank you, though, Mr. Tiso. Yes, I'll leave it to you to call on them.
Okay, first, just to make sure we have the sound issue solved, Imani, I'm going to go to you just to give us some audio to make sure that we've got this fixed.
Hang on, wait.
Okay.
Take me out to the ball. They're not hearing any of this.
We got you, Imani. Thank you.
Yes, there we go.
And you're recorded for posterity. Appreciate it. We have a CJW who has a hand raised. You should be able to unmute yourself momentarily.
CJW.
Try and unmute yourself. You have to do it from your end.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes. If you just introduce yourself and any affiliation, we'd appreciate it.
Yes, Carson Ward of the Reservoir Hill Association. I would like to cite the RHA letter of opposition that frames these bills as a necessary correction to exclusionary zoning, which obscures the real crisis, which is continued neighborhood disinvestment, an undercapacitated and lax code enforcement system, rampant code violations, lead exposure, fire risk, and illegal conversions. Ultimately, there is a core flaw in these bills, which is their complete disregard for implementation capacity. The city cannot even keep up with the pace of the current code enforcement demands, permitting bottlenecks, which are driving illegal construction, lead remediation, is inconsistently being regulated. Yet the city proposes to remove essential oversight tools to endorse this package without insisting on enforceable protections, and infrastructure upgrades would constitute as a dereliction of duty. It would mark a fundamental breach of the Commission's responsibility to equity, safety, and lawful governance, and it would make the Commission complicit in what may amount to systemic neglect and a party to legal action taken in response. So I implore you to ask what infrastructure is being built to support this policy. Where are the new code enforcement officers? Where are the reasonable programs that ensure tenants can purchase homes before they're converted into micro units? They don't currently exist. The bills address a single perceived bottleneck while ignoring the complex interdependencies of permitting, zoning, and safety. That is not planning, it is political theater. The councilman's stats on single egress are irrelevant, factoring in the fact that the International Association of Fire Chiefs strongly oppose single exit stairwells in mid-rise buildings. Dual stairwells enhance safety by separating evacuation and firefighting paths, reducing counterflow risk, and allowing staged attack strategies. Single exits significantly jeopardize the safety of both responders and occupants. You say nothing of ADA compliance. And the fact that developers would even speak out and not support this shows that their only interest is the monetary value, not anyone's well-being. The councilman's photo also referenced where people want to go, and those were historic buildings that were built over hundreds of years ago. So that argument does not make sense in this context. And I just came from Europe, and you talk about their zoning policies, but fail to mention any advancements like rent control or better preservation of heritage areas. So for that reason, the presentation was severely flawed and not comprehensive. You're making deals with developers that can't get the job done. Dean Harris has that property at Druid Hill Park Lane that hasn't been developed since over 9 plus. David Bramble had to make significant scale backs to Reservoir Squares, and you don't want me to get started on Poppleton. So the lack of thorough thought is quite disturbing and quite insulting. And also just at the NFPA symposium,
The timer has gone off. If you could wrap up, please.
Serious concerns about permitting 6-story buildings with only one stair. Risk include blocked exits, counterflow between firefighters and evacuees, and a lack of redundancy if the stair becomes unusable. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for testifying. Can we have others, Mr. Tissot?
Yes, we do. Michael Starnes is next. You can unmute from your end.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Super. I'll keep it brief, but I'm testifying on behalf of YIMBY Action, a national movement of people trying to increase access to housing. Single-stair buildings are widespread internationally, even in countries that have more hit and miss records on fire safety, and nonetheless, they still have lower rates of household fires or deaths that occur in occupied structures. So if Brazil has like a lower death rate from fire type incidents, there really isn't any reason that adopting more flexible zoning wouldn't be possible here, especially when it comes to single stair exits. Additionally, the impact on floor plate usage on occupied structures is very important for lower and middle class households. Single stair households can rearrange the way that a floor plate is designed and can save up to about 6 to 7% in an apartment or a house. And so it's really, really key in order to have enough living space that that the floor plans are flexible, and the kind of the double stairway plans by comparison really mess with how much space you can actually use for housing versus stairs. And so while it's a small change, and while theoretically there's some fire risks or whatever, realistically, like no one on the planet actually sees those in practice. And so it's a very reasonable change to keep naturally affordable housing and keep rents lower over the long term. But rents will forever be higher if this change isn't made on these types of structures. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. How many more, just so I know?
Looks like one more.
One more, okay, thank you.
And Keandra Pryor coming your way.
Thank you so much to the Planning Commission for allowing us to participate remotely. This has been a very equitable way to participate. First, I just want to make a comment to Councilman Dorsey. I'm not sure where you live in Baltimore, but I am very privileged to live in Reservoir Hill, where we have some of the most beautiful apartment buildings, I think, in the country, but certainly in the city. And tenants choose Reservoir Hill because of its affordability, sizable apartments, and amazing light. So we might still need 2 staircases, but with that comes beautiful and amazing apartments to live in. And maybe studying these apartments can help you be more imaginative of how double staircases can still reward us. You gave examples of Brooklyn and Seattle. I moved from Brooklyn to Reservoir Hill, and I want to point out one really big difference between the two cities. Brooklyn has amazing and strong tenant protections paired with extremely strong code and strong code enforcement. As you stated, even in Brooklyn, you can only have a single staircase in very narrow and small examples. And so why would we apply that to our entire building structure? I think just the example of Reservoir Hill itself and the example you gave about Brooklyn and how they decide which types of buildings have 2 staircases or not, maybe we should apply the planning's own goals for the city, which is to really envision changes to the code on a block by block basis, a neighborhood by neighborhood basis. I think it would be really interesting to hear more about the areas in the city that you think this would be most applicable to, and listen closely to the neighborhoods who say that it's not applicable for their experiences. There is something really special about Baltimore. I think we have amazing, beautiful architecture, and I'm so glad that the city did create a city code after the big Baltimore fire that destroyed and decimated the city. And I think we need to be reminded as to why our predecessors built that code and thought thoroughly about how it was enforced. It was because a lot of people died and we lost a lot of things from the city. And so I just want to reiterate what people have said before. We've already submitted a letter. Sorry, I didn't say I am the president of the Reservoir Hill Association. We have submitted a letter in opposition. We are opposed to these changes simply because we don't think affordability is only occurs because it's more affordable to developers. We live in a neighborhood where developers come and develop because it's cheap. And they think that they can quickly flip buildings because it's affordable to them. And what we've learned is those costs are passed on to us, the residents, the people who have chosen Baltimore City to be their forever city, to be their forever home. We are worried about our neighbors. We're worried about the impact it will have on the everyday person who isn't going to be building I will, thank you. Who's not here to build cheaply. We're here to live for generations. And so I'm concerned not only for myself, but my children and for my neighbors when we think first and foremost about the affordability of developers and not about the cost to the everyday person who then has to inherit the changes to the code without deep foresight. Deep thought. And I just want to point out that the Brooklyn code on buildings, just on staircases, it's 6 pages long on how you can have a single staircase. There's measurements, there's regulations. It's more than just what it can be built out of. It's a very, very, very well thought out. And I hope that so much work is also done in Baltimore City if this is decided upon. And I will also say that
Ma'am, we need you to wrap up, please.
Okay, can I just have one question?
Of course, yes.
All of these additional things that a builder will have to do, can you give us a cost estimate as to the difference between building another staircase and having to do all these additional things that you're going to require of builders, and how a small builder, not a big developer, but a small builder, right, who is supposed to be developing these lots, is supposed to take on those additional costs? So it would just be really helpful to hear about that.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Anybody else online? Okay, so we're going to close the public testimony. What I would like to do, and again, we're not voting today, what I'd like to do is to give the commission some time to just offer any preliminary thoughts or raise any questions. The commissioners, you'll have a chance after this meeting, if you've thought about it, to submit questions to the staff, and we will submit them to the appropriate folks in the city, wherever else we need in order to get information to inform our discussion and our eventual vote on this at the next meeting. But I don't want to go from all those presentations to just to no discussion whatsoever. So I'd just like to go around and see, again, I'm not asking you to express an opinion, or we're not taking a straw vote. It's not that. It's just, is there anything on your mind that you've heard that you'd like to explore further, either for the staff to jot down or for someone who's in the room to answer? May I start with you, Mr. Vice Chair?
Sure, thank you. I don't have any questions. I would just say on the discussion of safety, as a construction professional, I deal with, fire safety and new construction all the time, and I'm really, compelled by the statements that were made about the requirements under this bill. I personally be much more comfortable living in a fully sprinklered building with a single pressurized stair as opposed to some other arrangements that are available under the current code. So I think that this is a good bill.
Thank you. Ms. Griffin?
Yeah, I don't have any questions at this time, but I'm sure I will next time around.
Yeah, that's fine. Commissioner McCoach?
Sure, a few thoughts on this. First of all, thanks a lot for the CNU examples. They illustrate the opportunity and the enhanced quality of the potential outcomes. I understand about the construction classifications and the fire resistivity of the building components. I've designed these types of buildings in China and Indonesia and Saudi Arabia, so I know this stuff. But I think that in this case, I think it's rare that zoning changes translate to such a compelling design benefit. This is a kind of an opportunity to change the direction of the built environment, and I think that's intriguing, potentially very good. My only concern actually has to do not necessarily with the stair or the interior construction, but I would appreciate if the department could look into this. The department hosts site plan review, and that's a forum where public safety officials, health, fire, come together to look at site plans. My concern is that even in looking at some of the examples presented, we're going to bring maybe up to 6 floors, 4 units, 24 units, maybe up to 5 people or so, a good number of people coming down a staircase. And they're going to be exiting out that building, potentially in some of the competition entries, onto an alley. And there could be potentially a real conflict in terms of area for the first responders and the residents at grade. So as I think about it, I would really like to see, as a part of this legislation, I'd like to see the fire marshal's input as what would be reasonable requirements for at grade, open access area to accommodate the fire trucks, the ambulances, as well as the residents that are coming out of the building. So that's my only comment, actually.
Thank you. Commissioner Allen?
I just have one request. I would like to say I appreciate the delayed vote, because this is a lot to take in. And even more importantly, as several people have mentioned, it's extremely important that the community members have an opportunity to learn more about this and have input. Personally, I wanted to ask for a link. I don't see the councilman still here.
I'm here.
Okay. Thank you. Wanted to see if there was a link where we could access the information you handed out hard copies of digitally.
The competition?
Yes.
Yeah, that is available online. I can send out a link.
Thank you.
Just to put a finer point on that, it sounds like that information, though I think it would be useful to have a link to the councilman's slide deck from today, as well as a link to the video that he described that's available that walks folks through the sort of notion, the proposal and the merits. Those are, at least those 3 things. People may have others. Is that it, Commissioner Allen? Commissioner Horn?
Just two clarifying questions, and I guess they were brought from one of the people who were online. She asked a question about ADA compliance, and so just a little bit more information about that. And I think the second question she asked was the cost benefit. I think it was stated that it would be cheaper, and it probably will be, but just something a little bit more specific, just so that we can weigh the pros and the cons.
Thank you. Commissioner Deputy Mayor Williams.
Just want to co-sign what you said, Mr. Chair, about Councilman Dorsey being a subject matter expert. I applaud the depth in which he's dug into this. This has been one of my policy areas when I came in as deputy mayor to try to push forward and had other things to move and got sidetracked. So this, I think is a great move, and it might be worth going into, thinking through that the International Building Code and all the codes that we apply in the city and every city across North America, or at least for the United States, comes from a process which is not fully scientific. It's the International Code Council coming together to review code changes, and it's people just throwing out ideas and they just adopt things. And there's also lobbying that happens by the providers for fire equipment and people who benefit from the code provisions that make things more onerous. And so reading about that has been more eye-opening, that there's not much of a cost-benefit analysis, and this is one of those things where there is a clear benefit to me about how we can make it easier to build and have more units for people to live in and make it more affordable. So,
thank you. Mr. Tiso, are either Commissioner Jolin or the councilman online in a way that they want to ask a question or comment?
I see the council member is online.
Yes. Good afternoon, folks. I won't be redundant in terms of repeating what other members have said, but I do think that there are some benefits, but also some questions regarding this. I do appreciate the public coming out and having their voice being heard. I think it highlights the fact that it needs to be more conversation amongst communities. So to the extent possible, the bill sponsor and others, making sure that we reach out to folks and have those conversations. But also for the members that are here, having conversations amongst their neighbors to highlight or to enlighten them in terms of what was mentioned today. But I do think there are some architectural benefits attached to it. But I'm also glad that we had the conversation around the safety aspect and the cost benefit analysis. So again, appreciate the opportunity.
Okay. So let me just offer a couple of quick questions, comments. And Councilman, we'd be happy to have you come back, but I don't want you to have to come back. I don't want to create a debate rebuttal situation, but certainly if there's anything that you want to say in response to what you've heard, please do. Let me just offer a couple of quick questions first for the record and for us to follow up on. I would like to get some input from AIA or an appropriate sort of architectural. We're fortunate to have architects here, but I think it would be useful to get AIA's perspective on this, local AIA. I also think we should hear, I'd like to hear directly from the fire department in whatever form that takes. I struggle a little bit with the question about whether, and this was like, we had this come up the other weeks ago with respect to a legal issue, which was, are we doing our thing and law is doing their thing? Are we doing our thing and fire is doing their thing? And that they meet at the city council because we're essentially reporting to the city council? Or are we supposed to incorporate as best as we can all of those other perspectives? And I think we'll probably do differently depending on the issues. But on this issue, I think it would behoove us to at least get some sense of what the fire department has to say. I don't know what they're going to say. It doesn't mean, frankly, that if they were opposed to it for reasons that I don't agree with, that I'm not going to support it, because I have disagreed with the fire department on code issues before. But I still think it would be useful for us to just hear what they have to say. And to me, that's two things, and one of which just got raised. The first one is generally, what do you think of the proposal? Does it raise any issues? And second, I think this very interesting and subtle point that Commissioner McCoach has raised regarding sort of not just the construction, but the logistics, the incident management kind of question, which I think was something I wouldn't have thought of, and I appreciate your raising. So if we could follow up on that, and whatever else we think is appropriate, at least those two. So I think I would like to get some sort of statement or assurance regarding the infrastructure that's available. Will this or does this have any impact on the code enforcement demand. Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's within your, can we handle it? I think it would be good for us to know. I suspect that if the administration ultimately supports this, if the mayor signs the bill, if it should pass, that inherent in that is that there's going to be adequate support, but I think it's a reasonable question to have asked. We've mentioned a few others. ADA compliance, I think, is worth understanding, more than worth understanding. We need to understand it. The last thing, this is not so much a question, but just an observation. This question about costs, to me, it's a little bit sort of beside the point, because I want to emphasize that my understanding of this is that it's permissive. It's not mandatory. You can continue to build as many multi-staircase, or whatever the opposite's called, buildings as you wish if you prefer to do that. So I think the market will tell us soon enough whether the cost benefit is there. And I don't really know that us deciding or anybody else deciding whether it is worth the additional cost in order to get the outcome. I think, it will turn out to be what it turns out to be. We're just here to potentially provide another way to do this. And, so if we want from the AIA or from builders to get that information, I don't object to having it, but at the end of the day, I don't think it really informs at least my thinking about this, because that's not really the question for us. So those are the questions I would have. And Councilman, do you want the last word? You're welcome to it, but yeah.
My observation on the issue raised by the people online, I mean, they think they're conflating all the bills together, but the code enforcement issue, I think, has merit, and that's what I've said all the time. I think that people have more concerns about bad neighbors and bad property managers and less about density in and of itself next door. And so making sure we have our capacity to do the code enforcement work that needs to happen for trash not being put out, but also that there's a flip side is that then we issue more citations to people, and people don't always like that, and people don't like evictions that might occur because we're evicting people. So there's a lot of trade-offs on that side, but I think that's separate from the issue of building, to be able to review plans for code compliance, which I think is just what we already do anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't hear this come up, but I think that it's good to be reminded that as a building code modification, this cannot allow any greater height of a building than what the zoning code already limits us to. So what it's doing is allowing a 6-story building of a certain type of construction where we have already said a 6-story building is allowable. Same thing for a 5-story or a 4-story building, and not a 4, 5, or 6-story building where our height limitations of the zoning code have capped us at what would essentially be a 3-story building. And why that's really important to the feasibility point is that along commercial corridors all around the city, you might have a really big lot here and there. For example, along Harford Road, we have a huge double-loaded corridor building going up on one of the only huge vacant lots that we have along Harford Road, the Enolia MCV Bramble project. But we don't have other lots like that. If there's any potential for growth along a corridor like Harford Road or other places, that has to be maximized in the constrained lots that are more predominant. And where this can fit, those corridors are a good opportunity and a point of feasibility. And I think this also speaks to this question of affordability. It's not so much of how much does that second staircase cost. In addition, like there's obviously a cost to building a second staircase that doesn't exist if you don't have to build it. So there's obviously a cost reduction, but what really is prevalent here is how the current system says that only the big dogs can play, that you cannot develop above 3 stories apartment buildings unless not only is there a really big lot, because of the economics where the double-loaded corridor says that if you're going to go up, the economics make you have to go out in order to make the finances work also. not only does there have to be a big lot, you have to be able to afford to buy that big lot, and then you have to be able to capitalize a huge project on that. And what that means is that only the big dogs can play. Smaller lot size, smaller development means that smaller developers can get in on the work of rebuilding our city's housing infrastructure and population. Not all what could be 6-story buildings are going to be 6-story buildings. In the single stair competition, the second place winner was actually a 4-story building. And we have lots of single stair 4-story buildings already in the city. And to the point about ADA, first, nothing about this can undermine the requirement that we comply fully with the ADA. Full stop. But the ADA is not the only thing out there, too. And ADA, general accessibility for common areas is one thing, but fully ADA compliant units are not an across-the-board mandate. There's also the Fair Housing Act, which says that any development of 4 or more units must reserve any ground floor units as not what's called accessible, but adaptable, meaning that if somebody who has a disability needs that ground floor unit to be made ADA accessible for them, that it was constructed in the first place such that the owner, developer, property manager, whomever, can adapt that unit to meet their disability and accessibility needs. And there's a much greater likelihood that you get these 4-unit developments when you allow even 4 stories to begin with in the first place, rather than the units that you get with only 2 or 3 stories. The International Association of is really a misnomer, because this is only a thing that applies in North America. The International Association does not in any way represent the values of, or the perspective of the vast majority of the planet. Why we made the rules that we have today in the first part of the 20th century were under very, very different circumstances than we have today. That if a tenement fire was started in the early part of the 20th century in a matchstick wood structured building with none of the modern fire protection that we have today, it was a foregone conclusion that building was going up in flames, and the prevailing mentality was get everybody out as quickly as possible. And so we adopted this idea that there should be 2 staircases. But as technology changed over time, and we could do things like 1 hour, 90-minute, 2-hour fire rating of walls, floors, doors, ceilings. As the advent of automatic sprinkler systems came about, pressurized staircases, and all these other things, we made it so that fire safety is about stopping it where it starts and preventing it from spreading any further in the first place, rather than just needing to rush everybody out as fast as possible. Objectively, you asked, and the last thing is that when you look at that video that I referenced, the why North America can't build nice apartments, there's a second video to that followed up to that came in response to all the people in the chat on YouTube that said, I guess you just want us all to die in a fire. There's a direct response to that. And it sums up this way. Look, all of these measures protect for fire safety. But at the end of the day, is there something, to be fair, objectively safer in some potential circumstance about there being a second staircase, even if it's 600 feet away from your unit door? Okay, we'll give you that. But is the cost of mandating that as the only thing that we allow to be constructed is the value of that worth the cost that we shoulder? And to compare this to single family homes, objectively, it would be safer for every single family detached home to be fully sprinklerized. But we also realize that the cost to do that for every home would make home building unaffordable, home purchasing unaffordable for people. And that if there was a small fire in the kitchen, then the whole house would be drenched in water and you'd have a whole problem on your a whole house problem on your hands. And that we've decided societally that we do not mandate single-family homes to be sprinklerized. And that in and of itself is a values and economic-based compromise for fire safety over something that would, in some world, be objectively more safe. And I think that we can do a reasonably similar thing with this. And then, you know, if we want any housing at all, of course we're going to need more code enforcement. If we want to grow our housing in the city, we're going to need code enforcement to it. This is just one way that we can grow housing in our city among the other ways that we already welcome and allow. Thank you.
Good. Well, again, thank you, Councilman. And your comment made me remember there was one other thing I omitted from my comments, and maybe this is to the staff, we can figure it out. I'm not suggesting we should do some exhaustive data dive into how many lots are available on which single staircase buildings could be built that could not be used productively under the current code. But it would be nice to have some sense of that, either with some examples or, you know, and to the extent there's data, great. Again, I'm not trying to turn it into a giant question. But if there's information that would help inform that, because to me, you know, if those are missed opportunities for housing, and as the councilman says, which comply in all other respects with zoning for the district and in all other respects with building code and everything else, I'm interested in knowing what that upside looks like. I don't know how quantifiable it is. Okay. All right. Well, I think we'll conclude there. I'll remind everybody that there will be another hearing in 3 weeks, and you are all welcome to come back, and you're all welcome to add additional thoughts, and hopefully not to repeat what's already been said. There may be some new facts available at that time, and we can discuss and debate and dive into those facts, but I think this has been very, very helpful to me, and I hope to the commission, to just get the lay of the land and to really explore different perspectives on this. So again, thanks very much. We'll move on to the next item, Mr. Executive Secretary.
The next item is City Council Bill number 25-0064, zoning bulk and yard requirements with amendments citywide. Brandon Canoy will present.
Good afternoon, folks. So we just went into a deep dive of the building code, and now we're going to look at a deep dive into the zoning code. So buckle up and fasten your sleeping caps, because I'm sure half of you are asleep already, so hopefully I'll wake you up a little. But this is a request to amend 2 of the zoning tables, which regulate how large and how expansive a structure you can put on a property. This was requested by Councilmember Gray, who is a sponsor of the bill, and it was co-sponsored by Council President Cohen, Councilmembers Dorsey, Middleton, Torrance, Blanchard, Ramos, Bullock, Porter, and this is something that would impact development citywide.
Mr. Canoy, before you continue, I see the councilman in the back, and I don't know if you heard me say this earlier, but after the staff report, we would love to have the sponsor come up and speak about the bill. I just want to make sure you know that in case you didn't have a chance to hear it when I said it earlier. Thank you very much. Please continue.
Perfect. And if anything comes up during the meeting, please feel free to interrupt me and ask any questions. We tried to set this up so it's partially informational and explains how the amendment process works and makes it clear what's being proposed to be changed here. But for anyone who hasn't looked at the language of the amendment, if something is in brackets, it's proposed to be removed from the code. Basic example is what kind of toppings are required on an ice cream sundae.
Excuse me, can I ask folks in the back, please? Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. In this example, formerly, ice cream sundaes required bananas, whipped cream, peanuts, and hot fudge, but since the peanuts were being removed, the final language would completely strike peanuts from the code. Obviously, this is just a basic example, but just to kind of explain the concept to folks. And then if there is any language in all caps, it's new language that's supposed to be added. So if there was a rule that required food vendors to sell hot dogs and we decided we want hamburgers too, that would be in all caps in a new code. What we'd be looking at are these zoning tables, which govern how big a lot needs to be, how big your house can be on it, and all that sort of stuff. We're going to first look at table 8-401. That header is going to continue on all future slides, as will all the zoning districts that this involves. These are low-density residential districts. And as a little extra call out in the corner of the screen for folks who are looking, there is going to be a flag that either says the table you look at is the same as what's in the code, or if there are changes on it. Right now, there are no changes proposed to this section of the code for minimum lot area for all of these districts, and so we've flagged it as the same. Now, when there's an amendment, obviously, we'll have a little flag that says it's proposed to be amended, and we've also outlined where the changes appear in the table. That way you're not combing through trying to find, oh, did they try and slip through something here? We're trying to make it very clear for folks. That way they can see what the proposed impact is. So in this case, for low-density residential districts, we would be proposing an increase in the maximum lot coverage, so how big of a structure you can build, of 10% across all districts. So in the lowest density districts, where it's currently 25%, it would bump up to 35%, and then 30 would come to 40, 35 would come to 45. The proposed amendment also reduces the required minimum interior side yard. All that is if you have two neighbors, that's the yard you have to provide between your two houses. And it would be recommending a reduction of 5 feet across the board. So if you had 20, now it'd be 15, 15, 10, 10, 5. Then the minimum corner side yard is for the lucky folks who have a corner yard. That is a slightly larger standard to provide a little extra open space whenever you're walking along the side of a street and all that fun stuff. And the amendment recommends a 10-foot reduction across the board. So 25 is 15 and 20 becomes 10. The little gray section right there, we are highlighting because it's a clerical issue, but that would change the required setback to 1,020 feet as opposed to the recommended 10. So we're just highlighting that for folks, making sure that doesn't actually accidentally get pushed through. We just wanted to flag it. Then down at the bottom there, you'll see that there are 2 footnotes that call out various different things, especially on the minimum front yard. It flags what the minimum front yard is. And then for semi-detached dwellings, there's also another footnote. These are clarifying rules that say when something specific applies. For footnote 1, it's just saying that if there's one vacant lot and all the rest of the houses are developed, we're not going to make you follow whatever standard is in here if it's going to make you set your house back 30 feet farther than everybody else. That wouldn't make sense in the context of the neighborhood, and so it gives us, as the city, leeway to make sure that we can make judgment call and make sure stuff fits where it's supposed to fit. And then the second one just outlines where setbacks are required for interior side lot lines. So that's the sum total of the changes proposed for the low-density residential districts. We'll jump over to table 9-401 for the medium and high-density residential districts. So R5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Currently, the minimum lot areas for open space, garden and farm, detached dwelling, and semi-detached dwelling are not proposed to change under this code amendment. But if we jump to multifamily dwellings, we'll see that there is a change for the required square foot on a piece of property. Now, this does not mandate someone to build an apartment that's 2,500 square feet per unit. That is not something that the zoning code requires. What this is highlighting is that you need to have 2,500 square feet of property to be able to build a unit on this sort of land. So we use R5 as an example. Let's say you had a 5,000 square foot lot and it's R5 zoned and you want to put multifamily dwelling on it. you would take 5,000 and divide it by the 2,500, which is the current standard, and that would allow you to build 2 units on it. Under the proposed zoning code, you would instead divide 5,000 by 1,500, and that would give you 3.5 units. So it's allowing a little bit extra density while not requiring the units to necessarily be bigger or anything like that, just in general, allowing more density on properties that already allow some density. And then you can see that the required square footage on properties changes based on the district. So we're going from 2,500 to 1,500 in R5, 1,500 to 1,000 in R6, 1,100 to 750 in R7, and 750 to 500 square feet of lot area per unit in R8. R9 and R10 are not proposed to change with the code as written currently. Now, this is a little bit of a weird slide because the language on here, there is no proposed change to it. However, residential care facilities are tied to the regulations for multifamily dwellings. So we'll bounce back for just a second to see how that's going to change. So for residential care facilities that are not age restricted, the standard minimum lot area will change because it's the applicable standard, just because it's tied to, too far back, tied to the definition for multifamily. That is not the case for age-restricted residential care facilities, which are tied to age-restricted multifamily dwellings, which are not proposed to change in this zoning code. You can see right there, we're only looking at changing multifamily in general, not the specific age-restricted category. Then for other uses, for the minimum lot areas, they are not proposed to change in these medium and high density residential districts. Rooming houses, that's something like a hostel where the rooms are individual, but then amenity spaces like kitchens or a bathroom are more shared, kind of like a dorm style something. Urban agriculture and all other uses are also not proposed to change. Maximum building height for anything in R5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 is not proposed to change. I will highlight then when we get to the footnotes, footnote 1 does have some changed language which will impact how the minimum and maximum heights are applied. We'll explain that when we get to it, but wanted to flag it for folks, especially since this slide, no text is changing, but the underlying governing rules for it are changing. And then now we're looking at the maximum lot coverage for properties. There are only changes proposed in R5, 6, 7, and 8. In R5, you could currently build a row house or multifamily dwelling that covers 40% of the land area of the property. It's proposed to increase to 50%. In R6, the current limit is 45% lot coverage. That's being increased to 60% if approved. And then R7 and R8 are both being increased by 20%. The one caveat there is for multifamily dwellings in R8 zoning, there's no change proposed because if an additional 20% was added to what's there currently, you'd be able to build on more land than you own, which causes quite a few issues that we are trying to avoid for folks. Keep them out of that headache. Now, we just talked about lot coverage. We also have a secondary standard called maximum impervious surface. That just regulates your yard area and how much you can cover up. We're going to talk about it in a diagram because there are some folks that are visual learners, and I know we had a lot of discussion even within our own department about folks trying to figure out how these standards apply and how stuff interacts. But the maximum impervious surface, which does not include the house in these calculations, is not proposed to change. So we'll jump.
Does it include the house?
So for stormwater calculations, it does include the house. However, for coverage, total coverage of the lot area, it's calculated fractions of a percentage. So lot coverage is the structures, and then impervious surface is how much extra of the remaining yard you can cover up. So we're going to look at a typical lot. We're going to look at R8 zoning because it's technically changing the most. It's fairly similar to R7 zoning, so either one there. But let's say you've got a pretty typical row home lot. You've got 100% of your lot area there. You've got your front street right there. And current code lets you cover up 60% of that with a building. Now, we go to just the rear yard. So the rear yard is its own separate thing. Out of that 100% of the rear yard, you can cover 65% with impervious surface. So like a driveway, pavers, a patio, anything like that. With the proposed amendments, you've still got the same lot, but you can cover 80% of the area. And then if you look, the rear yard still required in some cases, and it's just a smaller 100% of there. And since the ratio is not changing for the impervious surface area out of the total rear yard, you still got that 65% just of a smaller slice of land. And when you add the percentages together, the proposed amendments will increase the buildable area on lots in R7 and R8 by 20%, but will only reduce the green area required on a site by 7%, because that green area is that fraction of a percentage, not taken out of the whole. And then we'll jump back through and run through the last couple changes that are proposed. Yes, sir.
What is the purpose of that small green space? What's the reasoning why we require that at all?
So we require some of it for partially for beautification, partially for environmental concerns like stormwater management, because it allows for the installation of things to protect houses instead of just saying, oh, I can't put anything there to keep the house from flooding, so we're just going to pay fee in lieu. And obviously we'll get to that. That's part of the discussion process, one of the items that we bring up. But we do require some green space in some areas, especially for our more dense residential districts, because in general, it's been shown that there are substantial health benefits for having diverse and disparate green space throughout an area, not just concentrated in specific areas. That's at least the rationale why it's there.
I suspected as much, and this is not necessarily the forum, but that green space isn't serving much purpose. If anything, as a resident of an R8 neighborhood, can be a nuisance more than anything. So
yes, and that was a topic of discussion that we came up when we were workshopping this presentation. And there are a couple different solutions that some of the experts in our department brought up, and we're going to provide some of them for education at the end of this presentation, but not necessarily to recommend or recommend against any one or the other. So, jumping to the minimum front yard required. Most places, there's at least a little bit of a front yard that's required, except in R8 zones where you're building a row house, where you are allowed to build up to the front property line. And then you see that 5 call out. It is similar to the call out for footnote 1 in the first table, where it just says what applies and how we can apply it to make sure that building makes sense in its context. And then the minimum front yard for multifamily dwellings and any other uses, there's no proposed change there. Then for the minimum interior side yard for detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings in our medium and high density districts, the amendment recommends a reduction by 5 feet of any of those yards, and a reduction of 5 feet or the addition of a category where there is no required front yard for multifamily dwellings. And then for all the other uses, reducing the minimum by 5 feet. Promise we're almost done with this, so bear with me. The corner side yard for properties in our R5 through R10 zones in this amendment is recommended to be reduced by 10 feet across the board, at least where corner side yards are required. They're not required in a good chunk of R8, some of R9, and a good chunk of R10 for the most common types of housing we see in those neighborhoods. And then the required minimum rear yard, the only change is in an R8 zone. And you can see there the or none portion. Number 9 is a new footnote that we'll get to here in, I believe, 2 slides. Going back to footnote 1, I'm sure most folks have forgotten, so I'll try and remind you here. This was the standard for how high a property can build. Formerly, it was currently, a higher height above 35 feet is something that a property owner or developer would need to petition the Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals to get that variance from the standards, show why it's appropriate for the neighborhood to be able to build something that's taller than the standard 35 feet. The language that's being removed is the conditional use permit language for this portion. So it would just become an administrative task to determine whether a property meets the conditions outlined in Part I and Part II there, which would somewhat reduce the workload for the Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals, but would also allow staff to kind of speed things through if there's something that's really standard there. For footnotes 2 and 3, there's no proposed change. Footnote 4 is just clarifying where the 80% coverage versus 100% coverage applies in zones R7 and R8 for row houses and multifamily. Then no change for footnote 7. And footnotes 8 and 9 are new. It's for section 8, for footnote 8, clarifying where the setback standards apply, the minimum yard standards apply for semi-detached structures. Obviously, a semi-detached structure is going to be connected somewhere, so we're trying to make sure that there are no conflicts saying, well, it can be attached, but also it needs a yard. And then same for number 9, where anytime a lot is permitted to be 100% covered, there's no conflicting rule about a rear yard setback. In general, this amendment is largely proposed to align the zoning code with historic trends in appeals to the Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals, trying to raise the threshold for stuff to be considered so folks can do more stuff by right. Currently, the zoning code requires developers or homeowners to show a practical difficulty, so it's infeasible to develop to the current standards, and therefore you need a variance to the zoning code to be able to build equitably. So like if you had a property that had a big old rock right in the middle of it, and you had to go around it or off to the side somewhere, allowing greater lot coverage and reducing the minimum lot areas gives you more space to move that around before you need to come to the board for any sort of consideration there. That's the overarching idea behind the bill. And then we'll look at this from a couple different lenses. And
Mr. Conant, can I just ask you a question? Go back a slide. I'm trying to remember whether it's only the BMZA that is affected here, or whether there are ordinance-based relief that would also be affected by the bill, meaning City Council, not BMZA. And
conditional ordinances.
Yeah, well, not conditional ordinance, but variances that, I guess.
Whenever you do a conversion, under the current regime, there's an ordinance, then you can do a variance. And actually by code, you can do a variance by just ordinance if you wanted to, no one does.
Provided that the BMZA has not already opined. There's only one instance of that where council took jurisdiction from the board that I'm aware of, but it's technically available.
So in the bills that we were talking about earlier, and we saw another one today, the variances are appended to them really for convenience. They're really there as a conditional use bill. And then since the council has variance authority, we put it in there so that we don't have to have a whole separate track to the BMZA.
Yes, when I first started here 25 years ago, the cases would go to the council for conditional use ordinance and then separately go to the BMZA for a variance. That was silly, so we changed that. So now they're doing it direct because the council assigns zoning authority to BMZA in the first place.
Yeah, I guess what I was just asking is more of a technical point, whether it is strictly speaking correct to say before it comes to BMZA. And maybe the answer is that it is, but I'm just trying to manage in my head that distinction between where the council might be implicated. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's only implicated in the situation we just talked about, and that's only because it comes to, okay, you see my point. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. So we'll look at these from two different lenses, one of which is from access to housing, and then the other is access to green space. On the housing access side, changes like this to the zoning code, the bulk and yard regulations, will allow for more effective reuse and redevelopment of those weird properties that have been sitting vacant for potentially years or decades that nobody could ever really make work out until the rules change. Same way with greater flexibility for projects, it allows you to design your building in a way that might better suit the land instead of just saying, well, I have to follow the bulk and yard standards and it has to look like this. There's the only way I can make money on it. It will also allow for better land utilization, so being able to fit more housing into a smaller footprint will allow the city to provide the same services, but at a better rate because there's more folks using that square foot of road or sidewalk or that inch of pipe. It will allow that to be more efficiently utilized with the space we have currently. And since it allows for more lot coverage, it will allow for builders to follow more modern expectations for housing size. There are some really beautiful and really great little row homes, but they're not for everyone, and so allowing for a larger size might be beneficial for certain projects. It does not mandate you to build bigger, it just permits you to build bigger. On the flip side, looking at this from the lens of access to green space, it does necessarily reduce the amount of green area on a property. There's more space to build, there's less room for trees. This impacts row homes in R7 and R8 the most dramatically. That's one of the combination of R7 and R8 equals the third largest land use category throughout the city. The only thing that's bigger is open space zones and R6 zoning. But because the changes to R6 are less than the 20% impact proposed in R7, cumulatively, the impact is bigger when you combine R7 and R8. It can diminish the desirability for some new projects. If there's no green space on the property, you walk through, you love the property, but then you walk to the backyard and it's just concrete. That may not be exactly what you want, or it could be exactly what you want if you don't want to mow your yard. So that one's more of a give and take there, and it's person by person, but it is something to consider because it's going to be cheaper to pour the concrete and do nothing, and we may see that when projects come through. And like we mentioned in our earlier part of the discussion, less green space on properties will reduce the ability for properties to manage stormwater on site, and instead, developers or homeowners may push to fee in lieu, which is just paying the city the cost it is to connect into the existing storm system and kind of trying to pay for a little bit of the upkeep, but it's just a one-time fee, and the ongoing stormwater level is going to be higher because there's more runoff if there is less green space on a property. And then just for comparison, there are some big numbers on here, so I do want to clarify for folks that these are global numbers for the city. In general, most properties here in zoning districts R7 and R8 are only going to see a gain of a few hundred square feet of buildable space, maybe, and it's not going to get built overnight. A lot of these properties are already built on and are not really going to see any changes. But we wanted to include these numbers for context of what the upper limit of this impact could be. Yes, sir.
You could have finished your thought, but I wanted to ask, are there a lot of current properties that are non-conforming that this bill would bring into conformance?
That is a good question. I don't know off the top of my head, but we'll try and look that up.
Specifically in the R8, I think that there are, because the conditions that you showed match. You know, there's plenty of buildings that are built on 100% or have the entire backyard paved. So it's not uncommon.
Yeah, it's a common something that we see in the city. It's just a matter of we might be aligning zoning code, like you said, with what's actually there. Because if folks are going to do it, we might as well. We're not going after every single person there, so it makes more sense to amend the code so it all lines up. But in general, this bill would allow an additional 13.8-ish million buildable square feet distributed across any property that's R7 zoned. So that's a couple hundred square feet with how many properties are R7 zoned. And a gain of about 35, almost 36 million buildable square feet, with the same caveat that it's distributed across the city. And then same with the impact green space, it would be a loss of just about 5 million potential square feet of green space in R7 and a loss of potentially up to 12.5 million square feet in R8. And once again, these are the maximum possible values, but we think it's necessary to understand what the proposed impact could be. In general, this is proposing a trade-off between green space and development. That's what every city does with their bulk and yard standards, and it's a common topic of debate wherever you are in any part of the country. And so what's proposed here is just weighing the options and deciding whether or not we as a city think it's necessary to move forward with this trade-off. The increased flexibility that you can see with the lot area requirements can also spur some economic growth. So as a city, we may decide that that spur to economic growth is worth the change to the minimum green area required, so that way we can have a better tax base and then provide better amenities as a whole to the city. But that's, again, a policy question and a trade-off to look at. One thing to note is these biggest impacts are in the areas which historically lack green infrastructure. They don't have robust tree canopies. They don't have as many high-quality parks. There are more small and distributed parks, but those may not receive the same level of historic investment that we've seen for some of the other districts. One thing to mention is we currently do not have an affirmative requirement for green space. That was something that we talked about just now, that there's just that really little sliver that doesn't function a whole lot for a lot of properties. And partly that's because there's no requirement to affirmatively provide green space on a property. It's more that that little sliver is what's left over after you put the house on and after you put the driveway on. So one of the potential solutions or proposals that we talked about as staff when we were working through this is that some cities require a green area ratio, which affirmatively protects green area as opposed to just it being the little afterthought of like, oh yeah, there's that little bit that's left over that you can't build on. Yes, sir.
In this conversation about green space, though, can we clarify, because we're talking about private property?
Correct.
Right? So someone's side yard isn't necessarily a community amenity green space the same way that we think of public parks or even, pocket parks and things like that, right?
Correct.
So I just want to kind of, because we're using the term green space to refer to sort of two different things.
Yeah, that's a good clarification where this is still on private property, but the impact of changing these rules may result in a global change where everybody used to have a backyard and now everybody doesn't, and then my basement floods or things like that. So just bringing it up that it is, while it is privately owned land and under private control, there may still be a public good that it provides just by existing. So.
Let me add on green area ratio, something we're exploring because Washington has adopted it, but it's a flexible tool that allows, a menu of options to reduce the impact of the urban heat island, et cetera, et cetera. It gives you a range of options to address things, not just maybe a side yard or a backyard.
And just to expand on that a little more, because Director Ryer did a great job of prefacing it, in general, it's an active requirement that says, hey, you need to provide X number of square feet of green space because you're building Y number of square feet of building. The basic example is a GAR of 0.5 means that for every 2 square feet of building you have, you need to provide 1 square foot of green space on a property. So if you've got 1,000 square feet of building, you would have to provide actively 500 square foot of green space.
Is that aggregate area or just footprint?
That's just footprint. So if you had multiple levels on your building, it's still just that footprint of 1,000 square feet. And under a GAR regime, the buildings and impervious surface area are included in that same calculation. So instead of doing a piece of a piece of a piece like we do currently, a GAR combines it all together. So you could have 500 square feet of building, 500 square feet of driveway, and then that would combine together to 1,000 square feet and still require that 500 square foot of green space. And then, like the director was mentioning, if it's impossible in this example to provide that 500 square feet, but you can provide 300 square feet, and instead of just planting grass, you plant native trees, native flowers, that sort of stuff, you can raise the quality of the green space you provide and get more bang for your buck, even though it's a smaller area. And so the city would benefit as a whole if this is something that we wanted to look into studying and adopting, if this is the kind of affirmative protection that we wanted to see. And really thank everybody for taking the time to walk through this with us. The recommendation that we have currently before you, which is not for a vote, like Chairman Larry mentioned, we're just presenting the information to folks, and this is the initial recommendation that we approve this amendment to the zoning code with the additional amendment to correct the little clerical error in table 8-401 in district R-1D. And I'll open it up for even more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kanoy. Do you have questions? Again, the order is we'll hear from the councilman and then turn to testimony from public, both live and online. But first, are there any specific questions for Mr. Kanoy, Mr. Vice Chair, please?
I do have one. Thank you. Just for clarification, on page 3 of the bill, and it was on one of your slides, there's 2 footnotes. It talks about the blocks that are 50% constructed versus less than. It was one of the early slides. That one, yep. I just want to make sure I understand footnote number 1 correctly. So if the block is more than 50% developed, so on an existing block. Basically, all these tables are moot and it goes to whatever the average of what everyone else has.
Just for the front yard is what this applies to.
Okay.
So the side yard, the corner side yards still apply. But let's say there's a block with 10 that had 10 houses on it, and right now there's 6 and there's 4 vacant lots. Those 4 vacant lots would be allowed to build up to the same building line that their neighbors have. But if instead of 6 houses, you've got 2 or 3, we would require you to build to the current standard.
And I just highlight that. I think it's important to highlight because I'm sure that, one of the concerns about this bill is how it might affect existing blocks. And, for the most part, it defers to the existing conditions, which makes sense.
Correct. And there are, in general, no real changes to the front yard setbacks, except for maybe those 5 or 10 feet in a couple of the row home zoning districts. But other than that, the more dense areas are generally less impacted, at least regarding the front yard.
Thanks. That's all.
Others before we hear? Kanoy, stand by.
Thank you, Chair, and to the Commission for this opportunity to speak about my bill, which is City Council Bill 25-0064, which is a bill that reflects not just zoning reform, but a deeper commitment to the people of Baltimore, especially those working hard to maintain their homes, care for their families, and stay rooted in the communities which we all know and love. This legislation is grounded in a simple yet powerful belief. Baltimore homeowners deserve flexibility, autonomy, and dignity over their own property. Our homes must grow and change alongside us, whether we're welcoming an aging parent, making room for grandchildren, or adjusting to the economic challenges that come with rising costs and shifting life circumstances. This bill serves the people, working families, seniors on fixed income, blended and multi-generational households, and residents of longstanding Black middle class and legacy neighborhoods who often bear the brunt of inflexible zoning because they were never included in the designs in which their lives matter. What this bill offers is compassion through common sense. It allows homeowners to build a modest rear addition, perhaps a small unit for an elder loved one or returning adult child, without enduring months and months of costly and bureaucratic delays. It gives families a freedom to finish a basement or extend a second floor so they can adapt and not uproot. It supports neighborhood stability, not disruption, by allowing homes to evolve and not just simply disappear over time. Most importantly, this bill preserves the city's oversight of building codes, safety regulations, and environmental protections. It is not a blank check. It is a bridge for families to stay put and stay together and stay in place. For those who have spoken out in opposition, I received your emails, quite a few of them. For those who will speak today, I just want to say thank you. Your care for Baltimore is evident and deeply respected, and I truly believe that we share the same common goal, which is a thriving, safe, and beautiful thought that we should have these types of neighborhoods. And only through this type of engagement can we shape the policies that are both responsive, but more importantly, responsible. But I also want to address some of the concerns. One being that this is only benefiting developers, and that's simply not true. This bill is intentionally homeowner driven. Many homeowners are denied modest zoning variances like a 7-foot setback instead of a 10 because their lots aren't legally unique, even though the requests are reasonable and common. This bill creates space and breathing room for those practical adjustments, aligning the Baltimore's code with national norms and what is already allowed for other structures like garages. It will damage green space is another one. This does not open up this does not open up parks or remove green protections. I believe that we can grow as a city and still protect our natural spaces. But more importantly, I am open to any certain amendments like a GAR under consultation with community and also with Department of Planning, because I also want to make sure that we are protecting the black butterfly. It will change the character of our neighborhoods. And to that, I want to say that change is inevitable. But what this bill ensures that change is thoughtful, gradual, and grounded in community and not just for profit. And then lastly, it will open the floodgates for conversions. And it does not. There are no blanket rezonings here. There's no by right conversions, but there is support for families who need it the most and for families that need space to grow, care, and age in place. So let me be clear. This is not a one-size-fits-all solution. It is a human-centered policy that recognizes the real and growing need for flexibility in housing, for grandparents raising grandchildren, for caregiving, supporting aging relatives, for families doubling up to make ends meet. This bill isn't a mandate, but is an option for those who seek it. So in closing, I just want to say my bill is about empowering the people who call Baltimore home. It's about giving families the tools to adapt, stay connected, and remain rooted in the neighborhoods in which they've helped build for generations. So I urge the Planning Commission to recommend its passage 3 weeks from now. And I thank you all for listening and for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And if you can stay, depending on your schedule, there may be an opportunity for you to speak again, depending on what you hear. Yep. Entirely up to you. Okay, so thank you very much. Are there questions for the councilman before we turn to public testimony? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so we're going to move to public testimony. We're going to start with, first of all, again, just a show of hands by people who want to be heard on the bill in general. Sir, ma'am, I see 2 hands, 3 hands, 4. I'm not excluding anybody. I'm just trying to get a sense. It's 4. Of the people who have raised their hands, how many of you want to speak in support of the bill? Okay, we'll start with that one. If you wouldn't mind coming up, please.
Everyone, again, Michael Stepanek with the board.
Hear me now? Yes. Again, Michael Stepanek with Balt Pop. Already submitted written comments. I just want to punch home just one point. That's basically that this bill allows, in a small but necessary way, for just flexibility, for the reintroduction of housing types that are currently largely absent from the city's landscape, things such as accessory apartments for both adult children and seniors that want to age in place, but actually bring on somebody that can actually help pay their rents. Duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, modest apartment buildings in the future. At one time, these housing types were really common, but in the years after World War II, they were simply made illegal by the adoption of intentionally, frequently exclusionary zoning codes, not only in Baltimore, but across the US. And these missing middle housing types are needed to bring back the city's and reinforce the city's middle class. In Baltimore today, only a few housing types are widely available, and that's detached single-family houses, single-family row homes, and apartments. And they're typically in big apartment buildings and with being luxury variety. So again, this bill allows for housing flexibility. It's small, but necessary. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify in favor? Two in the back there. I'll start with the gentleman in the white shirt, please. And I should have said you'll have 3 minutes, so please
Sure.
go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think I need all 3 minutes. Yeah, I just wanted to express support for the bill.
Your name and affiliation.
Oh, sorry. Will Fetter. I work for, I work for the state, but I can't probably represent myself there. But yeah, I'm a consultant who works in transportation. And so I understand the concerns about green space, sort of how we sort of think about our neighborhoods, what type of typology of kind of the neighborhood that we're moving into. I myself live in Roland Park. I've got sort of a mid-sized apartment building with some green space. I live in a row house that has its own sort of lawn, and everybody with HOA is fighting over a lot of this kind of bulk and yard sort of stuff internally. So one thing that I think about when it comes to this is sort of the bottom line of the overall tax revenue of the city and how we support green space overall. Right now, we tend not to have enough money in our tax, in terms of revenue to maintain our current park space. We have a lot of private organizations stepping in, whether it's in Patterson Park or elsewhere, to sort of kind of pick up the slack here. So to me, it makes sense to say, okay, let's let people build more taxable improvements to their property so that we can have more money in the bank to improve our public green spaces that we all can use. Because the green space that's in down the street in my neighbor's yards, it's like, that is the color green. I can see that, but I cannot use it. I can't walk my dog there. Kids can't play there. It's nice to see, but it's not as necessary as all of these other really pressing infrastructure needs that we have. And I think we just need the revenue and need to have this kind of flexibility. Yeah, that's, I'll yield my time.
Thank you very much. Again, anybody, Councilman? Sure, come on up.
I will take more than 3 minutes.
You really put me in a hard
sorry.
spot there, Councilman, but
Sorry, man.
try not to take more than 3.
I will not. I absolutely will not. It's just on general. For anybody who's never thought about bulk and yard standards before, there's this quote from, I'm going to misquote it, from Donald Shoup, who just passed recently. And he says, precision gives the impression of like scientific or like correctness or something like this. I don't know the quote, but it's a good one. Anyway, you get the point. All of these numbers are completely arbitrary. They were not derived from like scientific study of like, what is the right way to build a neighborhood? What is the right amount of land to cover with a house? Cities just got built, and then cities wrote zoning codes after the fact, like, these houses kind of cover 30% of the lot. Let's just say that 30% is the only amount that you're allowed to cover up. And then 100 years later, here we are. And somebody comes to the zoning board and says, I want to cover 32% of my lot. And the zoning board says, well, look, your lot is a rectangle, and so are all the others on your block. Your lot is 7,000 square feet, and so are all the others on the block. There's nothing peculiar or unique about yours, so you don't meet the legal standard that we need in order to be able to grant you a variance so you can have 32% of your lot covered instead of just 30 denied. And these are perfectly reasonable things that come before our zoning board and come to the council. And as the Land Use and Transportation Committee Chair, I've made really clear to my committee members and to our colleagues, like, look, if you bring a bill to our committee asking for a variance to a standard and there's nothing unique about your property, I'm going to have a real hard time wanting to support that bill in the committee if you're not here also to support an underlying change so that that variance request wouldn't need to come in the first place. And this is what we have again and again and again, are these really reasonable variance requests that are for very, very common properties. And what this bill does is reflect those things that have been denied again and again and again, and which are also very normal by other cities' standards. Thanks for letting me share.
Thank you, Councilman.
Wow, gee, still make.
It's rare that I get to keep a councilman to under 3 minutes, so this has been a.
You got another one.
Oh, another councilman. Councilman Blanchard, welcome, please.
This will take 30 seconds. I've been in office for 8 months. I've had 4 requests from constituents to have a standalone variance against the bulk and yard regulation. 3 of the 4 have been for families, families with kids, trying to add an additional room. The first time I went to Chairman Dorsey and said, hey, can we get this through? And he said, no, it's not, right? It's not really in the law to do it. So I had to turn around and tell this family, no, we can't do it. We're working on something in the future. They were like, thanks, Councilman. And then I've had to say that several more times. So I want people to know, it's actually the only version of this conversation I've had in my relatively limited amount of time in office, but just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. Okay, is there anybody else who wishes to testify in favor before we turn to folks who have something to say in opposition? You have one online? Let's do that first, just to keep order.
All right, Mr. Stearns, coming your way.
Yep, thank you. My name's Michael Starnes. I live in Riverside, and I'm testifying on behalf of YIMBY Action. I support this measure, given that the city of Baltimore has suggested that we want to be carbon neutral by the year 2045. Adjusting to allow a little bit more housing in these types of lots would help us go about that goal. Additionally, the positive impact on lower rents would have secondhand positive impacts on homelessness, as well as the amount of residents in the city. And given the sort of tax-based questions and the ability to potentially invest in new lots and kind of especially lots where the units might be old or kind of under-occupied, being able to invest in kind of restructuring them and creating a new property out of one that might be zoned for something a little smaller. It helps to have the more flexible zoning. That way, when a unit is redeveloped, that you get more space out of it. And so the zoning would help construction efforts yield more housing. And I yield the rest of my time unless there's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
And there's one more.
That's all right. Go ahead, please.
Keandra Pryor.
Thank you so much. I just want to plead with everyone to really consider the changes to our government. Currently, we have very little support for the EPA and for climate causes on the federal level. And so really on the local level, we really need to be thinking forward about our city. Where there are heat islands where we live, temperatures are rising by 10 degrees, right? So what actions can we take here locally to really save our population? We've had so many code red emergencies this year alone. I just wonder, where do we see ourselves in 10 years if we're losing more and more green space? Yes, we're talking about private property. However, the more green space that we have in our city is a public good. So I just want to make that super clear that this will have an impact on our city. It will have impact on our climate, and it will have an impact on the costs of how we are using energy in the city. And our energy infrastructure is at its capacity and its limit. People are being priced out of being able to run their AC in the summer. So I'm really grateful for the current temperatures, but let's not forget how it was about a few weeks ago. I just have a question generally. Because the way our storm water fees are calculated currently to offset the negative externalities of how our water is, the water is managed in our city based on impervious surfaces, I wonder how this will change our tax income. And is there anything at all that's being put on the table of increasing the property taxes on people that will expand these impervious surfaces because of the cost to our city and to our environment? I don't know if that was spoken about at all, because there's a definite cost to expanding impervious surfaces in the city. And I just want to say this to Councilman Gray himself, as a person who lives in the Black Butterfly, as a person who lives in West Baltimore, your feelings about how this will impact the community are not consistent with residents here. A lot of people that are requesting these changes to the lot size are not mom and pops, really. They're people who are wanting to run drug treatment centers. They need more people in their buildings. And so they're asking for changes to the limits because of that, not necessarily because they want grandma in the basement in my community, right? So that might be a different experience in your district, but for our district, that's not the case. And again, I wonder and plead with everyone to consider maybe there are areas in the city where this is applicable. For a lot of us, it isn't, and we can foresee how this is going to impact us on a day-to-day basis. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that was an opposition, not a support. No, just to keep it straight.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No. It's not, ma'am. Not at all.
bad.
Not at all. It's not your fault. Thank you
Yeah,
very
it was an
much
opposition. Very sorry.
for testifying. Okay, so now we'll turn to folks in the room who want to speak in opposition. Okay, well, please come up. And I just want to one thing I wanted to say. Two things. One is I just want to, for the record, note that there is again substantial written testimony in the record, which the commissioners have access to, as does the public. So that's very helpful, and we appreciate the thoughtful written testimony. And second, I want to say, as we're about to begin hearing from people who are not supportive of the bill, you're not required to do this, of course, but to the extent that you can identify specific issues, and if you can't do it today, this is why we have 3 weeks. If you can't do it today, feel free to follow up, because it is more helpful. I mean, one sort of approach here is, a broad brush. There's a concern about creating, in broad strokes, less green space or more density, or houses are going to be too close together. But I'm also interested if you can identify such things, and I don't specifically mean you, sir, but just in general, there's a problem in that chart, because if you do that in that chart, that's going to cause this problem. And here's an example. You may not have one, and that's not the standard I'm applying here. I'm just saying, if you want to know what would be most useful to us, or to me, it would be useful to have both those kind of micro comments as well as broader concerns that you might have, and we'll take both. But I just want to, because I think people tend to focus on the broader stuff, and it's perfectly legitimate, but to the extent that you have surgical comments that could be useful to us, I'd be very welcome to have them. So with that, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, my name is Jody Landers, and I am a former member of the Baltimore City Council, lifelong resident of Baltimore City. And I'm going to ask for some grace from the chair. I have a lot of very specific, detailed points of opposition about both of these bills, but I have some general process problems that are taking place here. First of all of these bills, 004, 64, 65, and 66, were introduced as a package. You can't really consider them separately in an individual silo, because individually the bills have a serious negative impact on neighborhoods, but in combination, they have an exponential impact on what will happen in neighborhoods. So you have to take them as a package. And this idea that they're a little silo is just ridiculous. I also want to voice my dismay, and this is going to ruffle some feathers here, that there was a notice sent out from the planning department on August the 4th, notifying the public that there'd be a public briefing on Council Bill 0066 next Tuesday, the 12th. There has been no public briefings on any of the bills that were heard today. The staircase bill, the bulk regulation bill, and the parking bill, and yet all three of those bills are far more complicated than the 0066, which deals with the multifamily. I think this is a disservice to the citizens of Baltimore. I'm also appalled that the commission would be holding these hearings in the middle of August. And now I understand in the announcement that went out that said that you will defer action on these bills until August 28th, at which time you may have a hearing on Council Bill 0066 with the possibility of voting on it. And I'd just like to remind you, that's 2 days before the big Labor Day weekend. A lot of families are out of town. Neighborhood associations do not meet typically during the month of August, and people are preparing to go back to school. Are you really serious about getting public input? Or is this just lip service to getting public input? Because this process is seriously flawed in the way you've gone about it.
How much time does Mr. Landers have left?
Right. So I said, I bear some grace. I have very specific comments. I know you don't want to hear this, but I think it has to go on the record. During the time I've sat in this meeting, this commission has gone from 9 members to 5 members occasionally. And then it goes back up to 6. So there are people who are absenting themselves from the meeting, not listening to what's being said in all of the testimony that's been put out. I think the chairman raised this issue on the staircase bill. He said, well, should we provide some more information about the safety features that are built into this bill? Absolutely, and that's what a public briefing to the citizens of Baltimore would help with. Instead, we got a notice of this hearing today about 2 weeks ago. And we're told, we're going to have the hearing, no briefing, just the public hearing. And now you're telling me I have 3 minutes
Actually, I'll
to address these bills.
I'll give you 1 more minute, sir, if you'd like it.
Well, my comment is, I'd urge the Planning Commission to defer action on all of these measures to allow more time for residents to absorb what's in these bills and the impact that it's going to have on their neighborhoods. And I'm just point to one illustration here. You look at these charts, okay, when it says minimum yard side yard, and you go, oh, 10 feet is not too bad. That's a 50% reduction in the required side yard. In the R1 districts, you're increasing the minimum lot size. You look at the chart and you go, oh, it's only going from 25 to 35%. It's a 40% increase in the maximum coverage. I got a lot of details here, but I think the citizens of Baltimore deserve an opportunity to really understand what these bills do and the impact of these bills. And by hastily going through hearings in the middle of the summer is a disservice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let me just say
And I will submit my written comments if you're interested. I'd be happy to share the specific details about what the impact of this particular bulk regulation bill does and the bill on the parking. I prepared comments on that as well.
To your last point regarding details, which dovetails with my initial opening comments, we want all the details we can get. You should submit them in writing. I'm sure I speak for everybody when I say we'll read them. I know I speak for myself when I say I will read them, and I look forward to reading them because the more specific, the better. So please do submit them in writing.
I will, Mr. Chair. And I just would like to make one other point, because I've been drumming through the neighborhood and contacting the neighborhood associations. And I think the members of the plan, one of the things that would be useful for the citizens to know is how much time and what particular staff people have been involved in the preparation and drafting of these bills, whether it's on the part of the administration or in cooperation with the individual council members. Because what people are telling me in the neighborhood and the neighborhood presidents is they believe these bills and these proposals are already baked in because the planning department, I'm not going to use the word conspired, but the planning department has cooperated and participated with the sponsors of these bills. And then we see the staff reports. Imagine that. The staff reports come out in favor of the bills more universally than not. So the planning department is looked at now as a not objective participant in the review of this process and considering what's in the best interest of the city. I appreciate your indulgence. I hope you took some of what I said to heart. I will submit my very detailed comments in writing.
Yeah, thanks. A couple of things just quickly in just a few factual things. First of all, I take to heart everything that everybody says who comes to this commission and stands there. So you have my commitment that I'm taking it to heart. Doesn't mean I'll agree with it. I agree with some things. I don't agree with others. Gotcha. I just want to make two just very minor sort of factual, not minor, but specific factual things. One is members who have not been able to be here in one case because of a medical appointment or some such have made every effort to be online. They're participating online. They've gone out of their way to do that. And at all times, for the record, at all times, we've had a quorum, if not a super quorum, available here. So I want to say that. I think it's unfair to criticize members who can't be necessarily in the room, but who have taken the time to participate as best they possibly can. The second thing, and this is, I want to be very clear about this. You said earlier something about 0066, which is the single-family bill. That has not been scheduled. I did not say earlier, and I just want to be clear that if that bill has not been scheduled for this commission, it is my anticipation, in fact, it's my commitment, that we will handle it in the same way, which is to have two hearings such as this. I do not know if the first one will be at the next hearing because I just don't know exactly what our schedule is yet. I can tell you we will not be taking a vote at the next hearing because at the very, very worst, we're going to have two hearings on that bill in the same sequence. And frankly, I thought we were doing a good thing by having two hearings like this so we would have a chance for people to speak, for people to participate, without the pressure of knowing that there was a vote coming in 60 or 90 minutes or 3 hours, but rather 3 weeks. So I'm surprised that people think this is somehow rushing it. I think actually we're being very deliberate. And I just, again, you certainly may disagree with me, but I just want to explain to you and to everybody else what the thinking is here about trying to do this in a deliberate way because of the seriousness of the bills. And we may just disagree. But anyway, I just wanted to address those couple of points.
And I appreciate your comments, but I'm asking for consideration for the general public. If you think that 0066 is worthy of having a briefing before there's a public hearing, then why not with all three of these bills that were heard today? Yeah. Let's have some briefings before the commission actually takes it up on their agenda to vote at all, and not on August the 28th. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, please come up.
Sure.
August the 28th was selected.
Have you forgotten my name? It's Betty Bland Thomas.
The record needs your name, Ms. Thomas. I'm sorry.
Okay. I've known you a long time. So I'm still here. What I wanted to comment on, I agree with everything this young gentleman had said. And I say he's young because even though he has gray hair, he's seasoned. The main thing I want to say to this committee is that once again, you are eliminating the community process of hearing these bills prior to it getting to this audience so that we can understand and deliver our concerns. Now, John, you asked for something specific. I live in historic Sharp-Leaden Hall. I'm in a floodplain. The Inner Harbor storm drains come right into my community. When there is a heavy rain and a high tide, we flood. One of the things our community is working very hard on is that our residents are dying because we're in what's called a hot spot. We do not have enough green space compared to the pervious spaces that we have. And we're surrounded by one of the largest black churches that has 3 parking lots that is asphalt. We're also bordered by the M&T Stadium, which has an asphalt parking lot, and we're also bordered by the Top Golf. And so we have large non-green spaces all around. We have one small green space, in our community. So I think the health department should deliver on this bill, because one of the things that I thought Mayor Scott, and I hope his assistant is listening to me very clearly, he was about health for his residents. He was about green space for his residents. Yet in historic Sharpletton Hall, we have few trees, we have more asphalt than anything. And so we've always said to developers, please have some setback for more green space to help absorb this heat index, because we have high rate of children having asthma. Imagine a little one, walking around and the heat wave is coming up because there's not enough green space. How it affects their health, how it affects my health. I'm 75. And this past summer, these high heats and me trying to keep my gas and electric bill at a minimum would have been greatly improved if I had more trees to buffer, and to give me more oxygen. So I don't support this bill. It appeared to me that we're not giving enough consideration for residents. We're giving developers a green light to do whatever they want to do with no regard for the residents who vote for our council people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
It's hard to follow all of that. I support everything.
I'm sorry, just,
My
I know
name is
you are, but
Sonia
if you-
Edie,
Thank you.
and I support the two who went before me. I oppose this bill. I am a native of Baltimore City, born and raised in the inner city, and understanding that our city was called a concrete jungle. We did not have front green spaces, we had backyard spaces, as our green spaces. In the past, we did not use that backyard space, we always sat on the fronts. Now we are occupying those backyards. And so I don't see where building structures or allowing for structures to come in to take away that green space that families can use as private spaces, because we don't have a lot of green spaces, public green spaces in our neighborhood. Now I'm going to come to Poppleton. Right now we have issues with sunlight. We had the University of Maryland, who just built another big, large structure that's obstructing the sun. We have apartment buildings by La Cité that is also obstructing sunlight. So you have residents who lived in these neighborhoods, which our neighborhoods was a residential neighborhood. And what I'm looking at is y'all are changing the trajectory of our neighborhoods and to bring more density. And that density is bringing forth the heights that's overshadowing the neighbors who have already invested in these communities. And so your health, when you don't have sunlight, your health for a lot of our seniors now having to turn on your lights because you can't see in the daytime. You're not getting sunlight. These are issues that I want y'all to consider when you're thinking about having these structures. Also, are y'all looking at if someone, even though you're a private owner, what type of structure are they going to put in? With restrictions on that, because again, how's it going to reflect on the neighbor's house if they have a structure that's above, height? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Is anybody else, just one moment, I just want to see if there's anybody else, Ms. Floyd. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify in opposition, just so I'm keeping track? Well, let's hear from Ms. Floyd first, and then we'll move to the onlines.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Joan Floyd, and I did provide some very specific concerns about Table 9401. And so I hope that the comments I give now will sort of augment what I've heard from the wonderful people who came before me, including Ms. Pryor, who was online. When I look at Table 9401, which is what I'm going to address today, I see, first of all, some real problems in the preparation of it, not all of which have been caught yet, but I see some errors. But I also mostly see a policy that really concerns me. With respect to the sponsor, I do not see the policy that he intends. The policy that he outlined is not what I see coming forth on table 9401. I'm going to say this. I'm sorry, my stomach is a little upset. I don't know, I guess maybe I'm dehydrated. It seems to me that Baltimore City does not always love our existing row house blocks. It does not always look to the needs of those of us who love those blocks and live in those blocks as our homes. And one of those needs is not to be subject periodically to initiative that says, don't worry, we're not changing your zoning. But in fact, what we're doing is we're changing all the regulations for the zoning that will make your zoning district seem a lot more like another zoning district, but we're not changing your zoning. Now, I really think that the powers that be, including the planning department, underestimate or either underestimate or just do not consider the impact of one of those we buy houses people, okay, getting hold of a mid-block row house, all right, on a block that has a little backyard that we just heard about, purchasing it and expanding it by right, okay, to the side and rear property lines, all the way to the alley, and 35 to 45 feet, right on a block which previously had a little backyard. Do not underestimate the impact. The impact is real. If you make something by right, it will get used, obviously. Obviously. Now, I want to make one more thing if I have time. I sit here and listen to people talk about affordable housing and increased housing and use of land and so forth, but all I hear are the same retreaded ideas with no imagination, because it's always about multifamily dwellings. If you look at these charts, these tables, you'll notice they seem to all say you need 3,000 square feet for a detached house. This is the 21st century. There are new things happening, okay? You can build a modest, affordable detached house on 2,000, on 1,000. So I'm going to say my main point because I forgot it, which is this. It's time for us, I think, to take the state of Maryland up on its invitation for us to treat existing blocks differently under zoning than new construction. Okay, we can do it. It's in the state law. We're allowed to do it. It's called preservation zoning. It's time for us to start doing that. This is not about somebody building a small addition or another bedroom. That's not what this bill does. Okay, and I guess that's pretty much all I have to say today. But I do have something in writing. And I have a question, though, if I may ask a question, because I heard something that didn't sound right to me. I heard in the presentation a mention that the footnote 9 referred to both the R7 and the R8, and I can't see that reflected in the bill that I have in front of me. Footnote 9.
My apologies.
Well, and yeah, basically you're giving R8 a very hard time. I'll just leave it at that.
Ms. Floyd, I just want to say a couple things quickly. One is, any good ideas you have, the affirmative ideas about how we might do this better, you should feel free to forward them along. good, there's no sort of limit on the number of good ideas. So if you have good ideas and you've thought about them, and I did read your written submission, and I saw the reference to the state land use article and preservation zoning. It's very interesting. So we should take a look at all these things, and I appreciate you raising them. I also appreciate your well-known attention to detail. And so to take me up on my earlier offer, if you have specific questions about things in the table, et cetera, then by all means, please let us know. Because there are two things here. One is the broad policy. Some people may agree, some people disagree, but we want to get, whatever the policy ultimately gets implemented, we want to get the details as right as possible. And if you have suggestions on details, please let us have them.
Well, I think I'm not the only one who has suggestions.
No,
I mean,
absolutely.
we have 3 weeks, folks.
And I said the same thing to the prior speaker. If you have specific ideas, either ideas or specific questions about things, I know it's a lot of charts and tables and so on. So if something got missed or there's a question or something needs to be tweaked, we'd be happy to hear it.
The table is very difficult to make out. And one of the first things that was said was about words, but this is about changing mostly numbers.
Yeah.
And there's no good indicator that the number doesn't jump out at you. This is the new number. It's very difficult. I can read this because I've been doing this professionally for a couple decades now, okay? But most people shouldn't have to work that hard to understand what's being proposed.
Understood. All right. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Okay. Do we have anybody else here who wants to speak in opposition? I'm not seeing anyone. We have folks online, Mr. Tiso, who want to speak in opposition.
Yep, we have one, just the initial CJW. You'll need to give us your name for the record again. And you'll have to unmute from your side.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, and just give us your name and affiliation for the record, please.
Okay, Carson Ward, Reservoir Hill Association. I oppose this bill because it is absolutely absurd and frankly quite dangerous for Baltimore City to consider this bill at a time when summer temperatures are reaching unbearable, even deadly levels. Green spaces are not just nice to have amenities, they are life-saving infrastructure, especially in historically underserved neighborhoods that already suffer from decades of environmental racism and disinvestment. Scientific studies confirm that green space dramatically reduces surface and air temperatures in urban neighborhoods by as much as 10 to 15 degrees Fahrenheit. They improve air quality, reduce flooding, and protect public health during extreme heat events, which we all just experienced, and are becoming more frequent and more intense due to climate change. The idea that communities like Roland Park, which already enjoy an abundant and well-maintained green space, would even speak out against preserving green space in neighborhoods that have far less and experience far greater heat exposure is not only tone deaf, it is unjust. It reflects a deep imbalance of privilege and power that has long shaped urban planning in Baltimore. And adding insult to injury, Roland Park leaders stole funding, monies that were meant to support equitable green infrastructure for poor communities, to preserve or create parks for their own space. And from a legal and moral standpoint, the city should be extremely cautious. Studies from organizations like the EPA, CDC, and National League of Cities show that low-income Black and elderly residents are disproportionately vulnerable to heat-related illnesses and death. If Baltimore knowingly removes green spaces in neighborhoods already facing extreme heat and insufferable heat, it already opens the city to significant liability, not just politically, but again, legally, especially if people are harmed or die as a result. And thank you so much. If there is an action, it could be seen as negligence, especially given these testimonies. And cities, across other countries are already facing lawsuits.
Once again, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Mr. Tiso, anybody else? Okay. So I'm going to Yes. Yes, of course. Please come up, though. If you just identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Uchenna Mecha. I'm not for or against, but just wanted to say, with the past bill and this bill, if there were, and I know for ease it makes sense for this to be whole Baltimore City, but the beautiful thing about Baltimore is a city of neighborhoods, and every neighborhood is different. And so just based on hearing all the comments, especially with the concrete jungle comment, can there be an assessment in the city, like Google Maps, to see what neighborhoods face more like concrete exposure and maybe them being carved out of this? Because ideally, Baltimore is not just a city of now, it's a city of forever, and we want our people to stay here as long as possible. So let's make it as safe as possible for those folks and not expose them to more harm, which we know is harmful. Like any willful harm that we can prevent, it would be at our best interest to prevent that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close the public. I'm going to close the public testimony now. We still, of course, have one more bill, but I would same offer and same protocol. Ask the commission if you have at least immediately any specific questions, comments, observations, or kind of research requests for the staff. And if you don't mind, Mr. Vice Chair, can I start with you again and go around?
Sure. I don't have much to add. I don't have much to add. As I've said, I live in an R8 neighborhood. R8 sees some of the biggest changes on paper in the chart, but I think in practice, these are already the conditions that we see in some of our built-out row home communities. And I just think it's interesting. The gentleman from Roland Park who kind of validated my comment that private yards are not the same as public green space. And, he stated how he lives in Roland Park and can somewhat enjoy looking at his neighbor's yard, but he can't use it, and those are two different things. And so I think it's interesting when we raise that point in this context about green space adjacent to the bills that would allow for more multifamily and housing opportunities adjacent to some of those big yards in Roland Park so that they could be enjoyed. I just think it does go back to some people's points about how these bills are interconnected, and folks on both sides pick isolated points to try to make their point. But I think that the additional feedback and conversation is welcome.
Thank you. Councilman?
So I'll agree about the conversation being very helpful. So I'm glad that everybody came out, testified today, asked questions. I understand some of the concerns, but also see some of the upside. I'm appreciative of my council colleagues who also came today and referenced some of the families who are trying to build on those lots. Folks who are really trying to utilize the properties for the best, to their fullest. But again, I know we talked about green space and the lack thereof and how useful it can be in some places. So again, it's worth having this conversation. I know we're not rushing judgment. Obviously, I have some perspective on this, but again, I appreciate everybody taking the time today.
Ms. Griffin, Commissioner?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I live in an R8 as well, and I agree with you. There's very few row homes in my neighborhood that have any green space at all. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't have it. It's just an observation. The other thing I'm interested in knowing a little more about, if possible, is the stormwater runoff issue. Does this really, how much of an effect do we think we're going to have with not being able to deal with stormwater? Because that's already a problem, as we all know, big problem in Baltimore City.
So we don't have numbers off the top. We can definitely look into it a little more detailed and come back. That was more brought up because anecdotally we've seen stuff even in the very recent past of developers coming in and saying, well, I can't really do it this way. And as I know, Councilmember McCoach also mentioned that we have site plan review authority. I chair that board, and we do push folks to say, well, why can't you provide any of that stormwater management? So we do push back on that sort of stuff, but anecdotally we have seen more and more of it in more of the residential areas.
Thank you.
May I add just one more comment? Again, on the subject of green space and the idea that the trees that we all need to breathe should be residents' responsibility to preserve and maintain green space in their row house backyard and plant a tree, and that's how we'll address the urban heat island effect, I think is a fallacy. I think the reality is that most of our canopy comes from our street trees and our public parks. So again, I just highlight that because I feel like some of those points are a bit of a distraction.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify the stormwater issue. We'll get you the specifics, but in general, small residential lots are exempt from stormwater regulations. They're not included in that.
Commissioner McCoach, I'm going around here, please.
Yeah, I guess, Chris, I'm not sure if Christine's question was related to the impact on an individual or in aggregate. And I found myself curious to understand if we can identify the square footage of R7 and R8 sites in the city, then we ought to really be able to come up with a fair assessment of the impact of additional impervious area. So
I think that there's probably some interesting analysis, informative analysis to do there. But again, this doesn't assume that tomorrow all R7 lots get 50%. So if anything, that would be more a look at,
long-term
unbuilt lots and, a certain percentage, 5% of lots that would be expected to, change in the next 10 years or something.
But given the state of our infrastructure, it's lacking capacity. This is a way that we can actually get ahead as opposed to continue to stay behind the need for the appropriate level of infrastructure.
And I'm sorry, I just want, for, those who highlight the beauty of some of our more suburban neighborhoods with the single-family houses and the yards and lots of green space, are we saying that our entire city should look like that? Should we demolish downtown and build everything to only 50% lot coverage? Or are those statements just another way of saying it's okay in some parts of town, but not in my neighborhood?
Right. Right. Well, fortunately, I don't think we're proposing to do 50% lot coverage across the city.
Commissioner McCutcheon, you have further comments?
I do. I would appreciate, and maybe the rest of the commissioners would appreciate, receiving copies of the charts. That's very, very helpful graphics and helpful to understand the issues. So thank you. And then I think my other concern is that there are a good number of R1 neighborhoods across the north and northwest parts of Baltimore. And speaking from experience, I know that many of them have their own guidelines for side yard setbacks, front yard setbacks. And I'm wondering if these reductions will put these communities in a situation where their longstanding, understanding of zoning and its impact on the neighborhood will be shifted. And so I do wonder about that, 20% additional lot coverage is really going to introduce a very dynamic situation with, I think, a lot of pressure to expand on sites and I think a lot of change. And that's, I'm not sure if that's really desired. So I really, again, my concern is mostly the environmental impact on this. I think the homeowners associations will have to come to terms with understanding where they exist with regard to the city regulations. But we'll have a lot of questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Allen?
Just a brief comment. I want to say thank you to the people who brought community perspective, the specific examples of their own communities or properties. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Horn?
Just want to echo my thankfulness for everybody who participated in your feedback, took a lot of notes.
I guess something I'm curious about and would want more information. It came out a couple times from the councilman staff is this green area ratio and this record. I know it's not currently proposed, but I didn't, and you were saying staff was workshopping it, and I think there were some conversations with the councilman, and so I didn't know how far along in that conversation we were, and if some sort of recommendation could be given to this body about that as an consideration.
I'll take that. I think we're probably a year away from it. The thinking was to look at it in terms of the higher density areas where creating green space just doesn't work, right? It doesn't lower the urban heat island. So the developer would have choices between introducing water features or shade features or green roofs or any number of techniques that combined would, in this case, address the urban heat island. So it's a relatively new field in city planning. That's why we're approaching it carefully, but the thought was to try it in for example, the TOD areas which are very high density and an emerging priority for the city. That's where we are now.
Could you put that in writing or just
Yeah, sure.
Commissioner, anything else? Commissioner Horn? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, my instant reaction, unlike the last bill, was that this felt arbitrary, but I think Councilman Dorsey touched on it well, where it's like, it is the setback rules and bulk standards have always been arbitrarily decided, so like, that's why the 5-foot reduction or 50% reduction is sort of inherent to the arbitrariness of the whole regime we have. So that's just one comment or insight, and I appreciate him kind of clarifying that. Like Councilman Blanchard mentioned, the most BMZA or zoning-related calls that I get or the mayor's office receives are about the property owner trying to expand and have not been able to for a minor setback issue. And so that's where I do see the benefit from a slight reduction on the margins, and then also pointing out, I know we're talking about stormwater management for the green area, but there's no guarantee. In fact, I think we're assuming that even green space behind a home is doing stormwater management. Hard soil will not drain. It drains worse because it'll run off quicker. So, like, that's one point. Another point about the green space, yeah, it's like the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I was in a meeting with CARE. I'm sure they'll let me say this. CARE neighborhood was adamant they did not want street trees because they think the roots will be bad, and they're also fearful about gentrification. So they were adamant they do not want street trees. So there is a difference in neighborhoods, and people are very unique in how they feel about neighborhood aesthetic and how things look. But I guess that is it's clarifying that it's like there's no universal view on what makes a good neighborhood. So it's something to keep in mind as we have these discussions.
Thank you. I just have two quick comments or questions for staff. One is, do we have any information, this is not to be answered today, but do we have any information about these kinds of bulk and yard requirements in other places? I mean, we are like, that argument cuts both ways, it cuts all ways, no places are the same, but it would be useful just to have some idea. And then we could sort of say, well, yeah, okay, that's the rule there, but that doesn't apply here but I'd like at least the first data point to have some idea. And I do accept the fact that it is somewhat arbitrary, and all we're really trying to do here is to sort of, it is equally arbitrary as the original, except that it is responding to decades of experience that says those numbers don't work. So we need some change in the numbers. But I don't know if these are the right numbers or not. I mean, we'll see. But so I'd like some input on that. And so that, and also it's really part of the same question, which is there any data that suggests what those numbers should be based upon the decades of experience of variance requests and so on and so on? In other words, one way to make it not arbitrary would be to say, we're trying to pick a number that experience tells us is a number that would actually fix what people might think of as a problem without overshooting the mark. I do not know if there's any way to, it's a little bit like the councilman's comment. I mean, I don't know if you just fool yourself with that sort of precision or not. Maybe at some point you just have to pick a number that seems reasonable and see how it goes. I might point out that all it takes to amend one of those numbers is a bill of the mayor and city council. We're not amending the United States Constitution here. So if the number is wrong, it can be fixed. I'm confident the current numbers are wrong because of what we're seeing, because if you have reasonable requests, and I think we all recognize, like you can disagree about some of them, but you can't disagree about a lot of them. There are a lot of reasonable requests. The council people are seeing it. The mayor's office is seeing it. We're seeing it. So the current numbers are wrong. And the question is, how do we fix those numbers in a way that makes sense? And I would just like to have some idea of whether there's a way we can get to that without just sort of cutting them in half or whatever is being done. And I don't necessarily object to cutting them in half because I want to change them to something, and that might be as good a place to start as any, to go from 10 to 5 or 20 to 10 or whatever the case might be. But any external data points or any data we have from our own experience that might help inform that would just be useful to me and perhaps to others. Okay? All right. Well, we will move on to the next bill. Thank you, everybody, commissioners, and certainly folks in the audience who have been hanging on for this. We really appreciate it. Mr. Executive Secretary, I will ask you please to call the next item.
Next item is City Council Bill number 25-0065, zoning eliminating off-street parking requirements citywide. Justin Walker will present.
Good afternoon, everyone. Justin Walker with DOP here on City Council Bill 25-0065 regarding eliminating the zoning code's off-street parking requirements. So what this bill is, and we'll of course get into the details in a moment, but it will repeal the requirements for providing a minimum number of off-street parking spaces based on the land use of a property, and it will also clarify a lot of provisions and tables in the code that are related to off-street parking requirements. This was introduced by Council Member Blanchard, co-sponsored by Council President Cohen and members Dorsey and Gray, and of course this will be taking effect citywide. So just to go through some high-level impacts before we get into the details of each section of this bill. But what will happen is parking minimums will be removed in all zoning districts for all land use categories. So no parking will be required by the code should this bill take effect. This does not remove developers' abilities to voluntarily provide off-street parking for a project as they see fit based on their project needs and market conditions, so long as the maximum parking standard is not exceeded. Now, we currently have an existing maximum parking standard, which is double our current minimum, and this bill will recast a new maximum table that continues with that same calculation. So it'll double the table it will eliminate and cast that as the maximum. So effectively, the parking maximums will be the same with the passage of this bill as they are under the current code, which is double the minimum. And this, what this bill does not change is it doesn't affect the standards for off-street parking that is provided. So there will still be spacing requirements and measurement requirements that have to be made for off-street parking that is voluntarily provided. It does maintain the minimum bicycle parking requirements in Table 16705, and it does maintain the required loading zones that are required in for some commercial and industrial uses. So to get started, we'll look at how this conforms to our city comprehensive plan. And this policy is actually mentioned by name on 3 occasions in the comp plan. So under the Environmental and Climate Justice Act, Goal 2 is to reduce the exposure of frontline, overburdened, and environmental justice communities to environmental pollutants. And goal of that goal, recommendation 2.10 is remove parking minimums for new development projects. The transportation equity section, goal 2 is to increase investment in and development of TOD or transit-oriented development throughout the city. Recommendation 2.04 calls for reducing or eliminating parking minimums, especially in these transit-oriented zoning districts. And finally, under the trees and forest section, goal 2 is to increase the survival rate of trees planted by the city to better maintain the tree canopy and the canopy's cooling effect. And the recommendation there is to amend the parking requirements such as eliminating the parking minimums as to mitigate the negative impact of vehicles on the tree canopy. So just to explain how I'm going to walk through this, this does, honestly, a trigger warning. There's going to be a lot of text on the screen. That's because there's a lot of text in the bill and a lot of text is being changed. So we're going to walk through it by each section and explain what the changes are. When a section is renumbered, for instance, if 16.201 is eliminated and 16.202 becomes 201, those will be addressed on the same slide. And as was mentioned earlier, how this bill is written, the words that are in brackets is what is being removed, and anything that is all caps will be the new language that this bill is adding. So please bear with me as we walk through the details of this bill. So first, 16.101, this just removes language that says the purpose of this title is to maintain the appropriate number of spaces in proportion to the needs of the proposed use. Obviously, the table will get removed, so that is no longer the purpose of this title. The other purposes of maintaining the appearance and safety of off-street parking are maintained. Here we have 16.201, so it completely removes the section about existing off-street parking being reduced for an existing use. Obviously, that'll no longer be applicable because there will be no minimum. And then section, what is currently 16.206, which is the prohibited uses of off-street parking spaces, will be renumbered to 16.201. And that states that off-street parking that is provided must only be used for storage of motor vehicles or bicycles. And it strikes the prohibition on storing for-hire vehicles in required spaces. Obviously, there will be no more required spaces. It says that besides emergency repair, no automobile maintenance or repairs may take place in off-street parking. And also says that loading zones cannot be used to meet the off-street parking requirement. Again, there will be no requirement. Moving on to section 16.202. So what will be removed is language for reestablishing required parking after the damage or destruction of a property. Again, that will no longer be required. What is currently 16.207 will become 16.202, which is the how required bicycle parking is calculated, and that is being changed from how required off-street parking was calculated to now. Again, the bicycle parking minimum will remain in effect, and this section will lay out the rules for calculating the number of spaces required for bicycle parking by land use. 16.203 removes, again, the requirement for off-street parking when a structure is expanded. There will be no requirement. What is currently 16.208 will become 16.203. And so for voluntarily established off-street parking, the ADA minimums, which are in the Maryland Code of Regulations, will be maintained. If you provide an off-street parking lot, you will still have the ADA requirement per the Maryland Code and the zoning code in this section. So 16.204 laid out the standards for what happens when there's a change in the use for parking. Of course, again, there will be no minimum, so it doesn't matter if the use is changed. And what this section will be recast to is parking maximum. Again, currently we do have parking maximums, which are double the minimum. But as the minimums are going away, an entirely new table will be cast, table 16.204, and that will list per land use the maximum parking that may be provided. And again, functionally, that will not be a change from the current code. 16.302, this just switches out off-street parking for bicycle parking, and just to say that those facilities, the required bicycle parking facilities must be completed before a use and occupancy permit is issued for a use. 16.401, so this clarifies, and this is something that is a little bit beyond eliminating the off-street parking here. This clarifies the location of off-street parking in front yards. So it states that in R1 through R8, off-street parking is prohibited in the required front or corner side yards, and it also prohibits parking forward of the front building line. These requirements were in the code, but they were not as clear as this section makes them. We'll look at the former language in a moment, but again, this will restrict the location of off-street parking not allowed in required front or corner side yards, and must also prohibiting it in front of the front building line. So 16.403, it just strikes the word required for the access section, which says any parking lot must be able to be accessed from an appropriate street, driveway, or alley. 16.404 simply removes section C. This, as I just mentioned, this was the prohibition on front yard parking for single-family and semi-detached dwellings. That is now clarified in section 16.401. So 16.404 will be struck in its entirety. This just updates the word must to the word shall regarding drive-through parking, or drive-through stacking spaces rather. Drive-throughs will still be required to provide at least 4 stacking spaces per bay, unless there is another section of this code that affects the drive-through. So a long list here, a couple sections were removed in their entirety as they're no longer relevant. So 16.501 was about collective and alternative shared parking. Again, there's no minimum requirement. There's no need for alternative shared parking. 16.502 provided land banking for future parking to get an exemption for green space to reduce the required minimum parking amount. Again, that is no longer relevant. 16.601 laid out a long list of exemptions and reductions from the minimum requirement, also no longer necessary. 16.602 laid out the regulations for compact space, substitution for required parking space, no longer necessary. And finally, 16.705E laid out the offset of required motor vehicle parking for bicycle parking. Again, that is no longer required as the minimum will be dropped. And what is currently 16.505 will be recast to renumbered rather to 16.501, and that involves the cross-access easements. This is when you have 2 commercial lots, imagine 2 strip malls beside each other with separate ownership on separate parcels. The code encourages those developers to maintain access between the lots, so people going between stores on the separate lots will not have to return to a public street to access that. So that is maintained, and just one word must is replaced with the word shall because it's no longer a requirement.
Well, that's not why it's.
I'm sorry?
Must and shall are both mandatory. It's just that people like shall.
Oh. Yeah, it's a linguistic update.
Sorry. New DR director has different purposes.
I mean, just all kidding aside, it's not a substantive change. It's a word choice change. It's not making it permissive or optional. It's mandatory in both cases. Anyway.
Okay, it's just a change in word choice.
Right.
A third aspect of the bill. So again, as mentioned, since our current maximums are simply double the minimums are going away. this is a new table that will be added to the code, 16204, which just takes, again, current double the minimums, recast this for all land use. This is not the complete table, as it wouldn't all fit. But again, every land use has a maximum parking. So if a developer or property owner wants to go above that maximum parking, they would need to pursue a variance under the code's variance standards. And again, the biggest impact of this bill is that table 16406 will be removed in its entirety. There will be no more required minimum parking per land use. So just our equity assessment here. So one aspect of this is our current parking standards do create a burden on car-free households. In 2023, the U.S. Census American Community Survey found that approximately 27% of households in the city do not have access to a vehicle. However, with the current policy, those car-free households must still bear the collective cost of providing parking as is required by the code for their housing, whether you have a car or not, you would share in that price. What this allows is market-driven parking decisions. So again, this does not prohibit developers or property managers from voluntarily establishing parking, again, up to the maximum, which currently exists. So this will just shift the decision from a city regulation to market conditions and allow flexibility on projects as the manager of those projects sees fit. Of course, removing the requirement to provide off-street parking will lead to increased pressures and demand on on-street parking, which may create hardships for residents who currently rely on on-street parking to store their vehicle. As far as housing, this would allow both market rate and affordable housing development to have one less requirement for their development. Again, this will help with the reuse of existing structures, where often the building may cover the entire lot and no parking can be provided. They will no longer need to come to the BMZA or City Council or zoning administrator to pursue a variance. And it just increases the flexibility in the type of housing that can be provided, as it is no longer contingent on providing parking. And just a quick data points here. This is from a study in the American Planning Association journal. 2 cities that have recently adopted removal of their parking minimums, Seattle and Buffalo. Again, of course, these cities, especially Seattle, are not common to Baltimore, but just to look at some data. The first chart on the left there shows the number of new units that were permitted after the parking mandates were eliminated that would have been illegal otherwise. So this could be a situation where they needed, prior to the change, 1 parking spot per 5 dwelling units. They did provide some parking, but not the full 5 that would have been required. In Seattle, 59% of housing units would not have been permitted without some sort of variance, a reduction in the number of housing units or an increase in the number of parking spots. And in Buffalo, that number was 68%. And looking at the table on the right, this is how many new development structures still included some parking voluntarily, even though it was not required by the city's code. In Seattle, 70% of new projects still included some voluntary parking, and in Buffalo, that number was 83%. So these numbers just show that because the requirement is removed, that doesn't mean no developer will ever build another parking space ever. There are still financing requirements, and developers know their market conditions. They know in some situations they won't be able to rent or sell units if they don't provide the parking. And again, nothing in this bill prohibits them from providing it voluntarily, given they don't go over the maximum. And with that, staff's recommendation is for approval.
Thank you very much. Are there any commission questions first for Mr. Walker before we ask the councilman to come up and speak about the bill if he wishes? Commissioner McCoach.
Thank you for the presentation. It was really clear. One question. For as long as I've been involved, handicap parking is a function of the number of total parking spaces that are required. And I was just wondering what this bill anticipates in terms of setting effective standards to accommodate the handicap, particularly in multifamily. What do you got?
There's no change, so it's still, the ratio is still there.
But there's no, it's a ratio that has a nominator, but not a denominator. So how do you?
The denominator is what's provided.
Which?
It's voluntarily provided.
But if there's no minimum.
I think it's the percent of actual is what they're trying to say.
Percent of actual. But again, if there's no requirement, what's?
Just like if we get a variance now, if you get a variance to only provide 10 in lieu of 25 parking spaces, and the ratio, I think it's 1 for 25. Actually, don't know the ratio. I don't want to get it wrong, but there's still a ratio that is applied, and then you have to comply with that ratio, even if.
So if I elect to, I'd say I have a 20-unit building, and I say, most of these people are students or they take transit, so I'm going to provide 4 parking spaces. And so the ratio of handicap would be based on the number of parking spaces provided?
I should look at the law before I miss. Yeah.
That's terrible.
One ADA space.
But I mean, shouldn't it be based on the number of units?
This happens now.
It's not.
And with
What happens now?
with current variances, that would happen.
This is like the prior bill. It is a policy tug of war where you can have one thing or the other. So either we require a minimum number of parking spaces or we don't. So if you don't, then that means that we are leaving it to the market to decide, and the building owner is going to have to figure that out. But if they provide parking, then the ADA ratios must be provided. Nothing there is changing.
In a world with ADA requirements that mandate accommodations for the handicap, how can we make?
I'm going to ask that we just put a pin in this. Totally reasonable point, because actually the more poignant example would be a project decides to provide 0 parking spaces, therefore it provides, by definition, 0 handicap spaces. But the question is, what does the ADA require? So let's just put a pin in that. It's a good question. We'll add it to our list. Is that okay for now?
Question.
Yeah, thank you. Other questions for Mr. Walker?
The table about the what will now be maximum parking spaces.
Yes.
Is it just 1-to-1, like the math? You just doubled what was in the old code? And
Yes, just everything was multiplied by 2, so this wasn't based on observed conditions.
I understand. Yeah, just asking because
everything's just double.
So that's one to the question. Thinking maybe I have thoughts about it. We can go into, and then the other one is you said you're going to maintain the standard for off-street parking spaces. I think it's like 9 feet by 18 feet.
Yes, that table will be maintained.
What's the rationale? I'm not opposed, but what you said you're keeping that guidance. Why? Just if you know.
I would be assuming that there's safety.
Because it works.
Yeah.
So if you provide voluntary parking spaces, they have to function.
Yeah.
2 days ago, there was a site plan that was submitted that had parking spaces that were 15 and a half ballpark feet in depth. Compared to the fleet averages that are out there, those are non-functional spaces for a vast majority of vehicles. So if you're gonna do it, our longstanding policy has been that parking space needs to be functionally accessible by a majority of vehicles and usable as such, or just don't provide it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I'm wondering, it's like sort of the same if the market decides, but I mean, I hear similarly people don't maybe catch the developer, prevent the harm, because we'll have a non-usable parking.
Yeah, if we did not, and I will die on this hill, because I've fought this. Even when we look at widths, okay, 9-foot width, you take 20 parking spaces in a row. Typically, we'll give at site plan review about a 6-inch narrowing that buys you 1 free parking space in that same run. Okay, you get one person that parks their 6-foot car in width off center against somebody else. You foul the space beside you. You've now ruined that game. You've irritated everybody along the way. So it has to function, or it's now just wasted space that is paved and is not functional. So pardon the diatribe there.
Other questions for Mr. Walker before we move on? Councilman, thank you for your patience. I'm sorry, but this is the order of events.
This is awesome, Mr. Chair. However, I will be brief, both because it's been a decently long meeting. Also, I really apologize. I've got to run, pick up my boys, drop them off with a neighbor, and then come back. So hopefully I will just miss the supporters and be back in time to hear the opposition. So one, I want to say, just towards the community engagement piece, kind of going back to what Councilman Gray said, I couldn't agree more with the value of this project, this process. And in general, I am barnstorming every neighborhood association that meets in my district. I've talked to all but I think 6 of them. Miss Betty's neighborhood association hasn't met since we've introduced it. They're meeting at the end of the month, so I'll be there to talk to the package, talk about the entire package, because I support all the bills, not just this one. It's been a great set of conversations. Not everyone agrees. I think there's a lot of seeing eye to eye on, like, we generally have shared values, what we're trying to do by the end of it. So I feel like that's been productive. I've had a couple of things across the package that I think are interesting amendments. One of them, and I spoke with Mr. Tiso about it, was the making just sure we have it explicit that when a property gets grandfathered or when it changes the land use, that you don't need to change the reduce the number of parking spaces because of that change. So we've already drafted up that amendment. So I'll planning on introducing it at first reader. I think it was great feedback. We certainly don't want you go from being a banquet hall to a art studio or whatever, and now you have to remove a bunch of you have to spend more money to remove the spaces if you don't want to. So I think that's very reasonable and a burden we don't want to exert. So briefly, to talk for myself, when I bought my home right next to Cross Street Market about 6 years ago, it was $230,000. I just checked on Zillow; it's $299,400 roughly right now. If my family was moving into the city today, there'd be a lot of places we could have lived not that long ago that we can't live now. And that's on the home ownership side. It's actually more dramatic on the renter side. The cost of the pace at which rent is going up. The number one complaint I've heard from constituents, besides dirt bikes number one, but the number two complaint I've heard from my constituents was when we had to start paying the BGE gas bills in January, February. I'm sure my colleague remembers this. I mean, it's just the cost of everything is going up substantially, and housing is a very, very real part of that. So we get into this conversation about, like, what if we had, in general, and I'll get to mine, but what if we had like a set of ideas, right? Like something we could do that would make homeownership more attainable, would make rent more affordable, would lead to fewer homeless people in Baltimore City, would lead to fewer vacant houses in Baltimore City, would grow the population of Baltimore City, and thus by doing so put us at least in a fiscally more responsible position to get serious about trying to cut property taxes. Well, you would say, well, obviously that doesn't exist, or we would have done it already. Plot twist, it's the housing package. It is that good of an idea. And it's not this is some crazy speculative thing, because we have other cities across the country that have been doing this, right? Like every aspect of this package, maybe not perfectly in this combination, because every zoning code is different. So I lead with the housing package when I talk about my parking bill, because that's the point. It's called Spaces for People, because we want to give people the option to have the type of housing they need. We are currently mandating that you have parking regardless of if you even want to spend money on off-street parking, or for the 30% of Baltimore City residents who don't have any cars anyway, right? We don't want to mandate that for you. That is the type of 1950s thinking that got rid of our perfectly built out streetcar network. And built an interstate over the Jones Falls and built MLK, right? Like all those things. So that's that. The goals are real, and this is actually a really good way to help achieve them. This is common sense reform we've seen from Birmingham to Buffalo. This is not like they did this in like San Francisco and let's try it here, right? Like this is like other cities in similar situation to ours have been doing this. And it's been, as far as I can understand it, mostly getting the results that we'd expect. So hit on the goals, bites of the apple. Something I think it's really important to drive home, and I think our planning department speaker did a wonderful job, but just to drive home what's already exempt. Parking is exempt in like the vast majority of the cases where you're going to build stuff anyway. That's actually important, I think, for folks to know. If you are in all of downtown, you're already exempt. If you're in C1, you're already exempt. If you're in C5, you're already exempt. If you're building 3 units or less, you're already exempt. If you're building 20 units or more, you are, in almost any situation, going to be required to have the inclusionary housing requirements, which will then exempt you. So really, what are we even talking about doing? What's left of the apple to eat at this point, right? To get rid of parking there. That's two things. That's primarily, like C2 through C4 and 4 to 19 residential units. So even though I think this is a really important thing, whether you agree with it or not, it's not some super dramatic change to what is already on the books in the city. So I have all that. We talked about, from the study, you brought up the couple cities that have already gotten rid of the parking requirements and what we've seen there. A really important thing to bring up, of these cities that have been building post parking requirement, they're building like 80%, right about 80% of the parking that they were seeing beforehand. Seattle's on the low end of that at like 60 something percent. We're not Seattle. I don't anticipate to see that. The point is we're getting rid of the minimum parking mandate. We're not mandating, we're right, you can choose how much parking you want to build. And so that is something I think I just really want to drive home, is that we're probably going to see, and I've got multiple examples in my district where people are building 20 units or more, and they're like, Zach, the banks they won't lend to us if we don't have the right amount of parking for this, right? Like, so that's important to note, is just like what we actually expect to see here. We expect to see some like nice, unique projects, a couple of like smaller things, right? That's the change that we're going to see here, the couple bites that are left of the apple. So RPP enforcement, it needs to be better. Councilman Bullock has heard me complain about this sort of ad nauseum. I've got several things I've advocated for, as well as some changes with how, both on the enforcement side, as well as like just in general how we manage RPPs. I've spoken with a couple of my colleagues who had concerns about this package, along with their constituents, right? And so we are working through that. Fortunately, I do sit on the Parking Authority's board. So Pete Little, who is wonderful, is a little more stuck with me than he would be otherwise. But I am very bullish on more effective RPP management and enforcement. Last point on the community engagement piece, I have gotten about 105 emails that I've responded to about 70 of them. Myself, I've gotten a decent number of phone calls. I've made intentional to my staff that I want to, this is important. If it's in the housing package, they're reaching out to me. I want to talk to them about it. It's been about half and half, positive and negative, but it's good to be hearing all of it, just like it's good to be hearing what we've got today. I also got like 6 postcards, which is cool. I didn't know people still did that. So there was a bit of an effort there. Feedback and adjustment, already mentioned the amendment I'm looking at. I think this is really important, but certainly willing to consider things. But it is creating spaces for people, right? It's housing is the focus, and that's as long as we're keeping our eyes on the prize there. And then I really apologize. I'm going to sprint out. I'll be back as soon as I get my boys to my neighbor, but my wonderful chief of staff, Bernie Savarese, is here, and we'll be taking some notes from me on the feedback I get. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Council. We'll hold whatever questions we might have. Okay. So we are now going to turn, in the usual order, to folks who want to speak in support of the bill. So are there folks here who want to speak in support of the bill? Support. I see 2 hands in the back and a third over there. Let's hear from the fellow without the T-shirt. That would be you on the right. We're going to hear from you too. Don't worry. But let's start with this gentleman on the right, please. Yes, please. No. It's you need one of those T-shirts apparently. So thank you very much. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Bob Matha. I live in Bolton Hill. I live in a condo that was made out of an old mansion, and there's no parking. And I'm very glad of that, because I got rid of my car, saved $12,000. I can afford the apartment after I retired. I can move in. This is the kind of thing we need to do in Baltimore. I moved here 12 years ago. Every year that I've lived here, we've lost population. We've got to make it easier to move here and easier to stay here, and that means it's got to be more affordable and it's got to be more flexible. If we keep going to what we've been doing for the past 10 years, there's going to be plenty of parking. There's going to be plenty of green space. So I like what you guys are doing. Every one of these things that you brought up, it's going to make it easier to move here and more affordable to move here. Keep it up and do it faster. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Okay, gentleman in the back, whichever of you would like to go first, please.
My name is Michael Sapanik. I'm with BaltPop, Baltimoreans for People-Oriented Places. I just want to reinforce a few points that I already submitted in written testimony. It's critical to highlight that upon adoption of this bill, all existing off-street parking will remain as is. This bill is not taking parking away from anybody at all upon adoption. Also, I was reading through testimony that's been submitted on the bills, and I noticed that I think it was Forest Park. They submitted opposition to this. And they made the point that everyone in Forest Park wants convenient parking near their home. And I really want to stress that the current parking mandates force every neighborhood in Baltimore to be automobile-oriented. And it really disallows them to be walkable. So if any neighborhood, Forest Park or Pigtown or any neighborhood in Baltimore, if they want to remain automobile-oriented, they will be fully empowered to do so without the existing mandates in place. If every current and prospective homeowner and community member in a neighborhood or in a community demands convenient parking near their home, then nobody will have any incentive to limit the amount of it. We're eliminating a city-imposed mandate across the city so that every neighborhood can make their own parking priorities. So if one neighborhood wants to maintain the status quo, fine, but don't force the same choice on every other neighborhood in the city via a citywide parking mandate. Every neighborhood's different. It came up in the discussion with the last bill that every neighborhood has different densities and different built environments. Well, let's respect that with this bill as well, that not every neighborhood wants to maintain their current status quo. Maybe they want to be walkable, and maybe they want to be less automobile oriented. So again, this is taking away a mandate. As has been already brought up before, financing partners will require their own mandates. Some new developments will provide them just because they think that they're not going to be able to sell or rent, because if they don't provide parking, they won't actually have a market for it. Let those decisions be made with much more intelligence than with the regulations now that really are very nonsensical. Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Next, please. Gentleman in the back, did someone else? Oh, no, you're. That's okay. I really was not trying to discourage you. I was just kidding. So please, if you'd like to speak, please do, but okay. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify in support of the bill? Councilman?
Precision implies certainty.
That was 3.5 seconds of testimony, so thank you very much. Mr. Tiso, is there anyone online who wishes to testify in support?
Yep, I have Mr. Weeks coming your way.
Okay.
Are you sure he supports?
Mr. Weeks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Jed Weeks, Executive Director of Bikemore here. You have Bikemore's written testimony in your file, I believe. But I wanted to speak today separately as a homeowner in my neighborhood of Remington. About a decade ago, I got a scare flyer in my mailbox in all caps asking, "Where will you park?" in reference to a new 108-unit apartment building with retail and office space proposed pretty much directly across the street from my home, which is now, Remington Row because it was constructed. And the answer a decade later from my neighbors is literally right outside of their front door. One could say this is because of the massive parking garage built into the project, but all you need to do is walk through that garage late at night or in the middle of the workday to see that's not true. The garage is always at least half empty. The truth is, many of these new neighbors chose to live in my community because it's walkable and accessible to transit, with neighborhood association and city plans to make it more so. And as a result, they simply didn't bring a car. This is true across the city. Parking minimums over parked buildings and garages sit with significant amount of vacancy all over the city. At Remington Row, that unused parking is $5 million in structured parking costs gone to waste. That's money that could have been a green roof, even more aggressive stormwater treatments, or more affordable units. It's space that could have been more housing or retail for more neighbors to live in or walk to. When I talk to young families like mine in the neighborhood, they aren't raising fears about parking minimums. They're talking about how they want more accessible housing units for older adults, or the ability to have in-law suites in their row homes so their parents can move closer to their grandchildren because of the cost of childcare. They're interested in a one-story apartment with cross ventilation and secure bike storage, but those can't fit on our empty lots because of the double loaded corridor requirements. As a result, they're trying to figure out how to fit their second or third child into a row home, but they can't expand that due to zoning. So they're giving up and moving out of the neighborhood and sometimes out of the city. They want more kids in the neighborhood for their kids to play with. They want more kids enrolled at our local school. They want to believe in Baltimore. They want to walk or bike safely to the world-class park across the street, or just do a play date with their kids. And we're doing our best in Remington to try to address these real concerns. And as a result, I think our neighborhood's thriving. But still, these zoning requirements like parking minimums and the other restrictions discussed today are really holding us back from being an even more family-friendly and even more welcoming neighborhood. So just please, I'm asking you to support these evidence-based proposals. And we've got a lot more detail on that in that Bike More letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weeks. Anybody else, Mr. Tissot?
There will be at least one in opposition when you get to that point.
That's fine. And there was no one else in the room in support. So now we'll turn to people who want to speak opposed. Please raise your hand. Sir, we'll start with you. If you would give us your name and any affiliation for the record, please.
My name is James Prost. I've lived in Maryland for 50 years and Baltimore City for over 20. I live in Bolton Hill. I am speaking for myself, not for the Bolton Hill Association, although I'm active in the association. I did submit written testimony, and one thing, and someone finally mentioned it, these are all interrelated. To talk about, the housing or bulk variances without talking about parking doesn't make any sense to me, because the housing opportunity thing, I said, I don't support it, but it depends on the parking requirements. Without parking requirements, I couldn't support it. If there were parking requirements, I may or may not support it if it had some other better solution to address parking. I could be very much in support of it. So they all are interrelated. I think one thing is that the potential benefits of these various proposed changes, I think, are greatly overstated, and the potential unintended negative consequences are just hard to determine, but they exist. They definitely exist. And to say that you're going to solve affordability problems by doing all of this, I don't think it's going to happen. And again, they're all so related. And I do think parking in particular, or the ability to add units kind of on an ad hoc basis, does have consequences. It has consequences for quality of life. It has consequences for home ownership. I looked at someone else's testimony and they said, who wants to own a house in a neighborhood that doesn't have adequate parking? And they weren't talking about Bolton Hill. They were, I think it was Forest Park, actually. They were talking about that. So there are negative impacts in terms of owning a house and having affordable housing, or having housing interjected into the neighborhood that doesn't provide parking. And I'm not talking about necessarily a big development, but the developer who buys a large single-family house or a townhouse and then converts it to 3 or 4 units, has added 3 or 4 units of parking, actually a lot more. At least the way I understand people who would do the parking, I think there's something like about 1.5 to 1.75 spaces get generated when you take the automobile ownership factor and the multiple automobile ownership factor together. It's about 1.75 vehicles per unit, which is an interesting thing, because if you look at a townhouse with a 15 to 20 foot frontage that has a pad in the back off the alley that has 2 spaces, basically, in my mind, it creates about 3 to 4 spaces of parking demand, and believe it or not, it creates 3 to 4 spaces of parking supply. So, you 2 in the back and 1.5 in the front. And what that says is the ability
you're past
to
your time. I just ask you to wrap up. I don't want to
Okay, I'll just add, I think the ability to add 1 unit in a owner-occupied development, and I think that's what we were talking about, Bolton Hill with their overlay district back a couple of years ago, that makes sense. To totally do away with parking requirements doesn't make sense. And I would suggest the alternative is either something similar to the overlay home ownership district that Bolton Hill had proposed earlier, or what the planning director had said is you can allow somebody to subdivide a home into 2 units, and that should be by right. And I would think that in order to determine parking, beyond the ability, and I'm only talking about residential,
Sir,
beyond the ability
really
of
have to ask
adding
you
1 unit, I will finish right now. There should be the ability to put in a binding parking management plan. I will add 4 units, but I'm going to give a bus pass to the person who goes in there. And this binding agreement would have to be approved by the planning board. I guess it's the planning board if we change the zoning. That went around, it would change it differently. But that would be a flexible way to do it. And then the developer and the community.
I've really got to ask you to
Thank you.
stop. Yes, and thank you very much. And by the way, you have a number of very specific ideas there. If you I think you submitted on the.
I submitted already.
And please include as much of this as you can. I think you included some of it.
I did, yes.
Please, yeah. And
Thank you.
we'll be sure to take a look at it in the written record. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, ma'am, please. Oh, can I finish? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paulette Curl. I am the president of the New Towns of the Terrace Community Association. I'm here today because I realized 2 weeks ago that they putting poles in my community where my renters live at to pay for parking. And I want to know, when did this idea came about? No one contacted the community. We never had a meeting on it. And they also going from Fayette to Fremont. Now, these are tenants been living. Now, I love MLK, big, beautiful building. But my people been living there for over 25 years. I just want to know, why do they have to pay for parking? Like, where did this come from? And I have so many Park Legion people that drives. Some drives with their hand and some drives with their feet. Now, what are they going to do when the trash man come? Where they going to park their car at? When the street sweeper come, where are they going to park their car at if they can't take it around the corner? Because on Fremont, there's resident on both sides. So we really need some answer. I'm going to try to get everybody down here on August the 28th, because this is an issue that really needs to be looked into. Now, everybody's saying that, oh, we didn't make a move on. It seems like the decision is already made to me. Anytime they done stuck the poles in the ground for the people to pay for parking, it's ridiculous.
Ma'am, yeah, I think these are I think they're separate issues. I understand it's all part of it, but it sounds like your main issue, you may have an issue, sorry, with the bill.
Well, they want the community to pay for
But your
their
main issue
parking
was
spot.
to have sort of a pay-to-park meters and poles in the towns.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So could you help us look into that, Director, and just sort of find out what the decision-making was to?
For removing?
No, they put them in. She's
No,
saying.
they putting them in and making the tenants pay to park where they live at.
And what block is this?
It's 700 block Fayette Street.
All around the forum, okay.
So it used to be unmetered, is that what you're saying? Would you park
Yes,
wherever
it
you
did.
wanted to park?
Yes,
There were
it
no parking restrictions at all?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
We have
okay.
gave up so much parking spaces to university. on promises and that they gonna do things for the people in the community. Nothing has been done.
Okay.
You know, it's like my community has been held hostage.
Do you have any sort of residential permit parking there, or has it just been
They
unrestricted?
do. They do. Some of them do in certain areas.
Okay, well, look, I don't want to get sidetracked on this, but what you raise is a totally legitimate question. And I think the director has agreed to look into it and try and understand. I don't know what that process is, if it's DOT
Please
or the parking
do.
authority
But
or.
I was not notified.
Understood.
Even the homeowner association, Ms. Teresa Smith, wasn't notified. Ms. Sonia Edie, who is the president of Popperton now, wasn't notified. We need to be a part of anything that is going on in our community. Let us know. Give us a voice.
Yes,
And I
ma'am.
thank you for my time.
Thank you. Okay.
Also recommend, I guess, if Councilman Blanchard comes back, well, he's on the RPP board. Actually, I don't know if the towns and the terrace or your district or
It's in.
both. Both?
It's at the Burge.
Okay.
It's actually in 11. but-
Okay, well, so maybe, well, I don't want.
And the chief of staff is here.
Yes, I don't want to put him on the
Severus,
spot,
So you
but-
can help, maybe you can coordinate with the planning directors. All right, thank you. Yes, please.
All right, I've vented before. Now I'll get down to very specifics related to this. Jody Landers, lifelong resident of Baltimore City. My wife and I walk a lot. We probably walk 30, 35 miles a week through various neighborhoods all around. We also love to bicycle. What's driving me to oppose this total elimination is my 35 years of experience in real estate in Baltimore City, having served as the executive vice president of the Greater Baltimore Board of Realtors and been a practicing realtor for 20-some years myself. This bill currently just completely eliminates off-street parking requirements. The current minimum requirement of one space per dwelling unit hasn't really been shown to hamper development or new residential developments throughout the city, partly because what the councilman mentioned before, there are a lot of exemptions and provisions under the existing law that allow you to carve out parking from your development, which makes sense. So the argument that the requirement is arbitrary really doesn't hold water. The reality is parking and access to parking in many high-density neighborhoods with large numbers of motor vehicles is a major time-consuming quality of life issue. I can tell you that many of the people who buy homes in Lauraville and the Hamilton area who want to stay in the city are moving from Canton and Highlandtown and other neighborhoods partly because of parking congestion. So the idea that we should just completely eliminate any kind of off-street parking requirement is as arbitrary to me as the notion of saying, well, everybody has to have off-street parking. We didn't talk about this, but there's 276,000 registered motor vehicles in Baltimore City. There are estimates there are 10,000 vehicles registered in Virginia that reside in Baltimore City, okay? So we have 286,000 vehicles in Baltimore City alone. And we all know those vehicles are not evenly distributed throughout the city. Okay, a tour of various neighborhoods reveals that many already experience on-street parking shortages. Arbitrarily eliminating all the off-street parking requirements without understanding how vehicles are distributed will only exacerbate the parking congestion and aggravation experienced by many neighborhoods. The elimination of the off-street parking requirements without taking into consideration these other bills that we talked about, the bulk requirements, the change in the zoning, allowing multiple dwelling units, is just plain irresponsible. They have to be looked at in a coordinated sense. Let's see, having access to parking is just as much a quality of life issue for city residents as having access to open and green space and other public amenities in neighborhoods. The idea that eliminating the parking requirement will make housing more affordable is specious. You know, it will reduce the developer's cost, but I assure you that builders are going to build to the highest level and the return that they can get, whether we mandate parking or not. It's going to reduce their costs, but they're going to build to what, and we've talked about this issue of the market.
Mr. Lanza, I've given you extra time, and
Yeah, I
don't
appreciate
mind, but
that.
just if you could wrap it up, I'd appreciate it.
I'm trying to wrap it up. No building or developer is going to market a property by advertising they're selling at a lower price because a development doesn't have off-street parking. And here's the other thing. I keep hearing people say, well, lenders are not going to finance a development unless it has parking. Existing residents in neighborhoods that are already experiencing parking congestion shouldn't have to depend on mortgage lenders and finance companies to insist that developers include off-street parking sufficient to mitigate the increased parking congestion. I think it's really unrealistic to think, and I don't know if anybody has any experience with mortgage lenders, they're mostly interested in, are we going to be paid back? Can this development succeed so that we'll be paid back? They're not looking at what the impact is on the surrounding neighborhood or the existing residents. And that's why it's important to take that into consideration before you just eliminate all parking. Last point. To me, it's kind of ironic that this bill eliminates off-street parking requirements for automobiles, but retains the provision for bicycles. Recent surveys indicated that the total estimated daily commuters in Baltimore City on bicycles is 7,500, or 2% of the total daily commuters, whereas automobiles account for 75% of the 362,000 commuters on a daily basis. So it just doesn't seem rational to me to say that we're going to do a blanket elimination of all off-street parking, but we're going to retain these other requirements for a very, very small percent. And I want to see you retain the bicycle parking. I just don't think it makes sense to eliminate the requirement for all off-street parking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Edie.
Okay, we are now into the evening. Good evening. My name is Sonia Edie, and I am the president of the Poppleton Now Community Association. I oppose this bill. I see this as something that's going to benefit the developers. With the density increasing in density, one of the issues that we have in our community is that we have the Center West building. The Center West apartment complex has 262 units. They do not have enough one-to-one parking. They charge $150 for indoor, $75 for outdoor. We've run into issues with our neighbors with their parking because the people who live in his buildings does not want to pay, so they use the public street parking, which forced, like we had a congestion. So you had people who now have to sometime park a block or two away from their homes in order to leave to go to park. I mean, coming home from work, you can't find a parking space. If you leave 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, which some of our residents have to leave that hour to go to work, but they have to park away because of the many people who live in these apartment buildings who now want to use the public parking. So eliminating these developers for having to have a maximum or a minimum of, amount of parking is going to harm the community. The University of Maryland also, they had 2 parking garages. With the new building that they just built, they have on-street parking. What Paulette Curl was talking about, with that new building, it forced the community now to have parking meters. This is for the University of Maryland's patrons, not the community, the residents who live here. The Catholic school also took away parking for the towns of the terraces. So I don't see why we are being penalized because we own cars. This is what it felt like to me. If you live in Baltimore City, if you own a car, you're being penalized because they're trying to force all of these bike lanes, and I'm all for bike lanes. I don't ride a bike, but I'm for, people being able to get to wherever they want to get to on a bike. But it should not force us or cost us in order to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you may have been the last, I'm not cutting anybody off. Is there anybody else who, in the audience who wishes to speak? Okay, I think you said, Ms. Chiso, we had at least one person online. Two.
So Keandra Pryor, coming your way.
Good evening, Keandra Pryor, President of the Reservoir Hill Association. I just want to say what's so exciting about this conversation tonight is that we share a similar vision for the city, that it be walkable, accessible, and affordable. I think the main question at hand is, how do we get there? For me, personally, cars are extremely annoying. I don't want to be car dependent. Even our buildings are new builds are struggling to include walkable commercial spaces. At Reservoir Square, they're eliminating all commercial spaces that we could access. In my neighborhood, we travel for food, we travel for entertainment, for everyday errands. I wish I could walk to all of those things. 70% of our neighbors live in multifamily buildings. Over 20% of my neighbors don't have regular access to a vehicle. Transit equity is really important and we urgently need it now. But streetcar networks were not eliminated because we loved cars. They were eliminated because Mayor D'Alessandro loved the car lobby. And we should learn from that. We shouldn't mistake listening to lobbyists over listening to community members. I just want to say that I'm struggling right now to convince my community members to not have a knee-jerk negative response to all biking infrastructure. And the way that this bill is set up, it's heartbreaking because it is setting up a situation where people believe that any bike infrastructure means the elimination of car infrastructure, and we really need to not connect those two ideas. Bike infrastructure does not need to be built in opposition to regulating car infrastructure, but we do need urgently something at the local level akin to the WPA. We do not have federal or local funding for transit. So if we can really think deeply about how we get to the place where we want to be, can we think about ways that we can fund public transit infrastructure? The need for parking will not be decreased by just eliminating these minimums. What will happen is parking will be commodified even more than it is already. There are nuances to this, right? We want a community neighborhood grocery store where it's just walkable and the parking spaces don't need to be as high as they're mandated at this current point. But we also know I have neighbors, the elderly and handicapped, that need parking spaces. They require them to get access to their living spaces, right? So if there is zero, again, I just want to reiterate someone on the commission who noted if there is zero requirements for parking, that means there will be zero handicap spaces as well. And that really urgently needs to be addressed in this bill. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Eric, we have one other person, correct?
A couple others have popped up since. Isaac Leal, coming your way.
Hello. I was going to speak earlier on single stair, but I had to leave early. I had to go to a baby shower. I have a minute now. I just want to say, like, in terms of that, I support that. But in terms of off-street parking, I just wanted to make it clear. You look at Manville 2013, parking requirements and housing development from the Journal of the APA. Gaba and Pierce, which is on hidden costs and deadweight losses. Anderson et al. 2016, the effective minimum parking requirements on the housing stock, which is a Swedish bill. Gaba et al. 2020, parking policy, the effective minimum residential parking units in Seattle. Even all the way back to Gia and Walks' 1999, parking requirements and housing affordability. What they find consistently over and over and over again is that rent and housing prices are substantially lower without parking requirements. And then in places like Los Angeles, which is where Manville, the deregulated buildings versus the projects, finding that units without a space have 10 to 15% lower. Gavin Pierce showing that a bundled stall with parking adds 17% of rent. So eliminating the requirement would lower rents. In 2020, showing that rent reductions were, capitalized. The lower costs were partially capitalized into lower rents. It was $55 per month. In Sweden, a parking minimum raises monthly rents by about 2.4% and shrinks housing stock by 1.2%. And I mean, I could keep going. There's more studies, things like that. When I first moved to Baltimore, I lived in Midtown. I lived in a 4-story single stair studio with no parking for $900 a month. I now live downtown in a building with no parking for more than that, but it would not be something I could afford if there was parking, or if the parking was not unbundled. I live here because I can afford it, because there's no parking. I'm not cross-subsidizing people who park. I don't drive. I can't drive. I can technically, but I'm not good at it. And it's just, to me, that there's such a bevy of literature since the 90s, 2000s that has just shown time and time again that parking minimums reduce economic welfare, increase deadweight loss. And to me, it's just, I mean, it's something that I wish the Planning Commission had just set up a literature deck for people. And then that sort of, I support the bill, but I'm just a little annoyed that there wasn't a literature deck showing all of this data, and the fact that there is hundreds of these, not hundreds, but there's dozens of these studies showing this, and sort of repeating myself between study after
minutes,
study.
if you could wrap up.
Yep. I just support it, and I wish there was more, that there had been more literature provided for people to understand why this was going on and how this would help people.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tiso.
Okay, Malcolm, coming your way.
All right, sounds good. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Commission, and appreciate you just listening and hearing us out. I know it's been a long day. Everyone's exhausted. I'm exhausted. I got 2 engineering degrees. I thought engineering was exhausting, but politics is is even worse. But anyway, I'll keep it brief. So my name's Malcolm Lewis. I'm resident of the Marble Hill community in Upton. Unfortunately, I reside on the sliver of Councilman Bullock's territory that we can't seem to get any representation from Councilman Bullock at our meeting. So, Councilman Bullock, please show us some love. But on to the matter at hand.
Send me an invitation. I'll be there.
You should have something in your email, quite a bit. But
all right, John Bullock.
Nonetheless, I did submit written testimony, from the community, and I just wanted to drive home 2 points to supplement some of the written testimony that was provided. Speaking to the chair's request for specific examples, I know specifically from Marble Hill, we are home to an abundance of churches, and so my opposition really is just around not exacerbating or positioning ourselves to exacerbate and create more of a problem, right, than what already exists. So these issues really speak to that. And so, just tying back to that first point, Marble Hill is home to a ton of churches, right, which are well attended. Some are historically black churches, right, along the Druid Hill and McCullough corridor. And parking is already a struggle, right? So, of course, eliminating parking and then, putting that parking back on street only exacerbates, again, that problem. And we're not just talking Sundays, right? We got funerals, we have weddings and other things, Bible study, right? These churches are active in the community, and they become a huge part. And I attend church myself. I mean, my church is walkable. I'm actually one of the residents that attend the church in the community. So it's not that I'm speaking against churches. It's just more so the parking problems that we already experience. So that's one major issue that we face, and then the other major issue that we have is I just simply challenge the data that we're getting on residents in Baltimore City without cars. I'm not sure if that data was collected via survey or if we're looking at the registered vehicles of Maryland residents. But I can guarantee you, myself being a young I still consider myself young, but 31-year-old black male with friends, right? Just in the community, born and raised in Baltimore. Much of my friends even advocate for like Virginia tags and this new issue where you don't want to register your car in Maryland because you want to avoid insurance fees and all these different things that come with registering a vehicle in Maryland. And I can guarantee you that I live next to a structure that is 3 apartments full, one unit on each floor, and each resident has a someone, it's occupied, right? And they all have relationships, right? So like we're talking 6 cars that occupy the block, right? And it's just it's they don't have any.
And that's your time. If you could wrap up.
Yep, absolutely. And I just wanted to again just drive home those 2 issues. Do appreciate the commission just hearing us out. I did provide written testimony, but wanted to accentuate those 2 points to supplement the written testimony. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Coming your way.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Carson Ward, Reservoir Hill Association. I just want to say it's nothing short of hypocrisy for Baltimore City leaders to boast about environmental gains from eliminating off-street parking requirements while simultaneously proposing a law that could destroy green spaces essential for cooling and public health. This patchwork thinking, chasing what sounds good without a cohesive and equitable plan, is a grave insult to our collective intelligence. This bill aims to eliminate parking requirements citywide, even though Baltimore remains a functional transit desert. There's no robust bus expansion. No seamless subway to light rail connections, nor a clear mobility strategy for disinvested neighborhoods that already suffer from food deserts and institutional abandonment. Removing parking mandates without improving transit infrastructure penalizes residents who rely on cars for essential access, and it risks worsening congestion, hindering accessibility, and discouraging families from staying in or moving into the city. It makes no sense to cite what Seattle did when they already had far better transit infrastructure in place. With such systems not in place in Baltimore, similar reforms could lead to chaos, including increased street parking overload, gridlock, and accessibility barriers. It is also inconceivable that the city is bending over backwards, popping their hoo-ha for developers who continue to F us over like Poppleton. It's one thing to pursue progressive urbanism. It's another thing to blindly implement reforms without concrete support systems in place. Baltimore leaders are pushing a half-baked package that fails both logic and justice. And to the person who argued that this bill helps people from not leaving Baltimore, let's be honest, that is not why people are leaving. People are leaving because our historic neighborhoods are being left to physical decay. Residents are being preyed upon through the tax sale system, losing homes for mere hundreds of dollars in unpaid bills. There are days with no water, no internet, even literal landslides in the community, all due to the collapsing infrastructure. And yes, while people tout that crime is down, people are still dying in the very communities where disinvestment, poverty, and neglect have been allowed to fester for generations. Eliminating parking requirements won't fix that. It won't bring grocery stores to food deserts. It won't repair busted water mains or prevent another infrastructure disaster. It won't make transit run more reliably or safely, and it certainly won't make families feel more confident about coming here and raising their children here. Thank you.
Chair, that's the list.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, I'm going to close the public testimony and again turn to the commission and ask whether the commissioners have specific issues or questions or want to say anything preliminarily, research requests, et cetera. And I'll just go around the table as I've done before in the same order. Mr. Vice Chair, if you would.
From what I've heard from everyone, I hope that we agree, and I think that we do agree, all agree, that we need to grow the city. We need more people. We need to increase the population of the city. And unless we're going to increase the number of parking spaces 1 for 1 for every new resident that we try to attract, it's a bit of an either or. It's not, I don't think it's reasonable to expect that people will have access to public parking directly in front of their house in the city all the time. I live on a block in a single family house. We're a 2-car household, and because of the vacancy in my neighborhood, I can usually park right in front of my house. My neighbor, who is a single family legacy resident, 3-generation household. They've got 4 vehicles in the one house because that's just the way it is. And I think I've thought about this in the past when we talk about multi-unit conversions. And if someone wants to put a 3-unit conversion on my block, that's going to affect parking. But do I think it's fair to prohibit housing just so I can preserve my parking? I don't personally, and I'm speaking because this affects me too, I don't think that's reasonable. And I hear a lot of folks who don't have off-street parking on their property, whether they're tenants or owners, who rely on the on-street parking, but they're, dictating that new residents and new properties should provide off-street parking when, so, right, it's like no one has off-street parking is not a right, that's all.
Thank you. Councilman.
Nothing very much to add to the previous comments, but I do get some of the consternation that was referenced earlier by us folks who look at some of the newer developments that may not provide as much parking as folks have been used to. At the same time, I think it is a practice moving in the right direction. I think it just has to be a little more education around it. So, again, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Griffin?
I think I'll just hold my comments till next meeting.
Okay. Commissioner McCoach, thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner McCoach.
No comments.
Commissioner Allen. Commissioner Horn. Deputy Mayor.
I agree with the Vice Chair in his comments about that no one has a right to the off-street parking. I've also been in R8 neighborhoods my whole time in Baltimore after law school, and purposely chose to pay more to have a space with a parking pad because I knew I needed to get home late from clerking and working at a firm. But that's my choice, and so there should be the free market. And it bears out, and you see in neighborhood groups where people ask, hey, if I put a parking pad in, how much does that increase the value of my house? Because people recognize there is an increased value, and people who will pay more in rent if they want a car. But conversely, if they don't want a car, they should not need to have a car. And there's any other option people have. People want to have a roof deck. They don't want to have a roof deck. But if they want to, then they can pay more for that, and so on. So from an urban planning perspective, I think it all makes sense. I mean, some of it is politics, which is how it works. And people who are there first feel like they have ownership over the street. Like Ms. Edie made the point, it's like, well, why do the residents who are newer have less of a right to the street than you who live there? I think that's sort of the RPP issue. I've read about creative ideas in that realm where it's like, yeah, because of the politics, existing homeowners maybe do get the RPP and maybe you don't get a piece to pay for it that can be sold. So it's like, yeah, you're existing and to put up with the externality of more homes, and you can benefit from having that RPP thing that you have a right to that no one else does. But that's more political than urban planning. So I think from the Planning Commission's perspective, I think we are on the right track. My other flag, I do want to look at some of the parking maximums now that we might be enforcing it more, is thinking through some things, because I've come across it now and dealing with building permits where there's like a warehouse or office that clearly has more workers and they have a need, but the code is sort of arbitrary on that side where it's like, nope, you need to get a variance and spend $5,000, $10,000 and wait 3 more months to get an approval. So that's just one flag there. Also, then I know someone else raised the handicap issue. I mean, if you are handicapped, we have a process where you can reserve a spot in front of your home. So like that is, sort of another red herring that kind of people bring up as a distraction, but like there's that issue. So it's all for me.
Thank you. I only have 2 questions or follow-ups. One is if you could provide us with a very compact chart of where the exemptions are currently. I think we know that it's been referenced, and there are flat-out exemptions. There are upon request waivers. I think it would just be a good kind of baseline piece of data to have, in terms of our proceeding, and then a little bit more broadly. The online caller mentioned and read the citations for all these reports. I think it would be useful to have some data, whether it comes from the planning department or the sponsor or wherever, about experience elsewhere, just so that we have something, evidence-based regarding the impact of eliminating this. Once again, as I said earlier about Vulcan Yard, I mean, you have to be careful to not sort of take an experience elsewhere, because every city and community is different, but it is useful. So I think it would be great if we could have access. Maybe you should email that fellow on the phone and get all of his citations. But my guess is it's not that hard to do, and it may have already been done. So I'd ask for those two things.
One more point on that research. It may be helpful for 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whenever this is back, if we could have some other cities. I know you had the chart, which I think was effective on Buffalo and Seattle. I'm pushing back on the other caller who mentioned, it's only Seattle. It's like, no, there are now hundreds of cities that have beaten us across the South, even the car-centric, that aren't very transit-friendly and worse than us, that are eliminated parking requirements. So that's one. And then the other one that the Councilman Blanchard mentioned, the RPP issue, which might be useful for Pete to come or be a part of this conversation, talk about enforcement. We are, I know as a city, looking at having license plate readers to more easily do the enforcement in the neighborhoods, which is a big need. I don't even know where it stands, but that's a thing that neighborhoods and community members would be right to compel us to do better, because that would be the rational fear. So if we do a better job in RPP enforcement, I think that would take away the one kind of visceral fear of, hey, I can't park nearby, and there's people who don't have an RPP sticker that are parking and we can't do anything about it.
Thanks. I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but I sort of like this format. I think this worked very well for me to have a discussion like this and then a few weeks to ask for some research and follow up. And I feel like when we get to the next, we'll have probably, we're not going to just show up and vote the next time. We'll have discussion, but it'll be more focused discussion. There'll be some additional information from all of these requests. So for a big policy bill like this that has this kind of impact, I think this worked well for me. I hope it's been.
Despite being criticized for not having time to absorb these.
Well, not everybody is going to agree, but anyway. So in conclusion on this issue, I would just say, first of all, I want to commend the councilman for his leadership and for your perseverance here, sitting with us all of this time. I want to commend the commission for really spending this time and for a very quality set engagement. And of course, although many of them aren't here any longer, I want to commend, yes, gentleman is here from Bolton Hill, but I do want to commend the many, many people who came out, and frankly, I hope they come out again on the 28th and again at the city council. I'm sure the councilman feels the same way. These are important issues, and fundamentally, I didn't hear anybody today say something that they had a different aspiration for the city. They're just concerned about whether this policy would frankly further it or impair it, which is kind of an interesting observation, I think. So we're going to all do the best we can to implement some good policy here. So
also, I didn't give flowers to Councilman Blanchard for sponsoring this bill specifically, because people, the waterfront neighborhoods specifically have a parking, people are angry, I imagine. So I imagine I applaud your leadership in taking this on, because I know that you're probably the tip of the spear for getting.
The last district I expect something like this to come from.
Indeed. So would recognize but that's like the policy imperative, and so I applaud being out front on this.
So and then Sarah, we're going to hear from Sarah. I think I would prefer to do it the next time.
You can also do a briefing on the application on the 28th. So if you want to come at noon, we'll do that during the briefing, and then we'll do this at 12:30.
Okay, that sounds fine. So thank you. So I'm going to take a motion to adjourn, which you all must vote for, and I just need literally like 3 minutes. And I think what we'll do is we'll go to the director's conference room. It's administrative session, doesn't require, not an open meetings issue. And I don't want to hold the staff up any longer from getting the room turned over.
Right?
Yeah. So is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor, aye. Aye. We're adjourned. Thank you very much.